The Riding Kid from Powder River Part 2. Chapter 30. Brent's Mistake. Following the trail that Brevoort and Pete had taken from the Ortez Rancho, Arguella and his men rode north, and with them rode Ortez and several of his vaqueros. Within a few miles of the Ala, the ragged soldiery swung west to the shelter of the low hills that ran parallel to the Ala line, while Ortez and his men rode directly to the Ala fence and entered a coulee near the big gate, where they waited the arrival of Brent and the herd. About 2 hours before sundown, one of Arguella's lieutenants appeared on the edge of the coulee where he could overlook the country. At his signal the soldiers were to join the Ortez riders, but not until Brent and his men had the cattle delivered. Arguella, who was to keep out of sight, had told Ortez to pay the amount stipulated by Brent, and at the old established rate of $20 a head, which meant that upon receipt of the cattle Ortez would give the foreman of the Ala $4,000 in gold. Ortez knew that Arguella contemplated killing Brent and his men and recovering the money. Although his sympathies were with his own people, Ortez felt that such treachery was too black, even for a leader of guerrillas. He realized that the first word of warning to Brent would mean his own doom and the death of his men in the battle which would follow, for he knew the gringo cowboys would fight to the last man. Against this he weighed the probability of a fight if he did not speak. In either event he would be dishonored in the eyes of the powers who had trusted him with handling the finances of the cause. It was in this state of mind that he waited for the arrival of the men whom he considered doomed, never imagining for a moment that Brent himself anticipated treachery. The sun had almost touched the western skyline when a solitary rider spurred out from the great gate of the Ala and up to Ortez, who recognized in him one of the young vaqueros that had escaped from Arguella's guards the preceding night. "Here's our tally." Pete handed Ortez a slip of paper. 203 head. "My patron says to call it 200 even, and to give you a receipt for the money when you turn it over to me." Arguella's lieutenant had expected to see the herd turned over to Ortez before the payment of any monies. He hesitated as to whether or not he should ride to the rim of the coulee and signal his company to interfere with the transaction then and there in the name of his superior officer. The lieutenant did not believe that Ortez would turn over the money for a mere slip of paper. But Ortez, strangely enough, seemed only too eager to close the transaction. Stepping to his horse, he took 2 small canvas sacks from his saddle pockets. Still the lieutenant hesitated. He had had no instructions covering such a contingency. "I await your receipt, señor," said Ortez as he handed the money to Pete. Pete drew a folded slip of paper from his pocket and gave it quickly to Ortez. Brendel pushed the cattle through muy pronto. And whirling his horse round under spur, he was halfway back to the Ala gate before the lieutenant thought of signaling to Arguella. From the vantage of the higher ground the lieutenant could see that the gate was already open, that the gringos were slowly pushing the cattle through, and out to the desert. He waved his serape. Almost on the instant Arguella's men appeared in the distance, squirting their ponies as they raced toward the cool. The lieutenant turned and gazed at the herd, which, from bunching through the gateway, had spread out fan-wise. Already the Ortez vaqueros were riding out to take charge. But something was happening over near the Ala gate. The American cowboys had scattered and were riding hard, and behind them faint flashes cut the dusk and answering flashes came from those who fled. The lieutenant shouted and spread his arms, signaling Arguella to stop as he and his men swung round the mouth of the coulee below. Some 30 riders from the T-Bar-T, the Blue Range, and the Concho swept through the gateway and began shooting at the Ortez vaqueros. Arguella saw that his own plan had gone glimmering. Ortez had in some way played the traitor. Moreover, they were all on American territory. The herd had stampeded and scattered. In the fading light Arguella saw one after another of the Ortez vaqueros go down. Did this noble captain of liberty, equality, and fraternity rush to the rescue of his countrymen? He did not. Cursing, he swung his horse toward the south, followed by his amazed and altogether uncomprehending soldiery. There had been too many gringos in that wild, shrilling cavalcade to suit his fancy. Meanwhile the Mexican lieutenant wisely disappeared down the western edge of the coulee and rode wide until he deemed it safe to change his course and follow in the dusty wake of his noble leader's strategic retreat. Only one of the Ortez riders escaped the sudden and furious visitation of the northern cattlemen, and he escaped because his horse, mortally wounded, had fallen upon him. In the succeeding darkness he was passed unnoticed by the returning Americans. The Ala men, also taken by surprise, had acted quickly. Better mounted than most of their pursuers, who rode tired horses, the Ala riders spread at the first warning shout. Familiar with the country, they were able to get away unscathed, partly because the attention of the pursuers was centered chiefly on the herd. It had been a case of each man for himself with the Ala riders, the exceptions to this being Brevoort and Pete, who had ridden together from the moment that Pete had shouted that sudden warning to his companions at the gateway, where they had sat their horses waiting for him to return from his mission to Ortez. Brent himself had posted a lookout at the northern gateway of the ranch, with instructions to watch for any possible pursuit. This cowboy, wise in his generation, had caught sight of a large body of riders bearing down from the north. He knew by the way they rode that they meant business. He knew also that they were too many for the Ala men. He focused his glass on them, got one good look, and calmly turned his horse and rode along the line fence to an arroyo, where he dismounted and waited until the visiting gentleman had got well onto the Ala territory. Then he mounted and took his leisurely way toward space. He knew that the Ala, as a safe and paying proposition, had ceased to exist. Brent, mounted on one of the thoroughbreds, lost no time in heading for Sanborn and the railroad, once he had ridden clear of the running skirmish with the Northerners. He surmised that Pete and Brevoort would make for Sanborn, and they had the Spider's money. Brent also knew that he had a faster horse than either of them. If he could reach Sanborn ahead of them, he would have the advantage of cover, and of taking them by surprise. The country was fairly open from the eastern boundary of the Ala to within a few miles of Sanborn, where a veritable forest of cacti had sprung up, one of those peculiar patches of desert growth, outlined in a huge square as definitely as though it had been planted by man. The wagon road passed close to the northern edge of this freakish forest, and having passed, swung off toward the railroad, which it finally paralleled. It was in this vantage ground of heavy shadow that Brent had planned to waylay Brevoort and Pete. To avoid chance discovery, Brent had ridden considerably out of his way to keep clear of the regular trail from the Ala to Sanborn, and had lost more time than he realized. Brevoort, on the contrary, had taken the regular trail, which joined the main wagon road. Pete and Brevoort rode easily, as the local made the Sanborn stop at 6 in the morning. Moreover, they did not care to spend any great length of time in Sanborn. They had planned to leave their horses at the livery stable, to be called for later. At first they talked of the raid, the probable fate of Ortez and his men, and of Arguilla's flight. And from that they came to considering their own plans which, if successful, would find them in El Paso with several $1,000s which belonged in reality to Arguilla's backers. There was an unvoiced but evident understanding between them that they would keep together so long as safety permitted. Pete had made up his mind to look for work on some southern ranch, and have done with the high trails of outlawry. Brevoort, falling into his mood, as much because he liked Pete as anything else, had decided to throw in with him. Had Pete suggested robbing a bank, or holding up a train, the big, easy-going Texan would have fallen in with the suggestion quite as readily. Not because Pete had any special influence over him, but purely because Pete's sprightliness amused and interested him. Moreover, Pete was a partner that could be depended upon in fair weather or foul. Their plan once made, they became silent, each busy with his own more intimate thoughts, Brevoort wondering what Pete would say if he were to suggest dividing the money and making for the coast and Alaska, and Pete endeavoring to reconcile himself to the idea that the Spider was actually Boca's father. For Pete had been thinking of Boca, even while he had been talking with Brevoort. It seemed that he always thought of her just before some hidden danger threatened. He had been thinking of her, even aside from her presence in the patio, that night when the posse had entered Showdown. He had thought of her while riding to the Ortez Rancho, and now he was thinking of her again. He raised his head and glanced around. The starlit desert was as soundless as the very sky itself. The soft creak of the saddles, the breathing of the horses, the sand-muffled sound of their feet. Directly ahead loomed a wall of darkness. Pete touched Brevoort's arm and gestured toward it. "They call it the Devil's Graveyard," said Brevoort. "A sizable bunch of cactus alongside the road. We're closer to Sanborn than I figured." "Well, we can't go any slower lest we get off and set down," Pete remarked. "Blue Smoke here is fighting the bit. He ain't no graveyard hoss. I notice he's been actin' nervous, and only just recent. He always runs his full head off, if I let him," asserted Pete. And he fell silent, thinking of Boca and the strange tricks that fate plays on the righteous and wicked alike. He was startled out of his reverie by Brevoort. "Mebbe I'm dreamin'," whispered the Texan, "but I'm plumb certain I seen something drift into that cactus patch." "Cattle?" said Pete. "No. No cattle in these parts. Stray, mebbe. I dunno. Just sit light in your saddle and watch your hoss's ears. He'll tell you right quick if there's another hoss in there." Pete knew that the Texan would not have spoken without some pertinent reason. They were drawing close to the deeper shadow of the cacti, which loomed strangely ominous in the faint light of the stars. Brevoort's horse, being the faster walker, was a little ahead and seemingly unconscious of anything unusual in the shadows, when Blue Smoke, range-bred and alert, suddenly stopped. "Put him up, quick!" came from the shadows. Pete's hand dropped to his holster, but before he could jerk out his gun, Brevoort had fired at the sound, once, twice, 3 times. Pete heard the trampling of a frightened horse somewhere in the brush. "I got him," Brevoort was saying. Pete's face was cold with sweat. "Are you hit, Ed?" he said. "No, he missed me. He was right quick, but I had him lined against that opening there before he said a word. If he'd stood back and kept still he could have plugged us when we rode past. He was too sure of his game." "Who is it, Ed?" "I got one guess. We got the money. And he got what was coming to him." Brevoort swung down and struck a match. "I owed you that, Brent," he said as the match flared up and went out. "Brent!" exclaimed Pete. Brevoort mounted and they rode on past the sinister place, in the chill silence of reaction from the tense and sudden moment when death had spoken to them from the shadows where now was silence and that voiceless thing that had once been a man. "Got to kill to live." Pete shivered as they swung from the shadows and rode out across the open, and on down the dim, meandering road that led toward the faint, greenish light glimmering above the desert station of Sanborn. Chapter 31. Fugitive. Rodeo, Hishita, Monument, long hours between each town as the local did its variable 35 miles an hour across the southern end of New Mexico. It was Pete's first experience in traveling by rail, and true to himself he made the most of it. He used his eyes, and came to the conclusion that they were aboard a very fast train, a train that would sure give a thoroughbred the run of its life, Pete's standard of speed being altogether of the saddle, and that more people got on and off that train than could possibly have homes in that vast and uninhabited region. The conductor was an exceedingly popular individual. Everyone called him by his front name, which he acknowledged pleasantly in like manner. Pete wondered if the uniformed gentleman packed a gun, and was somewhat disappointed when he discovered that protuberance beneath the conductor's brass-buttoned coat was nothing more deadly than a leather wallet, pretty well filled with bills and loose silver, for that isolated railroad did a good cash business and discriminating conductors grew unobtrusively wealthy. And what was still more strange to Pete was the fact that the conductor seemed to know where each person was going, without having to refer to any penciled notation or other evident data. The conductor was surprisingly genial, even to strangers, for, having announced that the next station was El Paso, he took the end seat of the combination baggage and smoking car, spread out his report sheet, and as he sorted and arranged the canceled tickets, he chatted with Pete and Brevoort, who sat facing him. Had they heard the news? Brevoort shook his head. Well, there had been a big fight down along the line, between the northern cattlemen and Arguilla's soldiers. It was rumored that several American cowboys had been killed. He had heard this from the agent at Hermanas, who had listened in on the wire to El Paso. Perhaps they had heard about it, though, as they had come up from that way. No? Well, the El Paso papers already had the news, by wire. How was the cattle business going, anyway? Brevoort said that it was pretty fair. The conductor knew of a nice little hotel near the station. In fact, he stopped there himself. El Paso was the end of his run. If the boys were going to see the town, they couldn't do better than to stop at this hotel. Clean beds, good food, quiet, and reasonable as to rates. Pete was about to say something when Brevoort touched him gently with his knee. "We was looking for a place like that," said Brevoort, suddenly loquacious. "We sure aim to see this town. We just been paid off, we was working for the Bar Cross, and we figured on seeing a little high life afore we went to punch in again." "Is that hotel you was speaking about open all night?" The conductor chuckled. "Ain't been closed a minute for 6 years that I know. Mostly railroad men. And say, if you figure on being in town more than a couple of days, you can save money by taking your room by the week." "Thanks," said Brevoort. "We aim to stay a week, anyhow." "Well, they'll use you all right," asserted the conductor. "And if you're looking for a place to buy anything, clothes or collars or shirts, why, right across from the hotel there's as fine a little clothing store as you can find in town. The man that runs is a friend of mine, and he'll use you right. Just tell him I sent you. Stokes is his name, Len Stokes." "Thanks, neighbor," said Brevoort, and Pete thought that Brevoort's tone was the least bit sarcastic. "That's all right," said the genial conductor. "I always like to see the boys have a good time." Pete himself was a trifle suspicious of the conductor's solicitude as to their welfare, naturally unaware that that worthy official got a rake-off on all customers mentioning his name at the hotel and clothing store. He gathered up his reports and tickets, snapped a rubber band round them, and dropped them in his capacious pocket. "We're 8 minutes late," he remarked, glancing at his watch. "Now what?" He rose and made for the end door as the train slowed up and stopped at an isolated siding. Pete glanced out and saw a little red box of a building, 4 or 5 empty freight cars, and a curve of rail that swung off south from the main line. No passengers got on or off the train, but Pete noticed that the conductor was talking earnestly with a hollow-cheeked, blue-overalled man who had just handed him a slip of paper. The conductor waved his arm. The train pulled out. A little later he came and took his seat opposite Pete. Conductor Stokes seemed even more genial than ever, elaborating on the opportunities for a good time in El Paso, and reiterating the hope that they would make themselves at home at his hotel. He joked and talked familiarly about the more notorious sections of the town, warned them to be on the lookout for thugs, and finally excused himself and entered the baggage compartment. Pete saw Brevoort lean forward and hastily snatch up a crumpled slip of paper which had dropped from the conductor's pocket as he got up. Brevoort scanned the paper, crumpled it, and tossed it out in the aisle. "We didn't see that," he told Pete. "What was it?" "Forget it," said Brevoort, as the door opened and the conductor, glancing about, finally saw and recovered the service wire. "Running orders," he said, as he stuffed it in his pocket and moved on down the aisle. Pete gazed out of the window, apparently absorbed in looking at the desert. Brevoort rolled a cigarette, and nodded casually. The door in the far end of the car slammed. Brevoort turned to Pete. "Look straight ahead and, listen. That paper you saw was a telegraph from the agent at Sanborn saying a man had been found shot, and to watch out for 2 cowpunchers that bought tickets for El Paso, which is us. That's how we came to stop at the junction back there, which ain't a regular stop. It means there'll be a marshal waiting for us at El Paso." "Then let's get off this doggone thing," suggested Pete. "She stops on before we get in," said Brevoort. "It's getting dark, and we got one chanked. When she slows down, we go into the baggage car there and tell the boss we're looking for our war bag, which we didn't have. Just about the time she stops, we drop off. The side door's open." "We'll be plumb afoot," said Pete. "Yes. And we'll have to hole up somewhere till we get some store clothes, and change our looks, and maybe our luck, which is running bad right now." "Do we split up when we hit town?" queried Pete. "We got to, and you want to get rid of that there cash just as quick as you can. Got any of your own money on you?" "Got a couple of months' pay." "You got the tickets?" "I'll give you that." "Forget it. Small change don't count right now." A while back I was thinking of putting it up to you that we split the big money and take a little passer up to Alaska, where it ain't so warm. The spider dasn't squeal to the law, bein' in bad hisself. We could sure make a getaway with it. But that there telegraph done settled that deal. It was settled afore that, Ed. Meanin' you wouldn't split, anyhow? That's what. But it's crooked money, Pete. And it ain't lucky. Supposing we get caught? Who gets the money? The spider, or Arguilla's bunch, or you or me? Not on your life. The cops get it, and keep it. That's all right. But if I get through, these here pesos goes to that bank. Anyhow, you said it ain't lucky money. So I aim to get away from it pronto. Then I'm square with the spider, and I quit. You can't shake the game that easy, Pete. I quit when we started for Sanborn, and what did we run into? And you bein' with me gets you in bad, likewise. If that's what's botherin' you, why, I'll take the chanked, and stick, said Pete. Nope. Right now I'm lookin' out for myself, and nobody else. If they can hang that last deal onto me, and you know what I mean, why, your Uncle Ed'll sure have to take the long trail. And I aim to keep a ridin' in the sun for a spell yet. We're getting close to town. Maybe we can drop off easy and sift out of sight without any fuss. Then we got a chance to change our clothes and get rid of that dough. They'll be lightin' the lamps right soon. Them saddlebags buckled? They sure are. All right. When you hear 'em whistle for the crossin', just stand up and drop 'em out of the window. Nobody can see you from behind. Then we mosey into the baggage car and tell the agent in there we're lookin' for our war bag. Bein' express messenger, he packs a gun. You want to step lively for that side door. I get you, Ed. What's all them lights out there? That's the town. She's just whistlin' for the crossin'. Dump your freight, easy, like you was lookin' out at the scenery. That's her. Now, stretch your arms and kind of look round. The conductor is out on the back platform. Come on. The express messenger was leaning from the side door in the act of swinging a parcel to the local agent at the grossing, when Brevoort and Pete entered. With his back toward them and absorbed in launching the package, he did not see them as they angled quickly to the other door and dropped off into the night. The train slowed almost to a stop, the grinding brakes eased, and it drew away, leaving Pete and Brevoort squatting behind a row of empty oil barrels along the track. Chapter 32. El Paso. As the taillights of the train disappeared, Pete and Brevoort rose and walked down the track several hundred yards. Pete was certain that they had retraced too far, but Brevoort assured him that he knew about where to look for the saddlebags. I noticed that we passed a pile of new ties, just after you dropped 'em, said the Texan. Pete insisted that they had come too far until they almost walked into the ties. They searched about in the darkness, feeling along the ground with their feet, until finally Brevoort stumbled over the saddlebags at the bottom of the ditch along the right-of-way. He picked them up. Pete was still rummaging around as Brevoort straightened. For an instant the Texan was tempted to keep up the pretense of searching and so drift farther from Pete, until under cover of darkness he could decamp with the money, across the border and make a fresh start with it, as he told himself, something to start on. But suddenly, and most absurdly alien to his present mood, came the vivid recollection of Pete's face when he had smelled those unforgettable eggs in the box stall of the Ortez stables. Why this should have changed Brevoort's hasty inclination is explainable, perhaps, through that strange transition from the serious to the humorous, that quick relief from nervous tension that allows a man to readjust himself toward the universe. Brevoort cursed softly to himself as he strode to Pete. Here they are. Found them back there a piece. Now we got to foot it across this end of the town and drift wide of the white lights. Down to the south end we can get something to eat, and some new clothes. Them Jew stores is open late. Following the river road they skirted the town until opposite the Mexican quarter, where, Brevoort explained, they would be comparatively safe, so long as they attended to their own business. Pete was amazed by the lights and the clamor. A stringed orchestra playing in this open front, and a hot dog vendor declaiming in this open front, a moving picture entrance brilliantly illuminated, and a constant movement of folk up and down the streets in free and easy fashion, and he almost forgot the cumulative hazards of their companionship in experiencing his first plunge into city life. Brevoort, who knew the town, made for a Mexican lodging house, where they took a room above the noisy saloon, washed, and after downing a drink of vile whiskey, crossed the street to a dingy restaurant. Later they purchased some inconspicuous town clothes which they carried back to their room. Pete was for staying right where they were until morning, but Brevoort, naturally restless, suggested that they go to a moving picture theater. They changed their clothes. Pete felt decidedly uncomfortable in the coat, and was only persuaded to wear it when Brevoort pointed out that it was a case of either leave their guns in the room or wear something to cover them. Then came the question of what they were to do with the money. Pete was for taking it along with them, but Brevoort vetoed the suggestion. "It's as safe here as in a bank," he said, and taking the 2 sacks from the saddle pockets he lowered each one gently into the big water pitcher. "Nothing in there but water, which don't interest a coal nohow. But I'll cinch it." Which he did downstairs, as he drew a handful of gold pieces from his pocket, counted them carefully, and left something like $50 with the proprietor, asking him to take care of the money for them, as they did not want to get plumb broke the first night in town. The Mexican grinned understandingly. He was familiar with the ways of cowboys. Their money would be safe with him. Outside, Pete asked Brevoort if he had not just about made a present of 50 to that Mex. "Not any. He figures he'll get his share of it when we get to hitting the high spots, which we don't aim to hit this journey. That Mexican sure thinks he's got all the money we own except what's on us right now. So he won't ever think of going through our stuff upstairs. That 50 was insurance on the big money. Let's go where we can get a real drink, and then we'll have a look at a show." The real drink was followed by another. When Brevoort suggested a third, Pete shook his head. "It's all right, if you want to hit it, Ed, but it's talking a big chanked. Something might slip. 'Tain't the drinkin', but it's the drinkin' right now." "Reckon you were right," concurred Brevoort. "But I ain't had a drink for so long, let's go see that show." They crowded into a cheap and odoriferous nickel theater, and straightway Pete forgot where he was and all about who he was in watching the amazing offerings of the screen. The comedy feature puzzled him. He thought that he was expected to laugh. Folks all round him were laughing, but the unreality of the performance left him staring curiously at the final tangle of a comedy which struggled to be funny to the bitter end. His attention was keen for the next picture, a Western drama, entitled The Battle of the Border, which ran swiftly to lurid climax after climax, until even Pete's unsophisticated mind doubted that any hero could have the astounding ability to get out of tight places as did the cowboy hero of this picture. This sprightly adventurer had just killed a carload of Mexicans, leaped from the roof of an adobe to his horse, and made off into the hills. They were real hills of the desert country, sure enough, as buoyantly as though he had just received his paycheck and was in great haste to spend it, never once glancing back, and putting his horse up grades at a pace that would have made an old-timer ashamed of himself had he to ride 60 miles to the next ranch before sundown, as the lead on the picture stated. Still, Pete liked that picture. He knew that kind of country, when suddenly he became aware of the tightly packed room, the foul air laden with the fumes of humanity, stale whiskey, and tobacco, the shuffling of feet as people rose and stumbled through the darkness toward the street. Pete thought that was the end of the show, but as Brevoort made no move to go, he fixed his attention on the screen again. Immediately another scene jumped into the flickering square. Pete stiffened. Before him spread a wide cannon. A tiny rider was coming down the trail from the rim. At the bottom was a Mexican dobe, a ramshackle stable and corral. And there hung the ala beneath an acacia. A saddle lay near the corral bars. Several horses moved about lazily. The hero of the recent gunfight was riding into the yard. Someone was coming from the dobe. Pete almost gasped as a Mexican girl, young, lithe, and smiling, stepped into the foreground and held out her hands as the hero swung from his horse. The girl was taller and more slender than Boca, yet in the close-up which followed, while her lover told her of the tribulations he had recently experienced, the girl's face was the face of Boca, the same sweetly curved and smiling mouth, the large dark eyes, even the manner in which her hair was arranged. Pete nudged Brevoort. "I reckon we better drift," he whispered. "How's that, Pete?" "The girl there in the picture. Maybe you think I'm loco, but there's something always happens every time I see her." "You got a hunch, eh?" "I sure got one." "Then we play it." And Brevoort rouse. They blinked their way to the entrance, pushed through the crowd at the doorway, and started toward their room. "I didn't want to say anything in there," Brevoort explained. "You can't tell who's sittin' behind you." "But what was you gettin' at, anyhow? You recollect my tellin' you about that trouble at Showtown? And the girl was my friend? Well, I never said nothin' to you about it, but I get to thinkin' of her and I can kind of see her face like she was tryin' to tell me somethin'. Every doggone time somethin's goin' to go wrong. First off, I said to myself I was loco and it only happened that way. But the second time, which was when we rode to the Ortez Ranch, I seen her again. Then when we was drifting along by that cactus over to Sanborn I come right close to tellin' you that I seen her, not like I can see you, but kind of inside, and I knowed that somethin' was comin' wrong. Then, first thing I know, and I sure wasn't thinkin' of her nohow, there is her face in that picture. I tell you, Ed, figuring out your trail is all right, and sure wise, but I'm gettin' so I feel like playin' a hunch every time. Well, a drink will fix you up. Then we'll mosey over to the room. Our stuff'll be there all right. Ain't the money I'm thinkin' about. It's you and me. Forget it." Brevoort slapped Pete on the shoulder. "Come on in here and have something. I'll go you one more, and then I quit," said Pete. For Pete began to realize that Brevoort's manner was slowly changing. Outwardly he was the same slow-speaking Texan, but his voice had taken on a curious inflection of recklessness which Pete attributed to the few but generous drinks of whiskey the Texan had taken. And Pete knew what whiskey could do to a man. He had learned enough about that when with the horse trader. Moreover, Pete considered it a sort of weakness, to indulge in liquor when either in danger or about to face it. He had no moral scruples whatever. He simply viewed it from a utilitarian angle. A man with the fine edge of his wits benumbed by whiskey was apt to blunder. And Pete knew only too well that they would have need for all of their wits and caution to get safely out of El Paso. And to blunder now meant perhaps a fight with the police, for Pete knew that Brevoort would never suffer arrest without making a fight, imprisonment, and perhaps hanging. He knew little of Brevoort's past record, but he knew that his own would bulk big against him. Brevoort had taken another drink after they had tacitly agreed to quit. Brevoort was the older man, and Pete had rather relied on his judgment. Now he felt that Brevoort's companionship would eventually become a menace to their safety. "Let's get back to the room, Ed," he suggested as they came out of the saloon. "Hell, we ain't seen one end of the town yet." "I'm going back," declared Pete. "Got another hunch?" And Brevoort laughed. "Nope. I'm just figuring this cold. A good gambler don't drink when B's playin'. And we're sure gamblin', big." "Reckon you're right, pardnor." "Well, we ain't far from our blankets. Come on." The proprietor of the rooming house was surprised to see them return so soon and so unauspiciously. He counted out Brevoort's money and gave it back to him. "Which calls for a round before we hit the hay," said Brevoort. The room upstairs was hot and stuffy. Brevoort raised the window, rolled a cigarette and smoked, gazing down on the street, which had become noisier toward midnight. Pete emptied the pitcher and stowed the wet sacks of gold in his saddle pockets. "Told you everything was all right," said Brevoort, turning to watch Pete as he placed the saddlebags at the head of the bed. "All right, so far," concurred Pete. "Say, pardner, you losing your nerve? You act so damn serious." "Hell, we ain't dead yet." "No, I ain't losing my nerve. But I'm tellin' you I've been plumb scared ever since I seen that picture. I don't feel right, Ed. I ain't feelin' so happy myself," muttered Brevoort, turning toward the window. Pete, sitting on the edge of the bed, noticed that Brevoort's face was tense and unnatural. Presently Brevoort tossed his cigarette out of the window and turned to Pete. "I been thinkin' it out," he began slowly. "That hunch of yours kind of got me goin'. The best thing we can do is to get out of this town quick." We got to split, no way around that. We're all right so far, but by tomorrow they'll be watching every train and every hotel, and dogging every stranger to see what he's doing. What you want to do is to take them sacks, wrap 'em up in paper, put Ole Hodges' name on it, he's president of the Stockman Security Bank here, and Ole Pal of the Spiders, and pack it over to the express company and get a receipt. They'll sure get that money to the bank. And then you want to fan it. If you just was to walk out of town, north, you could catch a train for Alamogordo, maybe, and then get a hoss and work over toward the Oregon Range, which is sure open country, and cattle. You can't go back the way we come, and they'll be watching the border south. Where is that express outfit, anyhow? You know that street where we seen the show? Well, if you keep right on you'll come to the square and the express company is right on the corner. Alright, Ed. But what you going to do? I'm going to get us a gun tomorrow morning, roll my stuff and head for the border, afoot. I'm a ranch hand looking for work. I know where I can get across the river. Then I aim to hit for the dry spot, bush out, and cross the line where they won't be looking for a man afoot, know how? Why don't you get to moving right now? Brevoort smiled curiously. They's two reasons, pardner. One is that I don't want to get stood up by somebody wanting to know where I'm going at night with my war bag, and I sure aim to take my chaps and boots and spurs and stuff along, for I'm like to need 'em. Then you ain't out of town yet. Which is why you're sticking around. If we only had a couple of hosses, Pete. It's sure hell being afoot, ain't it? It sure is. Say, Ed, we got to split, anyhow. Why don't you get to goin'? It ain't like you was quittin' me cold. You're a mighty white kid, Pete. And I'm going to tell you right now that you got a heap more sense and nerve than me, at any turn of the game. You been goin' round tonight on cold nerve and I been travelin' on whiskey. And I come so close to gettin' drunk that I ain't sure I ain't yet. It was liquor first started me riding the high trail. Brevoort had seated himself on the bed beside Pete. As the big Texan rolled a cigarette, Pete saw that his hands trembled. For the first time that evening Pete noticed that his companion was under a high tension. He could hardly believe that Brevoort's nerve was really shaken. The street below had grown quieter. From below came the sound of a door being closed. Brevoort started, cursed, and glanced at Pete. "Closing up for the night," he said. Pete quickly shifted his gaze to the open window. He did not want Brevoort to know that he had noticed the start, or those hands that trembled. They rose early, had breakfast at the restaurant across the street, and returned to the room, Brevoort with a sewgun in which he rolled and corded his effects and Pete with some brown paper in which he wrapped the sacks of gold. Brevoort borrowed a pencil from the proprietor and addressed the package. "But how's the bank going to know who it's from?" queried Pete. "That's right. I'll put the Spider's name here in the corner. Say, do you know we're talking a whole lot of trouble for a man that wouldn't lift a hand to keep us from being sent up?" And Brevoort weighed the package thoughtfully. "By rights we ought to hang on to this dough. We earned it. I sure don't want any of it, Ed. I'm through with this game." "I reckon you're right. Well, next off, you get it to that express office. I'll wait till you get back." "What's the use of my comin' back, anyhow?" queried Pete. "We paid for our room last night. Ain't you goin' to take your stuff along? You can pack it same as mine. Then when you get to a ranch you are hooked up to ride. Guess you're right, Ed. Well, so long. See you later." Brevoort, who seemed to have recovered his nerve, added, "I aim to light out just as quick as you get back." Pete was so intent on his errand that he did not see Conductor Stokes, who stood in the doorway of the El Paso house, talking to a man who had a rowdy rolled under his arm, wore overalls, and carried a dinner pail. The conductor glanced sharply at Pete as he passed, then turned abruptly, and stepped to a man who stood talking to the clerk at the desk. "I just saw one of 'em," said the conductor. "I never forget a face. He was rigged out in town clothes, but it was him, all right." "You sure, Len?" "Pretty darned sure." "Well, we can find out. You sit down over there in the window and be reading a paper. I'll go out and follow him. If he comes back this way, You take a good look at him and give me the high sign if it's one of 'em. And if it is, he'll be connecting up with the other one, sooner or later. I'll just keep my eye on him, anyway. You say he had on a dark suit and is dark complexioned and young? Yes, that one. The other was bigger and taller and had light hair and gray eyes. Both of 'em were in their range clothes on number 3. All right. And the plainclothes man hastened out and up the street until he had spotted Pete, just entering the doorway of the express office. Pete came out presently, glanced about casually, and started back for the room. Half a block behind him followed the plainclothes man, who glanced in as he passed the hotel. The conductor nodded. The plainclothes man hastened on down the street. He saw Pete turn a corner several blocks south. When the detective arrived at the corner, Pete was just entering the door of the little clothing store next to the restaurant. Presently Pete came out and crossed to the saloon. The detective sauntered down the opposite walk and entering the restaurant telephoned to headquarters. Then he called for coffee and sat watching the saloon across the way. Brevoort, who had been sitting on the bed gazing down at the street, saw Pete turn the corner and enter the store. He also saw the plainclothes man enter the restaurant and thought nothing of it until presently he saw another man enter the place. These two were talking together at the table near the front window. Brevoort grew suspicious. The latest arrival had not ordered anything to eat, nor had he greeted the other as men do when they meet. And they did not seem quite the type of men to dine in such a place. Pete, cording his belongings in the new Shogun, heard Brevoort muttering something, and turned his head. "I'm watching a couple of fellas across the street," explained Brevoort. "Keep back out of sight a minute." Pete, on his knees, watched Brevoort's face. "Anything wrong, Ed?" he queried presently. "I dunno. Just step round behind me. Can you see that Eaton place?" "Yes." "Did you see either of them guys when you was out on the street?" "Why, no." "Hold on a minute. That one with the gray clothes was standin' on the corner by the express office when I come out. I recollect now. He was smokin' a cigar." "Yes. And he thrun it away when he went in there. I seen him at the telephone there on the desk, and pretty soon along comes his friend. Looks kind of queer that he was up at the square when you was, and then trails down here where we be. You think mebbe, I dunno. If it is we better drift out at the back afore any of 'em gets round there. And leave our stuff, eh?" "Yes. We got to move quick. They're sizing up this building right now. Don't show yourself. Wait. One of 'em is coming out and he's headed over here." Brevoort drew back, and stepping to the door opened it and strode swiftly down the dim hall to a window at its farther end. Below the window was a shed, and beyond the farther edge of the shed roof was an alley. He hastened back to the room and closed and locked the door. "You loco?" he growled. Pete had drawn a chair to the window and was sitting there, looking out as casually as though there was no danger whatever. "I thought you made your getaway," said Pete, turning. "I was just keeping that hombre interested in watching me. Thought if he seen somebody here he wouldn't make no quick move to follow you. So you figured I quit you, eh? And you go and set in that window so they'd think we was in the room here? And you done it to give me a chanked? Well, you got me wrong, I stick." "Then I reckon somebody's going to get hurt," said Pete, "for I'm going to stick too." Brevoort shook his head. "The first guy most like come over to ask the boss who's up here in this room. The boss tells him about us. Now, them coyotes sure would like it a heap better to get us out on the street from behind than to run up against us holed up here, for they figure somebody'll get hurt. Now you slip down that hall, easy, and drop onto the shed under the window and fan it down the alley back there. You got it chanked. I sized up the layout. Nothing doing. Why don't you try it yourself? 'Cause they'll get one of us, anyhow, and it'll be the fella that stays. Then I'll flip $1 to see which stays," said Pete. Before Brevoort could speak, Pete drew $1 from his pocket and flipped it toward his companion. It fell between them. "I say heads," said Pete. And he glanced at the coin, which showed tails. "The dollar says you go, Ed. You want to get a move on." Brevoort hesitated. Pete rose and urged him toward the door. "So long, Ed. If you'd a stayed we'd both got shot up." I'll set in the window so they'll think we were both here. I'll try her, said Brevoort. But I'd have stayed only I knowed you wouldn't go. So long, pardner. He pulled his gun and softly unlocked the door. There was no one in the hall and no one on the narrow stairway to the right. He tiptoed to the window, climbed out, and let himself down to the shed roof. From the roof he dropped to the alley, glanced round, and then ran. Pete locked the door and went back to his chair in front of the window. He watched the man in the restaurant, who had risen and waved his hand, evidently acknowledging a signal from someone. It was the man Pete had seen near the express office, there was no doubt about that. Pete noticed that he was broad of shoulder, stocky, and wore a heavy gold watch chain. He disappeared within the doorway below. Presently Pete heard someone coming up the uncarpeted stairway, someone who walked with the tread of a heavy person endeavoring to go silently. A brief interval in which Pete could hear his own heart thumping, and someone else ascended the stairway. The boards in the hallway creaked. Someone rapped on the door. "I guess this is the finish," said Pete to himself. Had he been apprehended in the open, in a crowd on the street, he would not have made a fight. He had told himself that. But to be run to earth this way, trapped in a mean and squalid room, away from the sunlight and no slightest chance to get away, he surmised that these men knew that the men that they hunted would not hesitate to kill. Evidently they did not know that Brevoort was gone. How could he hold them that Brevoort might have more time? He hesitated. Should he speak, or keep silent? He thought it better to answer the summons. "What do you want?" he called. "We want to talk to your partner," said a voice. "He sleepin'," called Pete. "He was out most all night." "Well, we'll talk with you then. Go ahead. I'm listenin'." "Suppose you open the door." "And just suppose I don't? My pardner ain't like to be friendly if he's woke up sudden." Pete could hear the murmuring of voices as if in consultation. Then, "All right. We'll come back later." "Who'll I say wants to see him?" asked Pete. "He'll know when he sees us." Old friends of his. Meanwhile Pete had risen and moved softly toward the door. Standing to one side he listened. He heard footsteps along the hall and the sound of someone descending the stairs. One of 'em has gone down. The other is in the hall waitin', he thought. And both of 'em scared to bust in that door. He tiptoed back to the window and glanced down. The heavy-shouldered man had crossed the street and was again in the restaurant. Pete saw him step to the telephone. Surmising that the other was telephoning for reinforcements, Pete knew that he would have to act quickly, or surrender. He was not afraid to risk being killed in a running fight. He was willing to take that chance. But the thought of imprisonment appalled him. To be shut from the sun and the space of the range, perhaps for life, or to be sentenced to be hanged, powerless to make any kind of a fight, without friends or money. He thought of the Spider, of Boca, of Montoya, and of Pop Annersley, of Andy White and Bailey. He wondered if Ed Brevoort had got clear of El Paso. He knew that there was someone in the hall, waiting. To make a break for liberty in that direction meant a killing, especially as Brevoort was supposed to be in the room. "I'll keep him guessing," he told himself, and went back to his chair by the window. And if there was supposed to be another man in the room, why not carry on the play for the benefit of the watcher across the street? Every minute would count for or against Brevoort's escape. Thrusting aside all thought of his own precarious situation, Pete began a brisk conversation with his supposed companion. "How does your head feel?" he queried, leaning forward and addressing the empty bed. He nodded as if concurring in the answer. Then, well, you look it, all right. You don't want no breakfast? Well, I done had mine. What's the time?" "'Bout 10. Goin' to get up?" Pete gestured as he described an imaginative incident relative to his supposed companion's behavior the preceding night. "Some folks been here askin' for you." Pete shook his head as though he had been asked who the callers were. He had turned sideways to the open window to carry on this pantomimic dialogue. He glanced at the restaurant across the street. The heavy-shouldered man had disappeared. Pete heard a faint shuffling sound in the hall outside. Before he could turn, the door crashed inward. He leapt to his feet. With the leap his hand flashed to his side. Unaccustomed to a coat, His thumb caught in the pocket just as the man who had shouldered the flimsy door down, reeled and sprawled on the floor. Pete jerked his hand free, but in that lost instant a gun roared in the doorway. He crumpled to the floor. The heavy-shouldered man, followed by 2 officers, stepped into the room and glanced about. "Thought there was 2? Where's the other guy?" queried the policeman. The man on the floor rose and picked up his gun. "Well, we got one, anyhow. Bill, phone the chief that one of 'em got away. Have 'em send the wagon. This kid here is done for, I guess." "He went for his gun," said the heavy-shouldered man. "It's a damn good thing you went down with that door. Gave me a chance to get him." "Here's their stuff," said an officer, kicking Pete's pack that lay corded on the floor. "Well, Tim," said the man who had shouldered the door down, "you stay here till the wagon comes. Bill and I will look around when he gets back. Guess the other one made for the line. Don't know how he worked it. Keep the crowd out." "Is he all in?" queried the officer. "No, he's breathing yet. But he ain't got long. He's a young bird to be a killer." Late that afternoon Pete was taken from the emergency to the general hospital. Lights were just being turned on in the surgical ward and the newsboys were shouting an extra, headlining a border raid by the Mexicans and the shooting of a notorious bandit in El Paso. The president of the Stockman Security and Savings Bank bought a paper as he stepped into his car that evening and was driven toward home. He read the account of the police raid, of the escape of one of the so-called outlaws, the finding of the murdered man near Sanborn, and a highly colored account of what was designated as the invasion of the United States territory by armed troops of Mexico. $4,000 in gold had been delivered to him personally that day by the express company, a local delivery from the local source. "Jim's man," he said to himself as the car passed through the plaza and turned toward the eastern side of the town. Upon reaching home the president told his chauffeur to wait. Slitting an envelope he wrapped the paper and addressed it to James Ewell, Showdown, Arizona. "Mail it at the first box," he said. "Then you can put the car up. I won't need it tonight." The surgeon at the general hospital was bending over Pete. The surgeon shook his head, then turning he gave the attendant nurse a few brief directions, and passed on to another cot. As the nurse sponged Pete's arm, an intern poised a little glittering needle. "There's just a chance," the surgeon had said. At the quick stab of the needle, Pete's heavy eyes opened. The little gray-eyed nurse smiled. The intern rubbed Pete's arm and stepped back. Pete's lips moved. The nurse bent her head. "Did Dead Pete's face twitch make it?" "You mustn't talk," said the nurse gently. And wishing with all her heart to still the question that struggled in those dark, anxious eyes, she smiled again. "Yes, he made it," she said, wondering if Ed were the other outlaw that the papers had said had escaped. She walked briskly to the end of the room and returned with a dampened towel and wiped the dank sweat from Pete's forehead. He stared up at her, his face white and expressionless. "It was the coat my hand caught," he murmured. She nodded brightly, as though she understood. She did not know what his name was. There had been nothing by which to identify him. And she could hardly believe that this youth, lying there under that black shadow that she thought never would lift again, could be the desperate character the intern made him out to be, retailing the newspaper account of his capture to her. It was understood, even before the doctor had examined Pete, that he could not live long. The police surgeon had done what he could. Pete had been removed to the general hospital, as the emergency was crowded. The little nurse was wondering if he had any relatives, anyone for whom he wished to send. Surely he must realize that he was dying. She was gazing at Pete when his eyes slowly opened and the faintest trace of a smile touched his lips. His eyes begged so piteously that she stepped close to the cot and stooped. She saw that he wanted to ask her something, or tell her something that was worrying him. What did it matter? She thought. At any moment he might drift into unconsciousness. Would you write to the Spider and say I delivered the goods? But who is he? Where? Jim Ewell, Showdown over in Arizona. Jim Ewell, Showdown, Arizona. She repeated. And what name shall I sign? Just Pete, he whispered, and his eyes closed. Pete's case puzzled Andover, the head surgeon at the general. It was the third day since Pete's arrival and he was alive, but just alive, and that was all. One peculiar feature of the case was the fact that the bullet A-38 which had pierced the right lung, had not gone entirely through the body. Andover, experienced in gunshot wounds, knew that bullets fired at close range often did freakish things. There had been a man recently discharged from the general as convalescent, who had been shot in the shoulder, and the bullet, striking the collarbone, had taken a curious tangent, following up the muscle of the neck and lodging just beneath the ear. In that case there had been the external evidence of the bullet's location. In this case there was no such evidence to go by. The afternoon of the third day, Pete was taken to the operating room and another examination made. The X-ray showed a curious blur near the right side of the spine. To extract the bullet would be a difficult and savage operation, an operation which the surgeon thought his patient in his present weakened condition could not stand. Pete lay in a heavy stupor, his left arm and the left side of his face partially paralyzed. The day after his arrival at the general, two plainclothes men came to question him. He was conscious and could talk a little. But they had learned nothing of his companion, the killing of Brent, nor how Brevoort managed to evade them. They gathered little of Pete's history save that he told them his name, his age, and that he had no relatives nor friends. On all other subjects he was silent. Incidentally, the officials gave his name to the papers, and the papers dug into their back files for reference to an article they had clipped from the Arizona Sentinel, which gave them a brief account of the Andersley raid and the shooting of Gary. They made the most of all this, writing a considerable story, which the president of the Stockmen's Security read and straightway mailed to his old acquaintance, the Spider. The officers from the police station had told Pete bluntly that he could not live, hoping to get him to confess to or give evidence as to the killing of Brent. Pete at once knew the heavy-shouldered man, the man who had shot him down and who was now keen on getting evidence in the case. "So I'm going to cross over?" Pete had said, eyeing the other curiously. "Well, all I wish is that I could get on my feet long enough to get a crack at you on an even break. I wouldn't wear no coat, neither." The fact that Pete had bungled seemed to worry him much more than his condition. He felt that it was a reflection on his craftsmanship. The plainclothes man naturally thought that Pete was incorrigible, failing to appreciate that it was the pride of youth that spoke rather than the personal hatred of an enemy. Chapter 33. The Spider's Account. That the news of Pete's serious condition should hit the Spider as hard as it did was as big a surprise to the Spider himself as it could ever have been to his closest acquaintance. Yet it was a fact, and the Spider never quarreled with facts. The spider of the web-weaving species who leaves his web, invites disaster unless he immediately weaves another, and the Spider of Showdown was only too well aware of this. Always a fatalist, he took things as they came, but had never yet gone out of his way to tempt the possibilities. Shriveled and aged beyond his natural years, with scarcely a true friend among his acquaintances, weary of the monotony of life not in incident but in prospect, too shrewd to drug himself with drink, and realizing that the money he had got together both by hook and by crook and banked in El Paso could never make him other than he was, he faced the alternative of binding himself to Pete's dire need and desperate condition, or riding to Baxter and taking the train from thence to El Paso, his eyes open to what he was doing, both as a self-appointed Samaritan and as a much-wanted individual in the town where Pete lay unconscious, on the very last thin edge of nothingness. The Spider's preparations for leaving Showdown were simple enough. He had his Mexican bale and cord, the choicest of the rugs and blankets, the silver-studded saddle and bridle, the Beata cloth rare and priceless and the finest of his Indian beadwork. Each bale was tagged, and on each tag was written the name of Boca's mother. All these things were left in his private room, which he locked. Whether or not he surmised what was going to happen is a question, but he did not disregard possibilities. His Mexican was left in charge of the saloon with instructions to keep it open as usual, tell no one where his master had gone, and wait for further instructions. The Spider chose a most ordinary horse from his string and wore a most ordinary suit of clothes. The only things in keeping with his lined and weathered face were his black Stetson and his high-heeled boots. He knew that it would be impossible to disguise himself. He would be foolish to make the attempt. His bowed legs, the scar running from chin to temple, his very gait made disguise impossible. To those who did not know him he would be an old-timer and from the desert. To those who did know him well, they were not many nor over-anxious to advertise the fact. He left at night, alone, and struck south across the desert, riding easily a shrunken and odd figure, but every inch a horseman. Just beneath his unbuttoned vest, under his left arm, hung the service-polished holster of his earlier days. He had more than enough money to last him until he reached El Paso, and a plentiful stock of cigars. It was about 9 o'clock next morning when he pulled up at Flores' adobe and dismounted stiffly. Flores was visibly surprised and fawningly obsequious. His chief was dressed for a long journey. It had been many years since the Spider had ridden so far from Showdown. Something portentous was about to happen, or had happened. Flores' wife, however, showed no surprise, but accepted the Spider's presence in her usual listless manner. To her he addressed himself as she made coffee and placed a chair for him. They talked of Boca, and once the Spider spoke of Boca's mother, whom the Señora Flores had known in Mexico. Old Flores fed the Spider's horse, meanwhile wondering what had drawn the chief from the security of his web. He concluded that the Spider was fleeing from some danger, the law, perhaps, or from some ancient grudge that had at last found him out to harry him into the desert, a hunted man and desperate. The Mexican surmised that the Spider had money with him, perhaps all his money, for a local rumor had it that the Spider possessed great wealth. And of course he would sleep there that night. Upon returning to the adobe, Flores was told by the Spider to say nothing of having seen him. This confirmed the old Mexican's suspicion that the Spider had fled from danger. And Flores swore by the saints that none should know, while the Spider listened and his thin lips twitched. "You'd knife me in my bed for less than half the money on me," he told Flores. The Mexican started back, as though caught in the very act, and whined his allegiance to the Spider. Had he not always been faithful? "No," said the Spider, "but the Señora has." Flores turned and shuffled toward the corral. The Spider, standing in the doorway of the adobe, spoke to Flores' wife over his shoulder. "If I don't show up before next Sunday, Señora, get your man to take you to Showdown. Juan will give you the money, and the things I left up there." "You will not come back," said the Mexican woman. "Don't know but that you are right, but you needn't tell Flores that." An hour later the Spider had Flores bring up his horse. He mounted and turned to glance round the place. He shrugged his shoulders. In a few minutes he was lost to sight on the trail south which ran along the canyon bed. That night he arrived at Baxter, weary and stiff from his long ride. He put his horse in the livery stable and paid for its keep in advance a week, he said, "and I'll be back." Next morning he boarded the local for El Paso. He sat in the smoking compartment, gazing out on the hurrying landscape. At noon he got off the train and entered an eating house across from the station. When he again took his seat in the smoker he happened to glance out. On the platform was a square-built, sombreroed gentleman, his back to the coach and talking to an acquaintance. There was something familiar in the set of those shoulders. The Spider leaned forward that he might catch a glimpse of the man's face. Satisfied as to the other's identity, he leaned back in his seat and puffed his cigar. The Spider made no attempt to keep from sight. The square-shouldered man was the town marshal of Hermanas. As the train pulled out, the marshal turned and all but glanced up when the brakeman, swinging to the steps of the smoker, reached out and playfully slapped him on the shoulder. The car slid past. The Spider settled himself in his seat. With the superstition of the gambler he believed that he would find an enemy in the third person to recognize him, and with a gambler's stolid acceptance of the inevitable he relaxed and allowed himself to plan for the immediate future. On Pete's actual condition would depend what should be done. The Spider drew a newspaper clipping from his pocket. The El Paso paper stated that there was 1 chance in 1,000 of Pete recovering. The paper also stated that there had been money involved, a considerable sum in gold which had not been found. The entire affair was more or less of a mystery. It was hinted that the money might not have been honestly come by in the first place, and sententiously that crime breeds crime, in proof of which, the article went on to say, the man who had been shot by the police was none other than Pete Annersley, notorious as a gunman in the service of the even more notorious Jim Mule, of Showdown, or the Spider, as he was known to his associates, followed a garbled account of the raid on the Annersley homestead and the later circumstance of the shooting of Gary, all of which, concluded the item, spoke for itself. More than Pete had a chance to do, soliloquized the Spider. They got the kid chalked up as a crook and he's as straight as a die. And strangely enough this thought seemed to please the Spider. Shouldering through the crowd at the El Paso station, the Spider rubbed against a well-dressed, portly Mexican who half-turned, showed surprise as he saw the back of a figure which seemed familiar, the bowed legs and peculiar walk, and the portly Mexican, up from the south because certain financial interests had backed him politically, were becoming decidedly uncertain, named a name, not loudly, but distinctly and with peculiar emphasis. The Spider heard, but did not heed nor hurry. A black-shawled Mexican woman carrying a baby blundered into the portly Mexican. He shoved her roughly aside. She cursed him for a pig who robbed the poor, for he was known to most Mexicans and he so far forgot his dignity and station as to curse her heartily in return. The Spider meanwhile was lost in the crowd that banked the station platform. El Paso had grown was not the El Paso of the Spider's earlier days, and for a brief while he forgot his mission in endeavoring mentally to reconstruct the old town as he had known it. Arrived at the plaza he turned and gazed about. "Number 2, he said to himself, recalling the portly Mexican and the voice. He shrugged his shoulders. His request to see the president of the Stockmen's Bank was borne hesitatingly to that individual's private office, the messenger returning promptly with instructions to show the gentleman in. Contrary to all precedent, the president, Hodges, was not portly, but a man almost as lean as the Spider himself, a quick, nervous man, forceful and quite evidently self-made. "Sit down, Jim." The Spider pulled up a chair. About that last deposit the president thrust his hand into a pigeonhole and handed the Spider a slip of paper. "So he got here with the cash before they nailed him?" And the spidery face expressed surprise. "The money came by express local shipment. I tried to keep it out of the papers. None of their damn business. I'm going to close my account," stated the Spider. "Going south?" "No. I got some business in town." "After that you mean you've got no business in town? Why didn't you write? You couldn't handle it. Figure up my credit and give me a draft for it, I'll give you my check." "Make it out to Peter Annersley," said the Spider. "One of your gunmen, eh? I see by the papers he's got a poor chance of using this." "So have I," and the Spider almost smiled. Hodges pushed back his chair. "See here, Jim. You've got no business in this town and you know it. And you've got enough money to keep you comfortable anywhere South America, for instance. Somebody'll spot you before you've been here 24 hours. Why don't you let me call a taxi? There's a train south at 11:30. "Thanks, E.H. But I'm only going over to the hospital." "You sure will, if you stick around this town long." "I'm going to see that boy through," said the Spider. "Then you're not after anyone?" "No, not that way." "Well, you got me guessing. I thought I knew you. Maybe, Ed. Now, if the boy comes through all right, and I don't, I want you to see that he gets this money. There's nobody in town can identify him but me, and maybe I won't be around here to do it. If he comes here and tells you he's Pete Annersley and that the Spider told him to come, hand him the draft. Course, if things go smooth, I'll take care of that draft myself. Making your will, Jim? Something like that. All right. I might as well talk to the moon. I used to think that you were a wise one, just plain damn fool, same as you, The only difference is that you're trying to help me out and I aim to help out a kid that is plumb straight. But I have some excuse. If it hadn't been for you when I was down south on that Union Oil deal, Ed, we're both as crooked as they make 'em. Only you play your game with stocks and cash, inside, and I play mine outside, and she's a lone hand. This kid, Pete, is sure a bad hombre to stack up against, but he's plumb straight. You seem to think a whole lot of him." "I do," said the Spider simply. The president shook his head. The Spider rose and stuck out his hand. "So long, Ed. So long, Jim. I'll handle this for you. But I hate like hell to think it's the last time I can handle a deal for you. You can't tell, said the spider. The president of the Stockmen's Security sat turning over the papers on his desk. It had been a long while since he had been in the saddle, some 18 or 20 years. As a young man he had been sent into Mexico to prospect for oil. There were few white men in Mexico then. But despite their vicarious callings they usually stood by each other. The spider, happening along during a quarrel among the natives and the oil men, took a hand in the matter, which was merely incidental to his profession. The oil men had managed to get out of that part of the country with the loss of but 2 men, a pretty fair average, as things went those days. Years afterwards the president of the Stockmen's Security happened to meet the spider in El Paso and he did not forget what he owed him. The spider at the time had considerable gold which he finally banked with the Stockmen's Security at the other's suggestion. The arrangement was mutually agreeable. The spider knew that the president of the Stockmen's Security would never disclose his identity to the authorities, and Hodges felt that as a sort of unofficial trustee he was able to repay the spider for his considerable assistance down in Mexico. Chapter 34. Doris. Contrast to the rules of the hospital, the head surgeon was chatting rather intimately with Pete's nurse. They were in the anteroom of the surgical ward. She was getting ready to go on duty. "No, Ms. Gray," said the surgeon positively, "he can't hold out much longer unless we operate. And I don't think he could stand an operation. He has amazing vitality, he's young, and in wonderful condition, outdoor life and pretty clean living. But he don't seem to care whether he lives or not. Has he said anything to you about?" The surgeon paused and cleared his throat. "No. He just stares at me. Sometimes he smiles and, Dr. Andover, I've been here 2 years and I'm used to it, but I simply can't help feeling that he ought to have a chance." The surgeon studied her wistful face and for a moment forgot that he was the head surgeon of the general, and that she was a nurse. He liked Doris Gray because of her personality and ability. 2 years of hard work at the general had not affected her quietly cheerful manner. "You're wearing yourself out worrying about this case," said the surgeon presently. "And that won't do at all." She flushed and her seriousness vanished. "I'm willing to," she said simply. The doctor smiled and shook his finger at her. "Ms. Gray, you know a good nurse I know, Dr. Andover, but he hasn't a friend in the world. I asked him yesterday if I should write to anyone, or do anything for him. He just smiled and shook his head. He doesn't seem to be afraid of anything nor interested in anything. His eyes are just like the eyes of a dog that is hurt and wants so much to tell you something, and can't. I don't care what the newspapers say and those men from the police station. I don't believe he is really bad. Now please don't smile and tell me I'm silly. I thought you just said he didn't have a friend in the world." "Oh, I don't count that way." Then hurriedly, "I forgot he did ask me to write to someone the first day, a Jim Ewell, in Arizona. He asked me to say he had delivered the goods. I don't know that I should have done it without reporting it, but well, you said he couldn't live, some outlaw pal of his, probably," said Andover, frowning. "But that has nothing to do with his condition right now. And sometimes he talks when he is half conscious, and he often speaks to someone he calls the spider," asserted Doris. "Queer affair. Well, I'll think about it. If we do operate, I'll want you." The surgeon was interrupted by a nurse who told him there was a man who wanted to see Peter Annersley, that the man was insistent. The head nurse was having supper, and should the caller be allowed in after visiting hours? "Send him in," said the surgeon, and he stepped into the superintendent's office. Almost immediately the spider sidled across the hallway and entered the room. The surgeon saw a short, shriveled, bow-legged man, inconspicuously dressed save for his black Stetson and the riding boots which showed below the bottom of his trousers. The spider's black beady eyes burned in his weather-beaten and scarred face, the eyes of a hunted man, thought the surgeon. In a peculiar, high-pitched voice, he asked Andover if he were the doctor in charge. "I'm Andover, head surgeon," said the other. "Won't you sit down?" The other glanced round. Andover got up and closed the door. "You wish to see young Annersley, I understand. You looking after him?" Andover nodded. "Is he hurt pretty bad?" "Yes. I doubt if he will recover." "Can I see him?" "Well, And the surgeon hesitated, "It's after hours. But I don't suppose it will do any harm. You are a friend of his?" "About the only one, I reckon." "Well, I'll step in with you. He may be asleep. If he is, I won't bother him." The nurse met them, and put her finger to her lips. Andover nodded and stepped aside as the spider hobbled to the cot and gazed silently at Pete's white face. Then the spider turned abruptly and hobbled down the aisle, followed by Andover. "Come in here," said the surgeon as the spider hesitated. Andover told him briefly that there was 1 chance in 1,000 of Pete's recovery, that the shot had been terrific, describing just where the bullet was lodged and its effect upon the sensory nerves. Andover was somewhat surprised to find that this queer person knew considerable about gunshot wounds, and was even more surprised when the spider drew a flat sheaf of bills from his pocket and asked what an operation would cost. Andover told him. The spider immediately counted out the money and handed it to Andover. "And get him in a room where he can be by himself. I'll pay for it." "That's all right, but if he should not recover from the operation, I'm gambling that he'll pull through," said the spider. "And there's my Andy. It's up to you. I'll have a receipt made out." The spider shook his bead. "His life'll be my receipt. And you're writing it, don't make no mistake." Andover's pale face flushed. "I'm not accustomed to having my reputation as a surgeon questioned." "See here," said the spider, laying another packet of bills on the surgeon's desk. "Where I come from money talks. And I reckon it ain't got tongue-tied since I was in El Paso last. Here's 1,000. Pull that boy through and forget where you got the money." "I couldn't do more if you said 10,000, asserted Andover. "Gambling is my business," said the spider. "I raise the ante. Do you come in?" "This is not a sporting proposition." Andover hesitated, "but I'll come in," he added slowly. "You're wrong," said the spider. "Everything is a sporting proposition from the day a man is born till he cashes in, and maybe after. I don't know about that, and I didn't come here to talk. My money'll talk for me." Andover, quite humanly, was thinking that $1,000 would help considerably toward paying for the new car that he had had in mind for some time. He used a car in his work, and he worked for the General Hospital. His desire to possess a new car was not altogether professional, and he knew it. But he also knew that he was overworked and underpaid. "Who shall I say called?" asked Andover, picking up the packet of bills. "Just tell him it was a friend." Andover was quite as shrewd in his way as was this strange visitor, who evidently did not wish to be known. "This entire matter is rather irregular," he said, "and the bonus is necessarily a confidential matter." "Which suits me," and the spider blinked queerly. Dr. Andover stepped to the main doorway. As he bade the spider good night, he told him to call up on the telephone about 10:30 the next morning, or to call personally if he preferred. The spider hesitated directly beneath the arc light at the entrance. "If I don't call up or show up, you needn't say anything about this deal to him, but you can tell him he's got a friend on the job." The doctor nodded and walked briskly back to the superintendent's office, where he waited until the secretary appeared, when he turned over the money that had been paid to him for the operation and a private room, which the spider had engaged for 2 weeks. He told the secretary to make out a receipt in Peter Annersley's name. "A friend is handling this for him," he explained. Then he sent for the head nurse. "I would like to have Miss Gray and Miss Barlow help me," he told her, in speaking of the proposed operation. "Miss Gray is on duty tonight," said the head nurse. "Then if you will arrange to have her get a rest, please. And oh, yes, we'll probably need the oxygen. And you might tell Dr. Gleason that this is a special case and I'd like to have him administer the anesthetic." Andover strode briskly to the surgical ward and stopped at Pete's couch. As he stooped and listened to Pete's breathing, the packet of crisp bills slipped from his inside pocket, and dropped to the floor. He was in the lobby, on his way to his car, when Doris came running after him. "Dr. Andover," she called. "I think you dropped this," and she gave him the packet of bills. "Mighty careless of me," he said, feeling in his inside pocket. Handkerchief slipped them in on top of it. "Thank you." Doris gazed at him curiously. His eyes wavered. "We're going to do our best to pull him through," he said with forced sprightliness. Doris smiled and nodded. But her expression changed as she again entered the long, dim aisle between the double row of cots. Only that evening, just before she had talked with Andover about Pete, she had heard the surgeon tell the house physician jokingly that all that stood between him and absolute destitution was a very thin and exceedingly popular checkbook, and Andover had written his personal check for $10 which he had cashed at the office. Doris wondered who the strange man was that had come in with Andover an hour ago, and how Dr. Andover had so suddenly become possessed of $1,000. Chapter 35. Caught it just in time. At exactly 10:30 the next morning the Spider was at the information desk of the General Hospital, inquiring for Andover. "He's in the operating room," said the clerk. "Then I'll wait." The Spider sidled across to the reception room and sat nervously fingering the arm of his chair. Nurses passed and repassed the doorway, going quietly through the hall. From somewhere came the faint animal-like wail of a newly born babe. The Spider had gripped the arm of his chair. A well-gowned woman stopped at the information desk and left a great armful of gorgeous roses wrapped in white tissue paper. Presently a man, evidently a laborer, hobbled past on crutches, his foot bandaged, a huge, grotesque white foot that he held stiffly in front of him and which he seemed to be following, rather than guiding. A nurse walked slowly beside him. The Spider drummed the chair arm with nervous fingers. His little beady eyes were constantly in motion, glancing here and there, at the empty chairs in the room, at the table with its neatly piled magazines, at a large picture of the hospital, and a great group of nurses standing on the stone steps, and then toward the doorway. Presently a nurse came in and told him that Dr. Andover would be unable to see him for some time, that the patient just operated on was doing as well as could be expected. He's come through all right? Yes. You might call up in an hour or so. The Spider rose stiffly and put on his hat. "Thanks," he said, and hobbled out and across the lobby. A cab was waiting for him, and the driver seemed to know his destination, for he whipped up his horse and drove south toward the Mexican Quarter, finally stopping at an inconspicuous house on a dingy side street that led toward the river. The Spider glanced up and down the street before he alighted. Then he gave the driver a bill quite out of proportion to his recent service. "You can come about the same time tomorrow," said the Spider, and he turned and hobbled to the house. About noon he came out, and after walking several blocks stopped at a corner grocery and telephoned to the hospital, asking for Andover, who informed him that the operation had been successful, as an operation, but that the patient was in a critical condition, that it would be several hours before they would dare risk a definite statement as to his chances of recovery. The surgeon told the Spider that they were using oxygen, which fact in itself was significant. The Spider crossed the street to a restaurant, drank several cups of coffee, and on his way out bought a supply of cigars. He played solitaire in his room all that afternoon, smoking and muttering to himself until the fading light caused him to glance at his watch. He slipped into his coat and made his way uptown. Shortly after 7 he entered the hospital. Andover had left word that he be allowed to see Pete. And again the Spider stood beside Pete's cot, gazing down upon a face startlingly white in contrast to his dark hair and black eyebrows, a face drawn, the cheeks pinched, and the lips bloodless. "You taking care of him?" And the Spider turned to Doris. She nodded, wondering if this queer, almost deformed creature were the Spider that Pete had so often talked to in half-conscious. Whoever he was, her quick, feminine intuition told her that this man's stiff and awkward silence signified more than any spoken solicitude, that behind those beady black eyes was a soul that was tormented with doubt and hope, a soul that had battled through dark ways to this one great unselfish moment. How could one know that this man risked his life in coming there? Yet she did know it. The very fact that he was Pete's friend would almost substantiate that. Had not the papers said that Peter Annersley was a hired gunman of the Spider's? And although this man had not given his name, she knew that he was the Spider of Pete's incoherent mutterings. And the Spider, glancing about the room, gazed curiously at the metal oxygen tank and then at the other cot. "You staying here right along?" he queried. "For a while, until he is out of danger." "When will that be?" "I don't know. But I do know that he is going to live." "Did the doc say so?" Doris shook her head. "No, Dr. Andover thinks he has a chance, but I know that he will get well." "Does Pete know that I've been here?" "No. The doctor thought it best not to say anything about that yet." "I reckon that's right. Is he your son?" asked Doris. "No. Just a kid that used to work for me." And without further word, the spider hobbled to the doorway and was gone. Hour after hour Doris sat by the cot watching the faintly flickering life that, bereft of conscious will, fought for existence with each deep-drawn breath. About 2 in the morning Pete's breathing seemed to stop. Doris felt the hesitant throb of the pulse and, rising, stepped to the hall and telephoned for the house surgeon. "Caught it just in time," he said to the nurse as he stepped back and watched the patient react to the powerful heart stimulant. Pete's breathing became more regular. The surgeon had been gone for a few minutes when Pete's heavy lids opened. "It was getting mighty dark down there," he whispered. And Pete stared up at her, his great dark eyes slowly brightening under the artificial stimulant. Doris bent over him and smoothed his hair back from his forehead. "I'm the riding kid from Powder River," he whispered hoarsely. "I can ride 'em comin' or goin' but I don't wear no coat next journey." My hand caught in the pocket. He glanced toward the doorway. "But we fooled 'em. Ed got away, so I reckon I'll throw in with you, Spider." Pete tried to lift himself up, but the nurse pressed him gently back. Tiny beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Doris put her hand on the back of his. At the touch his lips moved. "Boca was down there in the dark smilin' and tellin' me it was all right and to come ahead," he whispered. "I was tryin' to climb out of that there cannon. Andy throwed his rope, caught it just in time, and Andy he laughs, reckon he didn't know I was all in." Pete breathed deeply, muttered, and drifted into an easy sleep. Doris watched him for a while, fighting her own desire to sleep. She knew that the crisis was past, and with that knowledge came a physical letdown that left her worn and desperately weary, not because she had been on duty almost 24 hours without rest. She was young and could stand that, but because she had given so much of herself to this case from the day Pete had been brought in, through the operation which was necessarily savage, and up to the moment when he had fallen asleep, after having passed so close to the border of the dark unknown. And now that she knew he would recover, she felt strangely disinterested in her work at the hospital. But being a rather practical young person, never in the least morbid, she attributed this unusual indifference to her own condition. She would not allow herself to believe that the life she had seen slipping away, and which she had drawn back from the shadows, could ever mean anything to her, aside from her profession. And why should it? This dark-eyed boy was a stranger, an outcast, even worse, if she were to believe what the papers said of him. Yet he had been so patient and uncomplaining that first night when she knew that he must have been suffering terribly. Time and again she had wiped the red spume from his lips, until at last he ceased to gasp and cough and lay back exhausted. And Doris could never forget how he had tried to smile as he told her, whispering hoarsely, that he was plumb ashamed of makin' such a doggone fuss. Then day after day his suffering had grown less as his vitality ebbed. Following, came the operation, an almost hopeless experiment, and that strange creature, the spider, who had paid for the operation and for this private room. Doris thought of the $1,000 in bills that she had found and returned to Andover, and while admiring his skill as a surgeon, she experienced a sudden dislike for him as a man. It seemed to her that he had been actually bribed to save Pete's life, and had pocketed the bribe. Again it was the spider. What a name for a human being, yet how well it fitted. The thin bow legs, the quick, sidling walk, the furtive manner, the black, blinking eyes. Doris yawned and shivered. Dawn was battling its slow way into the room. A nurse stepped in softly. Doris rose and made a notation on the chart, told the nurse that her patient had been sleeping since 2 o'clock, and nodding pleasantly left the room. The new nurse sniffed audibly. Miss Gray was one of Dr. Andover's pets. She knew. She had seen them talking together, often enough. And Andover knew better than to try to flirt with her. What a fuss they were making about Miss Gray's cowboy, as Pete had come to be known among some of the nurses who were not pets. Her pleasant soliloquy was interrupted by a movement of Pete's hand. "Can I have a drink?" he asked faintly. "Yes, dearie," said the nurse, and smiled a large and toothful smile as she turned and stepped out into the hall. Pete's listless, dark eyes followed her. "For God's sake," he muttered. His eyes closed. He wondered what had become of his honest-to-gosh nurse, Miss Gray. Chapter 36. White Eye. The third time that the spider called at the hospital, and, as usual, in the evening, he was told by the young house doctor, temporarily in charge, that he could not see the patient in room 218 without permission from the physician in charge of the case, as it was after visiting hours, and, moreover, there had been altogether too much freedom allowed visitors as it was. This young doctor knew nothing of the spider's connection with the Annersley case, and was altogether unimpressed by the spider's appearance, save that he mentally labeled him a roughneck who was evidently pretty badly crippled by rheumatism. The spider felt tempted to resort to bribery, but there was something so officious and aggressively professional in the manner of this straw boss as the spider mentally labeled him, that the spider hesitated to flatter his egotism by admitting that he held the whip hand. "Then maybe you can find out how he's getting along?" queried the spider, in his high-pitched voice. "No objection to that," said the young doctor, reaching for the desk phone. 218, please. 218? How is your patient tonight? That's so? HMM. Oh, this is Miss Gray talking? HMM. Thanks. And he hung up the receiver. The patient is doing very well, exceptionally well. Would you care to leave any message? You might tell Doc Andover to leave word that when I call, I get to see the folks I come to see, and I reckon he'll set you straight. Oh, I didn't, know you were a friend of Dr. Andover's. What is the name, please? T wouldn't interest you none, little man. Thanks for the information. And the spider hobbled out and clumped stiffly down the wide stone stairway. The young doctor adjusted his glasses and stared into vacancy. HMM. And he had the nerve to call me little man. Now I should call him a decidedly suspicious character. Looks something like an overgrown spider. Birds of a feather, he added sententiously, with an air of conscious rectitude, and a disregard for the propriety of the implied metaphor. It is not quite certain whether he had Andover or Pete in mind. But it is most probable that had he allowed the spider to see Pete that evening and talk with him, the spider would have left El Paso the next day, as he had planned, instead of waiting until the following evening, against his own judgment and in direct opposition to that peculiar mental reaction called a hunch by those not familiar with the niceties of the English language, and called nothing really more expressive by those who are. So far as the spider knew, he had not been recognized by anyone. Yet with that peculiar intuition of the gunman and killer he knew that he was marked. He wondered which of his old enemies had found him out, and when and how that enemy would strike. That night he wrote a short letter to Pete, stating that he was in town and would call to see him the following evening, adding that if he failed to call Pete was to go to the Stockman's Security and ask for the president when he was able to be about. He mailed the letter himself, walking several blocks to find a box. On his way back a man passed him who peered at him curiously. The spider's hand had crept toward his upper vest pocket as the other approached. After he passed, the spider drew out a fresh cigar and lighted it from the one he was smoking. And he tossed the butt away and turned and glanced back. "I wonder what White Eye's doing in El Paso?" he asked himself. "He knew me all right." The spider shrugged his shoulders. His hunch had proved itself. There was still time to leave town, but the fact that White Eye had recognized him and had not spoken was an insidious challenge, the kind of a challenge which a killer never lets pass. For the killer, strangely enough, is drawn to his kind through the instinct of self-preservation, a psychological paradox to the layman, who does not understand the peculiar pride of the gunman which leads him to remove a menace rather than to avoid it. Curiosity as to a rival's ability, his personal appearance, his quality of nerve, the sound of his voice, has drawn many noted killers together, each anxious to prove conclusively that he was the better man. And this curiosity, driven by the high nervous tension of the man who must ever be on the alert, is insatiable, and is assuaged only by insanity or his own death. The removal of a rival does not satisfy this hunger to kill, but rather creates a greater hunger, until, without the least provocation, the killer will shoot down a man merely to satisfy temporarily this inhuman and terrible craving. The killer veritably feeds upon death, until that universal abhorrence of the abnormal triumphant in the end, adjusts the quivering balance, and Boot Hill boasts one more wooden cross. The spider, limping up the stairway to his room, knew that he would not leave El Paso, knew that he could not leave the town until satisfied as to what White Eye's silence meant. And not only that, but he would find out. He lighted the oil lamp on the dresser and gazed at himself in the glass. Then he took off his coat, shaved, washed, and put on a clean shirt and collar. He took some gold and loose silver from his money belt, put on his hat and coat, and hobbled downstairs. He thought he knew where he could get word of White Eye's whereabouts, stopped at a cigar stand and telephoned for his cab, and his regular driver. In a few minutes the cab was at the corner. He mentioned a street number to the driver, who nodded knowingly. Pony Baxter's place, where the game ran big. No place for a tin horn. Only the real ones played at Pony's. So this old-timer who paid so well was going to take a whirl at the game? The cabbie thought he saw a big tip coming. Being somewhat of a sportsman in his way, and grateful for what the spider had already done for him, he drew up within a block of his destination and, stepping down, told the spider that Pony's place was being watched, and had been for more than a week, that the bulls were out for some strangers who were wanted bad. The spider showed no sign of surprise. "Suppose I was one of 'em, eh?" he queried. "That's none of my business, Captain. I ain't workin' for the force, I'm workin' for myself. All right. I'll walk down to Pony's place. After I go up, you can drive down there and wait. I may be 5 minutes, or a couple of hours. Here's something to make you forget who you're waiting for if anybody should ask you." The cabbie tucked the money in his pocket and climbed back to his seat. "Don't know if somebody was to ask me," he said to himself, as he watched the spider hobble down the next block. "Lemme see," he continued as he drove slowly along. "Some guy comes up and asks me for a match and starts talkin' friendly, and maybe asks me to have a drink, and I get friendly and tell him about that young sport from the east that's been seen the town and how somebody over to his hotel musta told him about the game at Pony's, and how he's upstairs, gettin' his hair cut short. Oh, I guess I ain't been in this business 8 years for nothin'." But the inquisitive stranger did not appear and the cabbie's invention was wasted. The spider entered the first door to the left of the long hallway. The room was fitted up as an office, with huge leather upholstered chairs, a mahogany center table, and a mahogany desk. In one corner stood a large safe. On the safe door was lettered A.L. Baxter & Co. A man with a young, smooth face and silver-white hair was sitting at the desk. He turned and nodded pleasantly. "I want to see Pony," said the spider. "You're talking to him," said the other. "What can I do for you?" "You can tell Pony that I want to see him, here," said the spider. "And don't worry, he knows me. The name, please." "Never mind that. Just take a good look at me, and tell him. He'll come." The other rose and, stepping to the inner door, beckoned to someone in the room beyond. The spider seated himself, lighted a cigar, and leaned back as though thoroughly at home. Presently a big man came in briskly, a full-bodied, smooth-cheeked man who looked like the prosperous manager of some legitimate business enterprise, save for the large diamond horseshoe scintillating in his gray silk tie. "Why, hello, Jim," he cried, evidently surprised. He told his partner casually that he could go on inside and look after things for a few minutes. When the other had gone he turned to the spider. "What can I do for you, Jim? Tell me where I can find White Eye." "White Eye? He hasn't been in here for 3 or 4 years. I didn't know he was in town." "That might go with the bulls, Pony. I know White Eye doesn't hang out regular here, ain't his kind of a joint. But you can tell me where he does hang out. And I want to know. You looking for him, Jim?" "No. But I've got a hunch he's looking for me." "Just how bad do you think he wants to see you?" queried Baxter, tilting back his swing chair and glancing sideways at the spider. "About as bad as I want to see him," said the spider. You haven't been in town for quite a while, Jim. No. 15 years, I reckon. You don't change much. I was thinking the same of you, always playing safe. You ought to know better than to pull a bluff like that on me. But if that is your game, I call. I want Whiteye. Pony Baxter had plenty of nerve. But he knew the spider. I haven't seen Whiteye for over 3 years, he said, turning to his desk. He tore a memorandum slip from a pad and wrote something on it and handed it to the spider. It was simply a number on Alizo Street. The spider glanced at it and tore the slip in two. "He stayin' with friends?" queried the spider. "Yes. And I think you know most of them. Thanks for the tip, Pony. You going down there alone, Jim?" "I might." "I wouldn't," said Baxter. "I know damn well you wouldn't," laughed the spider. Scarcely had the spider stepped into the cab when 4 men slouched from a dark stairway and tranced a few doors down the street and watched the cab turn a distant corner. "Well, you missed a good chance," said one of the men, as they moved slowly toward the entrance to Pony Baxter's. "How about you? If you ain't forgetting it was the first one of us that seen him was to get him. And Whiteye, here, seen him first, when he crawled out of that rig. If we'd a gone up, instead of standin' here letting our feet get cold, he must a had his roll with him," said Pino, one of Whiteye's companions and incidentally a member of that inglorious legion, the men who can't come back. "'T ain't his roll I want," said Whiteye. "Too damn bad about you not wantin' his roll. Anytime you get the spider's roll, you got to get him," asserted another member of this nocturnal quartet, a man whose right arm and shoulder sagged queerly. The spider ain't no kid, neither, and Whiteye paused at the dimly lighted stairway entrance. The man with the deformed shoulder cursed Whiteye. The others laughed. "Let's go get a drink, and then we'll have a talk with Pony. Come on, Steve." They turned and drifted on up the street. Presently they were back at the stairway entrance. "Pony won't stand for no rough stuff," advised Whiteye as they turned and climbed the stair. "I'll do the talkin'." "I reckon he'll stand for anything we hand him," said Pino. "Fancy clothes don't cut any figure with me." "Nobody that ever got a good look at you would say so," asserted Whiteye. He paused at the head of the stairs. "I aim to find out what the spider wanted up here." "Go to it." And Pino grinned. As they entered the office, Baxter was talking with his partner, with whom he exchanged a significant glance as he realized who his visitors were. The partner excused himself and stepped into the room beyond. "Well, boys, what can I do for you?" Baxter's manner was suavely affable. "We're looking for a friend," declared Whiteye. "I don't think he's here." And Baxter smiled his professional smile. "But he's been here," asserted Whiteye. "We ain't here to make noise. We just want to know what the spider was doing up here a spell ago." "Oh, Jim? Why?" He dropped in to shake hands. "I hadn't seen him for several years. Didn't know he was in town." "Feed that soft stuff to the yearlings," snarled Whiteye. "The spider ain't jousing around El Paso for his health, or yours." Baxter was about to say something when Pino stooped and picked up the pieces of paper which the spider had torn in two just before he left. Pino had no special motive in picking up those torn bits of paper. He simply saw them, picked them up, and rolled them nervously in his fingers. Whiteye, watching Baxter, saw him blink and in turn watch Pino's fingers as he twisted and untwisted the bits of paper. "He can't keep his hands still," said Whiteye, shrugging his shoulder toward Pino. "Ever meet Pino?" "No." "Well, he's a artist. When it comes to drawin'." Pino dropped the bits of paper, rouse, and shook hands indifferently with Baxter. As Pino sat down again, Baxter stooped and casually picked up the torn pad leaf on which he had written Whiteye's address. He turned to his desk and taking a box of cigars from a drawer passed it around. Whiteye's pinpoint pupils glittered. Pony Baxter seemed mighty anxious to get those 2 bits of paper out of sight. Whiteye had seen him drop them in the drawer as he opened it. "Where did you send the spider?" asked Whiteye quickly. "Send him?" "Didn't send him anywhere. He said he was going back to his hotel." Whiteye blinked. He knew that the spider was not stopping at a hotel. For some reason Baxter had lied. "How's the game tonight?" queried Whiteye. "Quiet," replied Baxter. "Any strangers inside?" "No, not the kind of strangers you mean." "Then I reckon we'll take a look in. Don't mind talking a whirl at the wheel myself." "Come right in," said Baxter, as though relieved, and he opened the door and stood aside to let them pass. A quiet game of poker was running at a table near the door. Farther down the room, which was spacious and brilliantly lighted, a group were playing the wheel. At the table beyond the usual faro game was in progress. All told there were some 15 men in the room, not counting the dealers and lookout. One or two men glanced up as Whiteye and his companions entered and sauntered from table to table. To the regular habitués of the place, Whiteye and his companions were simply roughnecks to whom Baxter was showing the joint. Presently Baxter excused himself and, telling his visitors to make themselves at home, strode back to his office. Whiteye and Pino watched the wheel, while the man with the deformed shoulder and his companion stood watching the faro game. The room was quiet save for the soft click of the chips, the whirring of the ball, an occasional oath, and the monotonous voice of the faro dealer. Pino nudged Whiteye and indicated the little pile of gold that was stacked before a player at the faro table. Whiteye shook his head and stepped casually back. Pino sauntered over to him. "Chanked for a clean-up?" whispered Pino. "No show. The lookout's a gun. I know him. So is that guy at the wheel. Pony's pardner packs a gat, and that guy standin' over by the wall, smoking is drawin' down regular pay for just standin' there, every night. 'Sides, they ain't enough stuff in sight to take a chanked for. We ain't organized for this kind of a deal." "Then what's the use of hangin' around? 'Cause they was somethin' on that piece of paper you picked up out there that Pony didn't want us to see, and I aim to find out what it was." "The number of some dame, most like," said Pino, grinning. "Did you hear him say the Spider went back to his hotel? Well, Pony is double-crossin' somebody. Just stick around and keep your eye on the door." Meanwhile the Spider had arrived at the address given him, an empty basement store in the south end of town. The place was dark and evidently abandoned. Back of the store was a room in which were 2 cheap iron beds, a washstand, and 2 chairs. The rear door of this room opened on an alley, and it was through this door that Whiteye and his companions entered and left the premises, which they had rented at a low rate from the lessee of the place who now ran a grocery on the street level, near the corner. The Spider had no means of knowing of the back room and thought that Baxter had sent him to a chance number to get rid of him, or that the latter would possibly suggest that Whiteye must have left the neighborhood. "Is there a backstairs to Pony's place?" queried the Spider as he stood by the cab. "No. But there's a fire escape in the alley back of the block. The last time they raided Pony the Bulls got 6 gents comin' down the iron ladder. Just drive round that way." The Spider stepped into the cab. "You ain't the government man, are you?" queried cabby. "No. I play a lone hand," said the Spider. Chapter 37. Close the cases. Pony Baxter's place, located near the middle of what is commonly termed a business block, embraced the space once occupied by a number of small offices, one of which he had retained as a sort of reception room, near the head of the stairway. That he might have a spacious room for his business, the partitions of the former offices had been removed, with the exception of those enclosing his office, and a room at the extreme end of the building which opened on the hall, near the end window, just over the fire escape. This room was expensively fitted up as a lavatory, with marble panels, basins, and tiling. A uniformed Negro with the inevitable whisk broom was always in attendance, quite as keen at getting the dust as was his employer. The door to this room was fitted with a spring lock which allowed it to be opened only from the inside, except with a passkey. The Spider's cab, swinging into the alley, stopped directly beneath the lower extension of the fire escape. "Pull over closer to the wall," he told the driver. Then he climbed to the driver's seat and stepped onto the iron ladder. "You can drive round to the front and wait," he told the cabby, who lost no time in getting out of the alley. Like most nocturnal cabmen, he was quite willing to drive anywhere, but he sincerely preferred to do his waiting for his fare in a more open street. The window at the rear end of the hall was fastened. The spider broke the glass just below the catch with the butt of his gun. He raised the window and slid into the hallway. "Who dat?" came from the lavatory. "It's me, Sam," said the spider thickly, imitating the voice of a man overcome by drink. "I cut my hand on the window. Want to get in, wash up, blood, I ask Mr. Box ta, Sue. Lemme in, quick, or you lose a 5-spot. Bleeding bad, want to wash up." The spring lock clicked softly. Before Sam knew what had happened, the spider was in the lavatory and between him and the door to the main room. "Get going," said the spider. The amazed Negro backed away from that eloquent menace in the spider's right hand. Misto, Captain, I ain't done nothing. Get." And the spider indicated the rear window. The Negro backed into the hall, saw the open window, and vanished through it without parley. He dropped from the last step of the fire escape and picking himself up started to run, with no definite destination in mind save space. As Baxter had said, things were quiet that night. The poker table had been deserted and the players had left. A few regulars still hung about the faro layout and the wheel. The hired bouncer had stepped into the office to speak to Baxter. It was past 12. There were no strangers present save the 4 roughly dressed men. Baxter was just telling the bouncer that he knew them, and that he surmised they were after a certain party, but that party would not be back there. As he talked, Baxter stepped to the outer door and locked it. It was too late to expect any worthwhile business. The spider, who was in reality looking for Baxter, whom he suspected of trickery, opened the lavatory door far enough to see into the main room. In a flash he had placed 3 of the 4 men who wanted him. White Eye and Longtree were standing near a player at the faro table, evidently interested for the moment in the play. Near White Eye, Pino was rolling a cigarette. Beyond them, at the next table, stood a man with a deformed shoulder, and the spider recognized Gary of the T-Bar T, watching the few players at the wheel. A film of cigar smoke eddied round the lamps above the tables. Presently the players at the faro table rose and left. The dealer put away his cases. The lookout yawned and took off his green eye shade. The man with the deformed shoulder and his companion were moving toward White Eye when the spider slipped through the doorway and sidled toward the middle of the room. His hat was pushed back. He fumbled at his tie with his right hand. "White Eye!" he called. The faro dealer and the lookout jerked round, then slowly backed toward the side of the room. The man at the wheel paused with his hand in the air. The players, intent upon the game, glanced up curiously. Pino, who stood near White Eye and almost in front of him, dropped his cigarette. The room became as still as the noon desert. 3 of the 4 men who bore ancient grudge against the spider, knew that there would be no parley, the talk would be useless. The 4th, the man whom they had addressed as Steve, had but recently associated himself with them, and had no quarrel with the spider. In that tense moment, Gary wished himself well out of it. "Lost your nerve, Pino?" laughed the spider, in his queer, high voice. "You dropped your cigarette." One of the roulette players giggled hysterically. At the sound of that laugh, White Eye jerked Pino in front of him. The spider's gun appeared as though he had caught it from the air. As it roared, Pino staggered sideways and fell. White Eye fired as the spider, throwing shot after shot, walked slowly toward him. Suddenly White Eye coughed and staggered against the table. With his last shot the spider dropped White Eye, then jerked the second gun from his waistband. Gary, kneeling behind the faro table, fired over its top. The spider whirled half round, recovered himself, and, sidling toward the table, threw down on the kneeling man, who sank forward coughing horribly. Within 8 feet of him the spider's gun roared again. Gary's body jerked stiff at the shock and then slowly collapsed. The 4th man, Longtree, with his hands above his head, begged the spider not to kill his old pal. The spider's face, horribly distorted, venomous as a snake's, colorless and glistening with sweat, twisted queerly as he spoke, "Kill you, you damned coyote?" And he shot Longtree down as a man would shoot a trapped wolf. Framed in the office doorway stood Pony Baxter, a blue automatic in his hand. The spider, leaning against the roulette table, laughed. Gave me the double cross, eh, pony? How do you like the layout? He swayed and clutched at the table. Don't kill me, pony. He cried, in ghastly mimicry of Longtree's voice. Don't kill an old pal, pony. And the sound of his voice was lost in the blunt roar of a shot that loosened Baxter's fingers from the automatic. It clattered to the floor. Baxter braced himself against the door frame and, turning, staggered to the desk phone. The Spider nodded to the faro dealer. Close your cases, he said, and he hiccuped and spat viciously. Get me downstairs, I'm done. The dealer, who possessed plenty of nerve himself, was dumb with wonder that this man, who had deliberately walked into a fight against 3 fast guns, was still on his feet. Yet he realized that the Spider had made his last fight. He was hard hit. God, what a mess, said the dealer as he took the Spider's arm and steadied him to the office. You better lay down, he suggested. Got a cab downstairs. General Hospital. The driver, who had been taking a nap inside the cab, heard the sound of shooting, started up, threw back the lap robe, and stepped to the sidewalk. He listened, trying to count the shots. Then came silence. Then another shot. He was aware that his best policy was to leave that neighborhood quickly. Yet curiosity held him, and finally drew him toward the dimly lighted stairway. He wondered what had happened. Cab? Somebody called from above. The cabbie answered. Give us a hand here, cried a voice from the top of the stairs. A man's been shot, bad. The cabbie clumped up and helped get the Spider to the street. Where'll I take him? He stammered nervously, as he recognized the shrunken figure. He said something about the General Hospital. He's going, fast. He used to call there, regular, asserted the cabbie. Anybody else get hurt? Christ, yes. It's a slaughter pen up there. Beat it, or he'll cash in before you can get him to the hospital. The cabbie pulled up at the General Hospital, leapt down, and hastened round to the garage. He wakened the night ambulance driver, stayed until the driver and an intern had carried the Spider into the hospital, and then drove away before he could be questioned. The house doctor saw at once that the Spider could not live, administered a stimulant, and telephoned to the police station, later asking the ambulance driver for the cabman's number, which the other had failed to notice in the excitement. As he hung up the receiver, a nurse told him that the patient was conscious and wanted to speak to Dr. Andover. The house doctor asked the Spider if he wished to make a statement. The Spider moved his head in the negative. I'm done, he whispered, but I'd like to see Pete a minute. Pete? Room 218, said the nurse. Oh, you mean young Annersley. Well, I don't know. He's my boy, said the Spider, using the last desperate argument, an appeal difficult to ignore. Take him to 218, said the doctor, gesturing toward the stretcher. The nurse, who went with them, roused Pete out of a quiet sleep and told him that they were bringing someone to see him. Your father, she said, who has been seriously injured. He asked to see you. Pete could not at first understand what she meant. All right, he said, turning his head and gazing toward the doorway. The nurse stepped into the hall and nodded to the attendants and the doctor. They were about to move forward when the Spider gestured feebly to the doctor. Get me to my feet. I won't bother you much after that. And the Spider, who felt that his strength was going fast, tried to raise himself on the stretcher. This effort brought the internees to his side. They lifted him to his feet and shuffled awkwardly through the doorway. Swaying between the internees, his shriveled body held upright by a desperate effort of will, he fought for breath. Pete raised on his elbow, his dark eyes wide. Spider! He exclaimed. The internees felt the Spider's slackened muscles grow tense as he endeavored to get closer to the cot. They helped him a step forward. He pulled his arm free and thrust out his hand. Pete's hand closed on those limp, clammy fingers. I come ahead of time, pardnor. Come to see how you was getting along. The Spider's arm dropped to his side. Take him to the other bed there, said the doctor. The Spider shook his head. Just a minute. He nodded toward Pete. I want you to do something for me. Go see that party, and let her fix you up. He's played square with me, same as you done. But who was it? Began Pete. Old Bunch. Trailed me, too close. Got 'em, every damn one. A massver. Tango que marcarm, compadre. And then, close the cases, said the Spider. The internees helped him to the cot on which Doris had rested as she watched Pete through those dark hours, refusing to leave him till she knew the great danger had passed. Pete lay back staring at the ceiling. He was stunned by this sudden calamity. And all at once he realized that it must have been the Spider who had called to see him several times. Doris had hinted to Pete that some friend asked after him daily. So the Spider had come to El Paso to find out if the money had been delivered, risking his life for the sake of a few $1,000s. Pete turned and glanced at the other cot. The doctor was bending over the Spider, who mumbled incoherently. Presently brisk footsteps sounded in the hallway, and two men entered the room and stepped to where the Spider lay. They spoke in low tones to the doctor, who moved back. One of the men, a heavy-shouldered, red-faced man, whom Pete recognized, asked the Spider who had shot him, and if he had been in Pony Baxter's place that night. The Spider's lips moved. The other leaned closer. Dimly the Spider realized that this was the law that questioned him. Even at the last moment his old enemy had come to hunt him out. The Spider's beady black eyes suddenly brightened. With a last vicious effort he raised his head and spat in the officer's face. The doctor stepped quickly forward. The Spider lay staring at the ceiling, his sightless eyes dulled by the black shadow of eternal night. Chapter 38. Getting Acquainted. It was Pony Baxter who gave the names of the dead gunmen to the police, confirming the records of Whiteye, Pino, Longtree, and Jim Ewell, known as the Spider. The identity of the fourth man, he of the deformed shoulder and shriveled arm, was unknown to Baxter. The police had no record of him under any alias, and he would have been entered on their report of findings as unknown, had not the faro dealer and the lookout both asserted that the Spider had called him Gary, in fact had singled him out unmistakably, asking him what he had to do with the quarrel, which evidently concerned but 3 of the 4 men whom the Spider had killed. Pony Baxter, slowly recovering from an all but fatal gunshot wound, disclaimed any knowledge of a frame-up to get the Spider, stating that, while aware that the gunman and the Spider were enemies, the Spider's sudden appearance was as much of a surprise to him as it evidently was to the gunman, and Baxter's serious condition pretty well substantiated this statement. Baxter's Negro was also questioned, concerning Baxter's story and explaining the circumstances under which he had admitted the Spider to the back room. When confronted with the torn slip of paper on which was written the address of Whiteye, Baxter admitted that he knew of the rendezvous of the gunmen, but refused to explain why he had their address in his possession, and he put a quietus on that phase of the situation by asking the police why they had not raided the place themselves before the shooting occurred, as they seemed to have known of it for several months. Eventually Baxter and the police fixed it up. The gambler did a thriving business through the notoriety the affair had given him. Many came to see the rooms where the Spider had made his last venomous fight, men who had never turned a card in their lives, and who doubted the rumors current in the sporting world until actually in the room and listening to the faro dealer's cold and impassive account of the men and the battle. And more often than not these curious souls, who came to scoff, remained to play. Pete, convalescing rapidly, had asked day after day if he might not be allowed to sit with the other patients who, warmly blanketed, enjoyed the sunshine on the wide veranda overlooking the city. One morning Andover gave his consent, restricting Pete's first visit to 30 minutes. Pete was only too glad of a respite from the monotony of backrest and pillow, bare walls, and the essential but soul-wearying regularity of professional attention. Not until Doris had helped him into the wheelchair did he realize how weak he was. Out on the veranda, his weakness, the pallid faces of the other convalescents, and even Doris herself, were forgotten as he gazed across the city and beyond to the sunlit spaces softly glowing beneath a cloudless sky. Sunlight. He had never known how much it meant, until then. He breathed deep. His dark eyes closed. Life, which he had hitherto valued only through sheer animal instinct, seemed to mean so much more than he had ever imagined it could. Yet not in any definite way, nor through contemplating any definite attainment. It was simply good to be alive, to feel the pleasant, natural warmth of the sun, to breathe the clear, keen air. And all his curiosity as to what the world might look like, for to one who has come out of the eternal shadows the world is ever strange, was drowned in the supreme indifference of absolute ease and rest. It seemed to him as though he were floating midway between the earth and the sun, not in a weird dream wherein the subconscious mind says, "This is not real, I know that I dream," but actual, in that Pete could feel nothing above nor beneath him. Being of a very practical turn of mind, he straightway opened his eyes and was at once conscious of the arm of the wheelchair beneath his hand and the blanket across his knees. He was not aware that some of the patients were gazing at him curiously, that gossip had passed his name from room to room, and that the papers had that morning printed a sort of revised sequel to the original story of the spider mystery, as they chose to call it. Doris glanced at her watch. "We'll have to go in," she said, rising and adjusting Pete's pillow. "Oh, shucks. We just come out." "You've been asleep," said Doris. Pete shook his head. "Nope. But I sure did get one good rest. Doc Andover calls this a vacation, eh? Well, then I guess I got to go back to work, and it sure is work, holdin' down that bed in there, and nothing to do but sleep and eat but it ain't so bad when you're there. Now that there cow bunny with the front teeth, SSH. Doris flushed, and Pete glanced around, realizing that they were not alone. "Well, I reckon we got to go back to the corral." Pete sighed heavily. Back in bed he watched Doris as she made a notation on the chart of his case. He frowned irritably when she took his temperature. "The doctor will want to know how you stood your first outing," she said, smiling. Pete wriggled the little glass thermometer round at his mouth until it stuck up at an assertive angle, as some men hold a cigar, and glanced mischievously at his nurse. "Why don't you light it?" he mumbled. Doris tried not to laugh as she took the thermometer, glanced at it, and charted a slight rise in the patient's temperature. "Put in that glass of water to cool it off?" queried Pete. She smiled as she carefully charted the temperature line. "Can I look at it?" queried Pete. She gave the chart to him and he studied it frowningly. "What's this here that looks like a range of mountains?" he asked. "Your temperature." And she explained the meaning of the wavering line. "Gee. Back here I sure was climbin' high hills. That's an interestin' tally sheet." Pete saw a peculiar expression in her gray eyes. It was as though she were searching for something beneath the surface of his superficial humor, for she knew that there was something that he wanted to say, something entirely alien to these chance pleasantries. She all but anticipated his question. "Would you mind tellin' me somethin'?" he queried abruptly. "No. If there is anything that I can tell you. I was wonderin' who is payin' for this here private room, and reg'lar nurse. I been sizin' up things, and folks like me don't get such fancy trimmin's without payin'." "Why, it was your father." Pete sat up quickly. "My father? I ain't got no father. I reckon somebody got things twisted. Why, the papers," and Doris bit her lip, "I mean Miss Howard, the nurse who was here the night when the spider cashed in." Doris nodded. "The spider wasn't my father. But I guess maybe that nurse thought he was, and got things mixed. The house doctor would not have had him brought up here if he had thought he was anyone else. So the spider said he was my father, so he could get to see me." Pete seemed to be talking to himself. "Was he the friend you was tellin' me called regular?" "Yes. I don't know, but I think he paid for your room and the operation. Don't they make those operations on folks, anyhow, if they ain't got money?" "Yes, but in your case it was a very difficult and dangerous operation. I saw that Dr. Andover hardly wanted to take the risk. So the spider pays for everything." Pete shook his head. "I don't just say. I saw him watching you once, when you were asleep," said Doris. "He seemed terribly anxious. I was afraid of him, and I felt sorry for him." Pete lay back and stared at the opposite wall. "He sure was game," he murmured. "And he was my friend." Pete turned his head quickly as Doris stepped toward the door. "Could you get me some of them papers, about the spider?" "Yes," she answered hesitatingly, as she left the room. Pete closed his eyes. He could see the spider standing beside his bed supported by two internees, dying on his feet, fighting for breath as he told Pete to see that party, in the letter, and that someone had trailed him too close. And close the cases, the spider had said. The game was ended. When Doris came in again, Pete was asleep. She laid a folded newspaper by his pillow, gazed at him for a moment, and stepped softly from the room. At noon she brought his luncheon. When she came back for the tray, she noticed that he had not eaten, nor would he talk while she was there. But that evening he seemed more like himself. After she had taken his temperature, he jokingly asked her if he bit that there little glass dingus in two, what would happen? "Why, I'd have to buy a new one," she replied, smiling. Pete's face expressed surprise. "Say," he queried, sitting up, "did the spider pay you for being my private nurse, too? He must have made some arrangement with Dr. Andover. He put me in charge of your case. But don't you get anything extra for smiling at folks, and coaxing 'em to eat, and wasting your time bothering around 'em most all day? The hospital gets the extra money, I get my usual salary. You ain't mad at me, be you?" "Why, no, why should I be? I dunno. I reckon I talk kind of rough, and that maybe I said something, but, would you mind if I was to tell you something? I been thinking about it ever since you brung that paper. It's something mighty important, and, your dinner is getting cold," said Doris. "Shucks. I just got to tell somebody. Did you read what was in that paper?" Doris nodded. "About that fella called Steve Gary that the spider bumped off in that gambling joint?" "Yes." "Well, if that's right, and the papers ain't got things twisted, like when they said the spider was my father, why, if it was Steve Gary, I can go back to the Concho and kinda start over again." "I don't understand." "Course you don't. You see, me and Gary mixed onked, and," Doris' gray eyes grew big as Pete spoke rapidly of his early life, of the horse trader, of Annersley and Bailey and Montoya, and young Andy White, characters who passed swiftly before her vision as she followed Pete's fortunes up to the moment when he was brought into the hospital. And presently she understood that he was trying to tell her that if the newspaper report was authentic, he was a free man. His eagerness to vindicate himself was only too apparent. Suddenly he ceased talking. The animation died from his dark eyes. "Maybe it wasn't he the same Steve Gary," he said. "If it had been, you mean that you could go back to your friends, and there would be no trouble?" Pete nodded. "But I don't know. Is there any way of finding out, before you leave here?" she asked. "I might write a letter and ask Jim Bailey, or Andy. They would know. I'll get you a pen and paper." Pete flushed. "Would you mind writing it for me? I ain't no regular, professional writer. Pop Annersley learned me some, but I reckon Jim could read your writin' better." "Of course I'll write the letter, if you want me to. If you'll just tell me what you wish to say, I'll take it down on this pad and copy it in my room. Can't you write it here? Maybe we might want to change something." "Well, if you'll eat your dinner," and Doris went for pen and paper. When she returned she found that Pete had stacked the dishes in a perilous pyramid on the floor, that the bed tray might serve as a table on which to write. He watched her curiously as she unscrewed the cap of her fountain pen and dated the letter. "Jim Bailey, Concho, that's over in Arizona," he said, then he hesitated. "I reckon I got to tell you the whole thing first, and maybe you can put it down after I get through." Doris saw him eyeing the pen intently. "You didn't fetch the ink," he said suddenly. Doris laughed as she explained the fountain pen to him. Then she listened while he told her what to say. The letter written, Doris went to her room. Pete lay thinking of her pleasant gray eyes and the way that she smiled understandingly and nodded. "When most folks," he soliloquized, "would say something or ask you what you was driving at." To him she was an altogether wonderful person, so quietly cheerful, natural, and unobtrusively competent. Then, through some queer trick of memory, Boca's face was vision to him, and his thoughts were of the desert, of men and horses and a far skyline. "I got to get out of here," he told himself sleepily. And he wondered if he would ever see Doris Gray again after he left the hospital. Chapter 39. A Puzzle Game. Dr. Andover, brisk and professionally cheerful, was telling Pete that so far as he was concerned he could not do anything more for him, except to advise him to be careful about lifting or straining, to take it easy for at least a month, and to do no hard riding until the incision was thoroughly healed. "You'll know when you are really fit," he said, smiling, "because your back will tell you better than I can. You're a mighty fortunate young man. You sure fixed me up fine, Doc. You was saying I could leave here next week?" "Yes, if you keep on improving, and I can't see why you should not. And I don't have to tell you to thank Miss Gray for what she has done for you. If it hadn't been for her, my boy, I doubt that you would be here. She sure is one Jim dandy nurse. She is more than that, young man." Andover cleared his throat. "There's one little matter that I thought best not to mention until you were pretty well out of the woods. I suppose you know that the authorities will want to, talk with you about that shooting scrape, that chap that was found somewhere out in the desert. The chief of detectives asked me the other day when you would be around again. So, when I get out of here they're going to arrest me. Well, frankly, you are under arrest now. I thought it best that you should know it now. In a general way I gathered that the police suspect you of having had a hand in the killing of that man who was found near Sanborn." "Well, they can wait till hell freezes afore I'll tell 'em," said Pete. "And, meanwhile, you'll also have to, wait, I imagine. Have you any friends who might, use their influence? I think you might get out on bail." "I can't say. Nope." "Then the best thing that you can do is to tell a straight story and hope that the authorities will believe you. Well, I've got to go. By the way, how are you fixed financially? Just let me know if you want anything." "Thanks, Doc. From what you say I reckon the county will be paying my board." "I hope not. But you'll need some clothing and underwear, the things you had on are." Pete nodded. "Don't hesitate to ask me," and Andover roused. "Your friend, Yule, arranged for any little contingency that might arise." "Then I can go most any time?" queried Pete. "We'll see how you are feeling next week. Meanwhile keep out in the sun, but wrap up well. Goodbye." Pete realized that to make a fresh start in life he would have to begin at the bottom. He had ever been inclined to look forward rather than backward, to put each day's happenings behind him as mere incidents in his general progress, and he began to realize that these happenings had accumulated to a bulk that could not be ignored, if the fresh start that he contemplated were to be made successfully. He recalled how he had felt when he had squared himself with Roth for that 6-gun. But the surreptitious taking of the 6-gun had been rather a mistake than a deliberate intent to steal. And Pete tried to justify himself with the thought that all his subsequent trouble had been the result of mistakes due to conditions thrust upon him by a fate which had slowly driven him to his present untenable position, that of a fugitive from the law, without money and without friends. He came to the bitter conclusion that his whole life had been a mistake, possibly not through his own initiative, but a mistake nevertheless. He knew that his only course was to retrace and untangle the snarl of events in which his feet were snared. Accustomed to rely upon his own efforts, he had always been able to make his living. He suddenly realized the potency of money, that money could alleviate suffering, influence authority, command freedom, at least temporary freedom, and even in some instances save life itself. Yet it was characteristic of Pete that he did not regret anything that he had done, in a moral sense. He had made mistakes, and he would have to pay for them, but only once. He would not make these mistakes again. A man was a fool who deliberately rode his horse into the same box can and wise. Pete wondered if his letter to Jim Bailey had been received and what Bailey's answer would be. The letter must have reached Bailey by this time. And then Pete thought of the Spider's note, advising him to call at the Stockman's Security, and of the Spider's peculiar insistence that he do so, that Hodges would use him square. Pete wondered what it all signified. He knew that the Spider had money deposited with the Stockman's Security. The request had something to do with money, without doubt. Perhaps the Spider had wished him to attend to some matter of trust, for Pete was aware that the Spider had trusted him, and had said so, almost with his last breath. But Pete hesitated to become entangled further in the Spider's affairs. He did not intend to make a second mistake of that kind. Monday of the following week Pete was out on the veranda, listening to Little Ruth, a blue-eyed baby patient who has gravely explained the mysteries of a wonderful puzzle game of pasteboard cows and horses and a farmyard most all cut to pieces, as Ruth said, when Doris stepped from the hall doorway and, glancing about, finally discovered Pete in the far corner of the veranda, deeply absorbed in searching for the hind leg of a noble horse to which little Ruth had insisted upon attaching the sedate and ignoble hind quarters of a maternal cow. So intent were they upon their game that neither of them saw Doris as she moved toward them, nodding brightly to many convalescents seated about the veranda. "Whoa!" said Pete, as Ruth disarranged the noble steed in her eagerness to fit the bit of pasteboard Pete had handed to her. "Now, I reckon he'll stand till we find that barn door and the water trough." "Do you reckon he wants a drink? He looks very thirsty," said Ruth. "Maybe he's hungry, too," and Pete found the segment of a mechanically correct haystack. "No," cried Ruth positively, taking the bit of haystack from Pete, "let's put some hay in his house. Then that there cow'll get it, and she's plumb fed up already. Then I give that little cow his breakfast," and the solicitous Ruth placed the section of haystack within easy reach of a wide-eyed and slightly disjointed calf, evidently the offspring of the well-fed cow, judging from the paint markings of each. But suddenly little Ruth's face lost its sunshine. Her mouth quivered. Pete glanced up at her, his dark eyes questioning. "There's lots more hay," he stammered, "for all of them." "It hurted me," sobbed Ruth. "Your foot?" Pete glanced down at the child's bandaged foot, and then looked quickly away. "It hurted me, and I didn't hit it. I'll bet it was that doggone lay cow. Let's get her out of this here corral and turn her loose." Pete shuffled the cow into a disjointed heap. "Now she's turned loose, and she won't come back." Ruth ceased sobbing and turned to gaze at Doris, who patted her head and smiled. "We was stocking up our ranch," Pete explained almost apologetically. "Ruth and me is partners." Doris gazed at Pete, her gray eyes warm with a peculiar light. "It's awfully nice of you to amuse Ruth." "Amuse her? My gosh! Miss Gray, she's doing the amusing. When we're visitin' like this, I plumb forget everything." "Here's a letter for you," said Doris. "I thought that perhaps you might want to have it as soon as possible." "Thanks, Miss Gray. I reckon it's from Jim Bailey." Pete tore off the end of the envelope with trembling fingers. Little Ruth watched him curiously. Doris had turned away and was looking out across the city. A tiny hand tugged at her sleeve. "Make Pete play with me," said Ruth. "My cow's all broke." Pete glanced up, slowly slid the unread letter back into the envelope and tucked it into his shirt. "You bet we'll find that cow if we have to comb every draw on the ranch. Hello, pardnor. Here's her lay head." She was sure enough investigating that there haystack. Doris turned away. There was a tense throbbing in her throat as she moved back to the doorway. Despite herself she glanced back for an instant. The dark head and the golden head were together over the wonderful puzzle picture. Just why Pete should look up then could hardly be explained by either himself or Doris. He waved his hand boyishly. Doris turned and walked rapidly down the hallway. Her emotion irritated her. Why should she feel so absolutely silly and sentimental because a patient, who really meant nothing to her aside from her profession, should choose to play puzzle picture with a crippled child, that he might forget for a while his very identity and those terrible happenings? Had he not said so? And yet he had put aside the letter that might mean much to him, that he might make little Ruth forget her pain in searching for a dismembered pasteboard cow. Doris glanced in as she passed Pete's room. Two men were standing there, expressing in their impatient attitudes that they had expected to find someone in the room. She knew who they were, men from the police station, for she had seen them before. "You were looking for Mr. Annersley?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am. We got a little business. He's out on the veranda, playing puzzle picture with a little girl patient." "Well, we got a puzzle picture for him," began one of the men, but Doris, her eyes flashing, interrupted him. "Dr. Andover left word that he does not want Mr. Annersley to see visitors without his permission. Reckon we can see him, miss. I had a talk with Doc Andover." "Then let me call Mr. Annersley, please. There are so many patients out there." "All right, miss." Doris took Pete's place as she told him. Little Ruth entered the demurrer, although she liked Doris. Pete knew all about horses and cows. He must come right back. What a beautiful bossy, said Doris as Ruth rearranged the slightly disjointed cow. Data cow, said Ruth positively. Pete says data cow. And what a wonderful pony. Data force, Miss Dallas. Pete say data force. It was evident to Doris that Pete was an authority, not without honor in his own country, and an authority not to be questioned, for Ruth gravely informed Doris that Pete could ride and whoop and knew everything about horses and cows. Meanwhile Pete, seated on the edge of his cot, was telling the plainclothes men that he was willing to go with them whenever they were ready, stipulating, however, that he wanted to visit the Stockman's Security and Savings Bank first, and as soon as possible. Incidentally, he stubbornly refused to admit that he had anything to do with the killing of Brent, whom the sheriff of Sanborn had finally identified as the aforetime foreman of the Allah. "There's nothing personal about this, young fella," said one of the men as Pete's dark eyes blinked somberly. "It's our business, that's all. And it's a damn crawlin' business," asserted Pete. "You couldn't even let the spider cross over peaceful." "I reckon he earned all he got," said one of the men. "Maybe. But it took 3 fast guns to get him, and he put them out of business first. I'd like to seen some of you rubber-heeled heifers trying to put the irons on him. That kind of talk won't do you no good when you're on the stand, young fella. It ain't likely that Sam Brent was your first job. Your record reads pretty strong for a kid. Meanin' Gary?" "Well, about Gary." Pete fumbled in his shirt. "I got a letter here." He studied the closely written sheet for a few seconds, then his face cleared. "Just run your eye over that. It's from Jim Bailey, who used to be my foreman on the Concho." The officers read the letter, one gazing over the other's shoulder. "Who's this Jim Bailey, anyhow?" "He's a white man, foreman of the Concho, and my boss, Onct." "Well, you're lucky if what he says is so. But that don't square you with the other deal." "There's only one man that could do that," said Pete. "And I reckon he ain't riding where you could get him." "That's all right, Annersley. But even if you didn't get Brent, you were on that job. You were running with a tough bunch." "Who's got my gun?" queried Pete abruptly. "It's over to the station with the rest of your stuff." "Well, it wa'n't a .45 that put Brent out of business. My gun is. You can tell that to the sheriff of Sanborn County. And you'll have a hard time proving that you never packed any other gun." "You say it's the sheriff of Sanborn County that'll be wantin' to know?" "Yes. We're holding you for him." "That's different. I reckon I can talk to him." "Well, you'll get a chance. He's in town, waiting to take you over to Sanborn." "I sure would like to have a talk with him," said Pete. "Would you mind telling him that?" "Why, no. We'll tell him. 'Cause I aim to take a little walk this afternoon," asserted Pete, "and maybe he'd kinda like to keep me calm and why?" "You'll have company, if you take a walk," said one of the detectives significantly. Chapter 40. The Man Downstairs. Pete did not return to the veranda to finish his puzzle game with little Ruth. He smiled rather grimly as he realized that he had a puzzle game of his own to solve. He lay on the cot and his eyes closed as he reviewed the vivid events in his life, from the beginning of the trail, at Concho, to its end, here in El Paso. It seemed to spread out before him like a great map, the desert and its towns, the hills and mesas, trails and highways over which men scurried like black and red ants, commingling, separating, hastening off at queer tangents, meeting in combat, disappearing in crevices, reappearing and setting off again in haste, searching for food, bearing strange burdens, scrambling blindly over obstacles, collectively without seeming purpose, yet individually bent upon some quest, impetuous and headstrong in their strange activities. "And gettin' nowhere," soliloquized Pete, "except in trouble." He thought of the letter from Bailey, and, sitting up, reread it slowly. So Steve Gary had survived, only to meet the inevitable end of his kind. Well, Gary was always hunting trouble. Roth, the storekeeper at Concho, ought to have the number of that gun which Pete packed. If the sheriff of Sanborn was an old-timer, he would know that a man who packed a gun for business reasons did not go round the country experimenting with different makes and calibers. Only the showcase boys in the town swapped guns. Ed Brevoort had always used a Luger. Pete wondered if there had been any evidence of the caliber of the bullet which had killed Brent. If the sheriff were an old-timer, such evidence would not be overlooked. Pete got up and wandered out to the veranda. The place was deserted. He suddenly realized that those who were able had gone to their noon meal. He had forgotten about that. He walked back to his room and sat on the edge of his cot. He was lonesome and dispirited. He was not hungry, but he felt decidedly empty. This was the first time that Doris had allowed him to miss a meal, and it was her fault. She might have called him. But what did she care? In raw justice to her, why should she care? Pete's brooding eyes brightened as Doris came in with a tray. She had thought that he had rather have his dinner there. "I noticed that you did not come down with the others," she said. Pete was angry with himself. Adam-like, he said he wasn't hungry anyhow. "Then I'll take it back," said Doris sweetly. Adam-like, Pete decided that he was hungry. "Miss Gray," he blurted, I'm a doggone shorthorn. I'm going to eat. I sure want to square myself." "For what?" Doris was gazing at him with a serene directness that made him feel that his clothing was several sizes too large for him. He realized that generalities would hardly serve his turn just then. "I was sittin' here feelin' sore at the whole doggone outfit," he explained. "Sore at you, and everybody?" "Well?" said Doris unsmilingly. "I must kin you to forget that I was sore at you." Pete was not ordinarily of an apologetic turn, and he felt that he pretty thoroughly squared himself. "It really doesn't matter," said Doris, as she placed his tray on the table and turned to go. "I reckon you're right." And his dark eyes grew moody again. "There's a man in the reception room waiting to see you," said Doris. "I told him you were having your dinner." "Another one, eh?" "Oh, I was forgettin'. I got a letter from Jim Bailey." Pete fumbled in his shirt, "and I thought maybe, I hope it's good news." "It sure is. Would you mind readin' it to yourself sometime?" "I think I'd rather not," said Doris hesitatingly. Pete's face showed so plainly that he was hurt that Doris regretted her refusal to read the letter. To make matters worse, for himself, Pete asked that exceedingly irritating and youthful question, "Why?" which elicits the distinctly unsatisfactory feminine answer, "Because." That lively team "why" and "because" have run away with more chariots of romance, upset more matrimonial bandwagons, and spilled more beans than all the other questions and answers men and women have uttered since that immemorial hour when Adam made the mistake of asking Eve why she insisted upon his eating an apple right after breakfast. Doris was not indifferent to his request that she read the letter, but she was unwilling to let Pete know it, and a little fearful that he might interpret her interest for just what it was, the evidence of a greater solicitude for his welfare than she cared to have him know. Pete, like most lusty sons of saddle leather, shied at even the shadow of sentiment, in this instance shying at his own shadow. He rode wide of the issue, turning from the pleasant vista of who knows what imaginings, to face the imperative challenge of immediate necessity, which was, first, to eat something, and then to meet the man who waited for him downstairs who, Pete surmised, was the sheriff of Sanborn County. "If you don't mind tellin' him I'll come down as soon as I eat," said Pete as he pulled up a chair. Doris nodded and turned to leave. Pete glanced up. She had not gone. "Your letter," and Doris proffered the letter which he had left on the cot. Pete was about to take it when he glanced up at her. She was smiling at him. "You don't know how funny you look when you frown and act like a spoiled child," she laughed. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" I reckon I am," said Pete, grinning boyishly. "Ashamed of yourself? Nope. A spoiled kid, like you said. And I ain't forgettin' who spoiled me." The letter, the man downstairs and all that his presence implied, past and future possibilities, were forgotten in the brief glance that Doris gave him as she turned in the doorway. And glory be, she had taken the letter with her. Pete gazed about the room to make sure that he was not dreaming. No, the letter had disappeared, and but a moment ago Doris had it. And she still had it. Well, She'll know I got one or two friends, anyhow, reflected Pete as he ate his dinner. When she sees how Jim talks, and what he said Ma Bailey has to say to me, maybe, doggone it. Most like she'll just hand it back and smile and say she's mighty glad, but that ain't no sign that I'm the only guy that ever got shot up, and fixed up, and turned loose by a sure enough angel. Nope. She ain't a angel, she's real folks, like Ma Bailey and Andy and Jim. If I ain't darned careful I'm like to find I done rid my hoss into a gopher hole and got throwed bad. Meanwhile the man downstairs was doing some thinking himself. That morning he had visited police headquarters and inspected Pete's gun and belongings, noting especially the hand-carved holster and the heavy caliber gun, the factory number of which he jotted down in his notebook. Incidentally he had borrowed a Luger automatic from the miscellaneous collection of weapons taken from criminals, assured himself that it was not loaded, and slipped it into his coat pocket. Later he had talked with the officials, visited the Mexican lodging house, where he had obtained a description of the man who had occupied the room with Pete, and stopping at a restaurant for coffee and donuts, had finally arrived at the hospital prepared to hear what young Annersley had to say for himself. Sheriff Jim Owen, unofficially designated as Sonny Jim because of an amiable disposition, which in no way affected his official responsibilities, was a dyed-in-the-wool, hair-cinched, range-branded, double-fisted official, who scorned nickel-plated firearms, hard-boiled hats, fancy drinks, and smiled his contempt for the rubber-heeled methods of the city police. Sheriff Owen had no rubber-heeled tendencies. He was frankness itself, both in peace and in war. It was once said of him, by a lank humorist of Sanborn, that Jim Owen never wasted any time palaverin' when he was flirtin' with death. That he just met you with a gun in one hand and a smile in the other, and you could take your choice, or both, if you was wishful. The sheriff was thinking, his hands crossed upon his rotund stomach and his bowed legs as near crossed as they could ever be without an operation. He was pretty well satisfied that the man upstairs, who that pretty little nurse had said would be down in a few minutes, had not killed Sam Brent. He had a few pertinent reasons for this conclusion. First, Brent had been killed by a .30 caliber, soft-nosed bullet, which the sheriff had in his vest pocket. Then, from what he had been told, he judged that the man who actually killed Brent would not have remained in plain sight in the lodging house window while his companion made his getaway. This act alone seemed to indicate that of the two the man who had escaped was in the greater danger if apprehended, and that young Annersley had generously offered to cover his retreat so far as possible. Then, from the lodging house keeper's description of the other man, Jim Owen concluded that he was either Ed Brevoort or Slim Harper, both of whom were known to have been riding for the Allah. And the sheriff knew something of Brevoort's record. Incidentally, Sheriff Owen also looked up Pete's record. He determined to get Pete's story and compare it with what the newspapers said and see how close this combined evidence came to his own theory of the killing of Brent. He was mentally piecing together possibilities and probabilities, and the exact evidence he had, when Pete walked into the reception room. "Have a chair," said Sheriff Owen. "I got one." "I'm Pete Annersley," said Pete. "Did you want to see me?" "Thought I'd call and introduce myself. I'm Jim Owen to my friends. I'm Sheriff of Sanborn County to others." "All right, Mr. Owen," said Pete, smiling in spite of himself. "That's the idea, only make it Jim. Did you ever use one of these?" And suddenly Sheriff Owen had a Luger automatic in his hand. Pete wondered that a man as fat as the little sheriff could pull a gun so quickly. "Why, no. I ain't got no use for one of them doggone stutterin' smoke wagons." "Here, too," said Owen, slipping the Luger back into his pocket. "Never shot one of 'em in my life. Ever try one?" Pete caught himself on the verge of saying that he had tried Ed Brevoort's Luger once. He realized in a flash how close the sheriff had come to trapping him. "I never took to them automatics," he asserted lamely. Pete had dodged the question. On the face of it this looked as though Pete might have been trying to shield himself by disclaiming any knowledge of that kind of weapon. But Owen knew the type of man he was talking to, knew that he would shield a companion even more quickly than he would shield himself. "Sam Brent was killed by a bullet from a Luger," stated Owen. Pete's face expressed just the faintest shade of relief, but he said nothing. "I got the bullet here in my pocket. Want to see it?" And before Pete could reply, the sheriff fished out the flattened and twisted bullet and handed it to Pete, who turned it over and over, gazing at it curiously. "Spreads out most as big as a .45, said Pete, handing it back. "Yes, but it acts different. Travels faster, and takes more along with it. Lot of 'em used in Texas and across the line. Ever have words with Sam Brent?" "No. Got along with him all right." "Did he pay your wages regular?" "Yes." "Ever have any trouble with a man named Steve Gary?" "Yes, but I know. Used to know the man that got him. Wizard with a gun. Meaner than dirt." "Hold on," said Pete. "He was my friend. To most folks," continued the rotund sheriff. "But I've heard said he'd do anything for a man he liked. Trouble with him was he didn't like anybody." "Maybe he didn't," said Pete indifferently. "Because he couldn't trust anybody. Ever eat ice cream?" "Who, me?" The sheriff smiled and nodded. "Nope. Ma Bailey made some onked, but, let's go out and get some. It's cooling and refreshing and it's ice cream. Got a hat?" "Up in my room." "Go get it. I'll wait." "You mean?" And Pete hesitated. "I don't mean anything. Heard you was going for a walk this afternoon. Thought I'd come along. Want to get acquainted. Lonesome. Nobody to talk to. Get your hat. Suppose I was to make a break, when we get outside?" said Pete. Sheriff Owen smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "That little nurse, the one with the gray eyes, that said you were having dinner, is she your regular nurse?" Pete nodded. "Well, you won't," said the sheriff. "How's that?" queried Pete. "I talked with her. Sensible girl. Break her all up if her patient was to make a break because and the sheriff's eyes ceased to twinkle, although he still smiled, "because I'd have to break you all up. Hate to do it. Hate to make her feel bad." "Oh, shucks," said Pete. "You're right, shucks. That's what you'd look like. I pack a .45, same as you. We can buy a hat, I'll get it." And Pete left the room. He could not quite understand Sheriff Owen. In fact, Pete did not come half so close to understanding him as the sheriff came to understanding Pete. But Pete understood one thing, and that was that Jim Owen was not an easy proposition to fool with. "Now where do we head for?" said Owen as they stood at the foot of the hospital steps. "I was going to the bank, the Stockman's Security. Good bank. You couldn't do better. Know old DH myself. Used to know him better, before he got rich. No, this way. Shortcut. You got to get acquainted with your legs again, eh? Had a close call. A little shaky? I reckon I can make it. Call a cab if you say the word." I figured I could walk," said Pete, biting his lips. But a few more steps convinced him that the sheriff was taking no risk whatever in allowing him his liberty. "Like to see old DH myself," stated the sheriff. "Never rode in a cab in my life. Let's try one." And the sprightly sheriff of Sanborn County straightway hailed a Langer's cabbie who sat dozing on the high seat of a coupe to which was attached the most voluptuous-looking white horse that Pete had ever seen. Evidently the hospital stand was a prosperous center. "We want to go to the Stockman's Security Bank," said the sheriff, as the coupe drew up to the curb. The driver nodded. Pete leaned back against the cushions and closed his eyes. Owen glanced at him and shook his head. There was nothing vicious or brutal in that face. It was not the face of a killer. Pete sat up suddenly. "I was frigid and I was broke," and he turned to Owen. "No. There's $67 and 2 bits of yours over at the station, along with your gun and a bundle of range clothes." "I forgot that. Feel better?" "Fine, when I'm set and still." "Well, we're here. Go right in. I'll wait." Pete entered the bank and inquired for the president, giving the attendant his name in lieu of the card for which he was asked. He was shown in almost immediately, and a man somewhat of the Spider's type assured him that he was the president and, as he spoke, handed Pete a slip of paper such as Pete had never before seen. "You're Peter Annersley?" queried Hodges. "Yes. What's this here?" "It's more money than I'd want to carry with me on the street," said Hodges. Have you anything that might identify you? What's the E-Day? Mr. Ewell had some money with us that he wished transferred to you, in case anything happened to him. I guess you know what happened. Then reflectively, Jim was a queer one. You mean the spider wanted me to have this? Yes. That slip of paper represents just $24,000 in currency. If you'll just endorse it, but it ain't my money, said Pete. You're a fool if you don't take it, young man. From what I have heard you'll need it. It seems that Jim took a fancy to you. Said you had played square with him, about that last deposit, I suppose. You don't happen to have a letter with you, from him, I suppose, do you? I got this, and Pete showed President Hodges the spider's note, which Hodges read and returned. That was like Jim. He wouldn't listen to me. And this was his money? Pete was unable to realize the significance of it all. Yes. Now it's yours. You're lucky. Mighty lucky. Just endorse the draft, right here. I'll have it cashed for you. Write my name? Yes, your full name, here. And I get $24,000 for this. If you want to carry that much around with you, I'd advise you to deposit the draft and draw against it. If it's mine, I reckon I'd like to just get it in my hands oct, anyhow. I'd like to see what that much money feels like. Pete slowly wrote his name, thinking of the spider in Pop Annersley as he did so. Hodges took the draft, pressed a button, and a clerk appeared, took the draft, and presently returned with the money in gold and banknotes of large denomination. When he had gone out, Hodges turned to Pete. What are you going to do with it? It's none of my business, now. But Jim and I were friends, and if I can do anything, I reckon I'll put it back in, to my name, said Pete. I sure ain't scared to leave it with you, for the spider he weren't. Hodges smiled grimly, and pressed a button on his desk. New account, he told the clerk. Pete sighed heavily when the matter had been adjusted, the identification signature slips signed, and the bank book made out in his name. Hodges himself introduced Pete at the teller's window, thanked Pete officially for patronizing the bank, and shook hands with him. Anytime you need funds, just come in, or write to me, said Hodges. Goodbye, and good luck. Pete stumbled out of the bank and down the steps to the sidewalk. He was rich, worth $24,000. But why had the spider left this money to him? Surely the spider had some other friend, or some relative? Step right in, said Sheriff Owen. You look kind of white. Feeling shaky? Some. We want to go to the general hospital, said the sheriff. Pete listened to the deliberate plunk, 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 plunk of the white mare's large and capable feet as the cab whirred softly along the pavement. I suppose you'll be talking me over to Sanborn right soon, he said finally. Well, I expect I ought to get back to my family, said the sheriff. I didn't kill Sam Brent, asserted Pete. I never thought you did, said the sheriff, much to Pete's surprise. Then what's the E-Day of dogging me around like I was a blame coyote? Because you have been traveling in bad company, son. And someone in that said company killed Sam Brent. And I got to stand for it? Looks that way. I've been all kinds of a fool at different times, but I'm not fool enough to ask you who killed Sam Brent. But I advise you to tell the judge and jury when the time comes. That the only way I can square myself? I don't say that. But it will help. Then I don't say. Thought you wouldn't. It's a case of circumstantial evidence. Brent was found in that cactus forest near the station. The same night 2 men rode into Sanborn and left their horses at the livery stable. These men took the train for El Paso, but jumped it at the crossing. Later they were trailed to a rooming house on Alazo Street. One of them, and this is the queer part of it, got away after shooting his partner. The rubber heels in this town say these 2 men quarreled about money, that's about all they know. Ed and me never. You don't mean Ed Brevoort, do you? There's more'n one Ed in this country. There sure is. Old E.H. Hodges, he's Ed, and there's Ed Smalley on the force here, and Ed Cummings, the preacher over to Sanborn. Lots of Eds. See here, son. If you want to get out of a bad hole, the quickest way is for you to tell a straight story. Save us both time. Been visiting with you quite a spell. Reckon we're here, said Pete as the cab stopped. And I reckon you're glad of it. As I was saying, we've been having quite a visit, getting acquainted. Now if you haven't done anything the law can hold you for, the more I know about what you have done the better it will be for you. Think that over. If you can prove you didn't kill Brent, then it's up to me to find out who did. Get a good sleep. I'll drift round sometime tomorrow. Back in his room Pete lay trying to grasp the full significance of the little bank book in his pocket. He wondered who would stop him if he were to walk out of the hospital that evening or the next morning, and leave town. He got up and strode nervously back and forth, fighting a recurrent temptation to make his escape. He happened to glance in the mirror above the washstand. That's the only fella that can stop me, he told himself. And he thought of Ed Brevoort and wondered where Brevoort was, and if he were in need of money. Dr. Andover, making his afternoon rounds, stepped in briskly, glanced at Pete's flushed face, and sitting beside him on the cot, took his pulse and temperature with that professional celerity that makes the busy physician. A little temperature. Been out today? For a couple of hours. Andover nodded. Well, young man, you get right into bed. The surgeon closed the door. Pete undressed grumblingly. Now turn over. I want to look at your back. Thought so. A little feverish. Did you walk much? Nope. We took a rig. I was with the sheriff. I see. Excitement was a little too much for you. You'll have to go slow for a few days. I'm feeling all right, asserted Pete. You think you are? How's your appetite? I ain't hungry. Andover nodded. You'd better keep off your feet tomorrow. Shucks, Doc. I'm sick of this here place. Andover smiled. Well, just between ourselves, so am I. I've been here 8 years. By the way, how would you like to take a ride with me, next Thursday? I expect to motor out to Sanborn. In that machine I see new in the other day? Yes. New car. I'd like to try her out on a good straightaway, and there's a pretty fair road up on this end of the mesa. I'd sure like to go. Say, Doc, how much does one of them automobiles cost? Oh, about $3,000, without extras. How fast can you go? Depends on the road. My car is guaranteed to do 75 on the level. Some stepper. You could get to Sanborn and back in a couple of hours. Not quite. I figure it about a 4-hour trip. I'd be glad to have you along. Friend of mine tells me there's a thoroughbred saddle horse there that is going to be sold at auction. I've been advertising for a horse for my daughter. You might look him over and tell me what you think of him. I reckon I know him already, said Pete. How's that? 'Cause they's no thoroughbred stock around Sanborn. If it's the one I'm thinking about, it was left there by a friend of mine. Oh, I see. I remember, now. Sanborn is where you, took the train for El Paso? We left our hosses there, same as the paper said. H.M. Well, I suppose the horse is to be sold for charges. Sheriff's sale, I understand. Oh, you're safe on buying him all right. And he sure is a good one. Well, I'll speak to the chief. I imagine he'll let you go with me. Pete shook his head. Nope. He wouldn't even if he had the say. But the sheriff of Sanborn County has kind of invited me to go over there for a spell. I guess you figured on leaving here in a couple of days. He can't take you till I certify that you're able to stand the journey, said Andover brusquely. Well, he's coming tomorrow. I'm dead sick of staying here. Can't you tell him I can travel? We'll see how you feel tomorrow. Hello. Here's Ms. Gray. What, 6 o'clock? I had no idea. Yes, a little temperature, Ms. Gray. Too much excitement. A little surface inflammation, nothing serious. A good night's rest and he'll be a new man. Good night. Pete was glad to see Doris. Her mere presence was restful. He sighed heavily, glanced up at her and smiled. A little soup, Ms. Gray. It's awful exciting. Slight surface inflammation on them boiled beets. Nothing serious, they ain't scorched. A good night's rest and the cook'll be a new man tomorrow. Doc Andover is sure all right, But I always feel like he was wearing kid gloves and was afraid of getting 'em dirty, every time he comes in." Doris was not altogether pleased by Pete's levity and her face showed it. She did not smile, but rearranged the things on the tray in a preoccupied manner, and asked him if there was anything else he wanted. "Lemme see." Pete frowned prodigiously. "Got salt and pepper and butter and sugar, but I reckon you forgot something that I'm wantin' a whole lot." "What is it?" "You're forgettin' to smile. I read that letter from Mr. Bailey." "I'm mighty glad you did, Miss Gray. I wanted you to know what was in that letter. You'd sure like Ma Bailey, and Jim and Andy. Andy was my partner, afore I had the trouble with Steve Gary. No use trying to step round it now. I reckon you know all about it. And you will be going back to them, to your friends on the ranch?" "Well, I aim to. I got to go over to Sanborn first." "Sanborn? Do you mean?" "Just what you're thinkin', Miss Gray. I seen a spell back how you was wonderin' that I could josh about my grub, in Doc Andover. Well, I got in bad, and I ain't blamin' nobody, and I ain't blamin' myself, and that's why I ain't hangin' my head about anything I done. And I ain't kickin' because I got started on the wrong foot. I'm figurin' how I can get started on the other foot, and keep goin'. But why should you tell me about these things? I can't help you. And it seems terrible to think about them. If I were a man, like Dr. Andover, I reckon you're right," said Pete. "I got no business loadin' you up with all my troubles. I'm going to quit it. Only you've been kinda like a partner, and it sure was lonesome, layin' here and thinking about everything, and not saying a word to nobody. But I just want you to know that I didn't kill Sam Brent, but I sure would've got him, if somebody hadn't been a flash quicker than me, that night. Brent was after the money we was packin', and he meant business." "You mean that someone killed him in self-defense?" "That's the idea. It was him or us." "Then why don't you tell the police that?" "I sure aim to. But what they want to know is who the fellow was that got Brent. But the papers say that the other man escaped." "Which is right." "And you won't tell who he is?" "Nope." "But why not, if it means your own freedom?" "Maybe because they wouldn't believe me anyhow." "I don't think that is your real reason." "Oh, I forgot to return your letter. I'll bring it next time. I'll be goin' Thursday. Doc Andover he's goin' over to Sanborn and he asked me to go along with him." "You mean, to stay?" "For a spell, anyhow. But I'm comin' back." Doris glanced at her wristwatch and realized that it was long past the hour for the evening meal. "I'm going out to my sister's tomorrow, for the day. I may not see you before you leave." Pete sat up. "Shucks. Well, I ain't sayin' thanks for what you done for me, Miss Gray. Thanks sounds plumb starvine poor and rattlin', side of what I want to tell you. I be a'most willin' to get shot agin." "Don't say that!" exclaimed Doris. "I would be shakin' hands with you," said Pete. "But this here is just adios, for I'm sure comin' back." Chapter 41. A Land Familiar. The following day Pete had a long talk with Sheriff Owen, a talk which resulted in the sheriff's accompanying Andover and Pete on their desert journey to Sanborn. Incidentally, Pete gave his word that he would not try to escape. It was significant, however, that the little sheriff expressed a preference for the back seat, even before Andover, who had invited him to make the journey, asked him if he cared to ride in front. The sheriff's choice was more a matter of habit than preference, for, alone upon the ample seat of the touring car, he was shuttled ignominiously from side to side and bounced and jolted until, during a stop for water, he informed Andover that he sure would have to pull leather to stay with the car. The surgeon, a bit inclined to show off, did not hesitate to step on her, when the going was at all good. And anyone familiar with the road from El Paso to Sanborn is aware of just how good even the best going is. Anyone unfamiliar with that road is to be congratulated. Pete enjoyed the ride, as it brought him once more into the open country. The car whirred on and on. It seemed to him as though he were speeding from a nightmare of brick and stone and clambering to the wide and sun-swept spaces of a land familiar and yet strange. They reached Sanborn about noon, having made about 150 miles in something like 4 hours. After a wash and a meal at the hotel, They strolled over to the livery stable to inspect the horse that Andover thought of buying. A small crowd had collected at the stables, as the auction was advertised to take place that afternoon. The sheriff himself started the bidding on the thoroughbred, followed by the liveryman, who knew about what he could get for the horse in El Paso. Andover raised his bid, which was quickly raised in turn by the sheriff. Pete realized that Andover really wanted the horse and told him quietly to drop out when the bidding reached 200, shrewdly estimating that neither the liveryman nor the sheriff would go beyond that figure, as neither of them really wanted the horse save as a speculation. Then, if you want him, raise 25, and you get a mighty good horse for 100 less than he's worth. I know him. He's no good work in cattle, but he's one fine trail horse for straight goin'. And he's as gentle as your grandmother. The bidding ran to 175, when there was a pause. The sheriff had dropped out. The liveryman, conferring with his partner, was about to bid when Andover jumped the price to 250. I'm through, said the liveryman. Sold to, name, please. Sold to Dr. John Andover for $250, said the auctioneer. Then, after a facetious dissertation on thoroughbreds as against cowponies, Blue Smoke was led out. Pete's face went red. Then he paled. He had not forgotten that Blue Smoke was to be sold, but he had taken it for granted that he would be allowed to reclaim him. Pete stepped over to the sheriff and was about to enter a protest, offer to pay the board bill against Blue Smoke, when the bidding began with an offer of $25. This was quickly run up to 75 when Pete promptly bid 100, which was a fair auction price, although every man there knew that Blue Smoke was worth more. I'm bid 125, cried the auctioneer, as a young, bow-legged cowboy raised Pete's bid. 150, said Pete without hesitation. The sheriff glanced at Pete, wondering if he would borrow the money from Andover to make good his bid. But Pete was watching the auctioneer's gavel, which happened to be a short piece of rubber garden hose. Third and last chance, said the auctioneer. Nobody want that pony as a present? All right, goin', I say. Goin', I say again. Gone. Be gosh. At $150, to that young gent over there that looks like he could ride him. What's the name? Pete Annersley. Several in the crowd turned and gazed curiously at Pete. But Pete's eyes were upon Blue Smoke, his horse, the horse that had carried him faithfully so many desert miles, a cowpony that could follow a mountain trail all day and finish, a step in high. Much obliged for your advice about the thoroughbred, said Andover as he stepped close to Pete. Is that the pony you used to ride? He sure is. Say, Doc, I got the money to pay for him, but would you mind writing out a check? I ain't wise to this bankin' business yet. Why, no. I'll do that. Of course, I'm a little short myself. New car, and this horse for my daughter. But I think I can manage. You want to borrow 150? Say, Doc, you got me wrong. I got the Mackins all right, but I don't just sabe rollin' 'em. Pete dug into his coat pocket and fetched up a checkbook. Same as you paid for your house with. This is Stockman's Security. You have an account there? That's what the president was calling it. I call it dough. I got the book. And Pete dug into his pocket again, watching Andover's face as that astonished individual glanced at the deposit to Pete's credit. Well, you're the limit. And the doctor whistled. What will you spring next? Oh, it's mine, all right. A friend was leaving it to me. He's crossed over. ISEE. $24,000. Young man, that's more money than I ever had at one time in my life. Same here, and Pete grinned. But it don't worry me none. I'll make out the check for you. And Andover pulled out his fountain pen and stepped over to the auctioneer's stand. Pete signed the check and handed it to the auctioneer. Don't know this man, said the auctioneer, as he glanced at the signature. I'll endorse it, volunteered Andover quickly. All right, Doc. And Andover, whose account was as close to being overdrawn as it could be and still remain an account, endorsed the check of a man worth $24,000, and his endorsement was satisfactory to the auctioneer. So much for professional egoism and six-cylinder prestige. Sheriff Owen, who had kept a mild eye on Pete, had noted this transaction. After Blue Smoke had been returned to the stables, he took occasion to ask Pete if he were still a partner, to the understanding that he was on his honor not to attempt to escape. "I figured that deal was good till I got here," said Pete bluntly. "Just so, son. That's where my figuring stopped, likewise. Too much open country. If you once threw a leg over that blue roan, I can see where some of us would do some riding. If I'd been thinkin' of leavin' new, it would have been afore we got here, Sheriff. So it's Sheriff now, and not Jim, eh? It sure is, if you're thinkin' of lockin' me up. You treated me white back there in El Paso, so I'm tellin' you that if you lock me up, and I get a chanked, I'll sure vamos." Pete's assertion did not seem to displease the sheriff in the least. To the contrary, he smiled affably. "That's fair enough. And if I don't lock you up, but let you stay over to the hotel, you'll hang around town till this thing is settled, eh?" "I sure will. Will you shake on that?" Pete thrust out his hand. "That goes, Jim. Now you're talking sense, Pete. Reckon you better run along and see what the doc wants. He's waving to you." Andover sat in his car, drawing on his gloves. "I've arranged to have the horse shipped to me by express. If you don't mind, I wish you would see that he is loaded properly and that he has food and water before the car leaves. That isn't." Andover cleared his throat. "If you're around town tomorrow. The sheriff seems to allow you a pretty free hand, possibly because I assured him that you were not physically fit to, ride a horse. Since I saw that bank book of yours, I've been thinking more about your case. If I were you, I would hire the best legal talent in El Paso, and fight that case to a finish. You can pay for it." "You mean for me to hire a lawyer to tell him I didn't kill Sam Brent?" "Not exactly that, but hire a lawyer to prove to the judge and jury that you didn't kill him. Then a fella's got to pay to prove he didn't do something that he's arrested for, and never done. Often enough. And he's lucky if he has the money to do it. Think it over, and let me know how you are getting along. Ms. Gray will be interested also." "All right. Thanks, Doc. I ain't forgetting you folks." Andover waved his hand as he swung the car round and swept out of town. Pete watched him as he sped out across the mesa. Sheriff Owen was standing in the livery stable door across the street as Pete turned and started toward him. Midway across the street, Pete felt a sharp pain shoot through his chest. It seemed as though the air had been suddenly shut from his lungs and that he could neither speak nor breathe. He heard an exclamation and saw Owen coming toward him. Owen, who had seen him stop and sway, was asking a question. A dim blur of faces, an endless journey along a street and up a narrow stairway, and Pete lay staring at yellow wallpaper heavily sprinkled with impossible blue roses. Owen was giving him whiskey, a sip at a time. "How do you feel now?" queried the sheriff. "I'm all right. Something caught me quick, out there. Your lungs have been working overtime. Too much fresh air all at once. You'll feel better tomorrow. I reckon you won't have to set up and watch the front door," said Pete, smiling faintly. "Or the back door. You're in the Sanborn house, room 11, second floor, and there's only one other floor and that's downstairs. If you want anything, just pound on the floor. They'll understand. About paying for my board, that's all right. I got your money, and your other stuff that I might need for evidence. Take it easy." "Reckon I'll get up," said Pete. "I'm all right now. Better wait till I come back from the office. Be back about 6. Got to write some letters. Your case, called next Thursday." And Sheriff Owen departed, leaving Pete staring at yellow wallpaper sprinkled with blue roses. Chapter 42. Oh, say 2000. Just 1 week from the day on which Pete arrived in Sanborn, he was sitting in the witness chair, telling an interested judge and jury, and a more than interested attorney for the defense, the story of his life, every hour of which, the attorney for the defense shrewdly observed in addressing the court, has had a bearing upon the case. Pete spoke quietly and at times with considerable unconscious humor. He held back nothing save the name of the man who had killed Brent, positively refusing to divulge Brevoort's name. His attitude was convincing, and his story straightforward and apparently without a flaw, despite a spirited cross-examination by the state. The trial was brief, brisk, and marked by no wrangling. Sheriff Owen's testimony, while impartial, rather favored the prisoner than otherwise. In his address to the jury, Pete's attorney made no appeal in respect to the defendant's youth, his struggle for existence, or the defendant's willingness to stand trial, for Pete had unwittingly made that appeal himself in telling his story. The attorney for the defense summed up briefly, thanking the jury for listening to him, and then suddenly whirled and pointed his finger at the sheriff. "I ask you as sheriff of Sanborn County why you allowed the defendant his personal liberty, unguarded and unattended, pending this trial." "Because he gave his word that he would not attempt to escape," said Sheriff Owen. "That's it!" cried the attorney. "The defendant gave his word. And if Sheriff Owen, accustomed as he is to reading character in a man, was willing to take this boy's word as a guarantee of his presence here, on trial for his life, is there a man among us who, having heard the defendant testify, is willing to stand up and say that he doubts the defendant's word? If there is, I should like to look at that man. No. Gentlemen, I would ask you to recall the evidence contained in the letter written by former employers of the defendant, substantiating my assertion that this boy has been the victim of circumstances, and not the victim of perverse or vicious tendencies. Does he look like a criminal? Does he act like a criminal? I ask you to decide." The jury was out but a few minutes, when they filed into court and returned a verdict of not guilty. The attorney for the defense shook hands with Pete, and gathered up his papers. Outside the courtroom several of the jury expressed a desire to make Pete's acquaintance, curiously anxious to meet the man who had known the notorious Spider personally. Pete was asked many questions. One juror, a big, bluff cattleman, even offered Pete a job, in case he thought of punching cattle again, instead of studying law, averring that Pete was already a better lawyer than that shark from El Paso, at any turn of the trial. Finally the crowd dwindled to Owen, the El Paso lawyer, two of Owen's deputies, and Pete, who suggested that they go over to the hotel until train time. When Pete came to pay the attorney, whom Andover had secured following a letter from Pete, the attorney asked Pete how much he could afford. Pete, too proud to express ignorance, and feeling mightily impressed by the other's ability, said he would leave it to him. "Well, including expenses, say $2,000, said the attorney. Pete wrote the check and managed to conceal his surprise at the amount, which the attorney had mentioned in such an offhand way. "I'm thanking you for what you done," said Pete. "Don't mention it. Now, I'm no longer your legal advisor, Annersley, and I guess you're glad of it. But if I were, I'd suggest that you go to some school and get an education. No matter what you intend to do later, you will find that an education will be extremely useful, to say the least. I worked my way through college, tended furnaces in winter and cut lawns in summer. And from what Andover tells me, you won't have to do that. Well, I think I'll step over to the station, train's due about now. You'll tell Doc Andover how it come out? Of course. He'll want to know. Take care of yourself. Goodbye." Owen and his deputies strolled over to the station with the El Paso attorney. Pete, standing out in front of the hotel, saw the train pull in and watched the attorney step aboard. "First, Doc Andover says to hire a good lawyer, which I done, and good ones sure come high." Pete sighed heavily, then grinned. "Well, say 2,000, just like that. Then the lawyer says to get a education. Wonder if I was to get a education what the professor would be telling me to do next. Most like he'd be telling me to learn preachin' or something. Then if I was to get to be a preacher, I reckon all I could do next would be to go to heaven. Shucks. Arizona's good enough for me." But Pete was not thinking of Arizona alone, of the desert, the hills and the mesas, the canyons and arroyos, the illimitable vistas and the color and vigor of that land. Persistently there rose before his vision the trim, young figure of a nurse who had wonderful gray eyes. "I'm sure goin' loco," he told himself. "But I ain't so loco that she's goin' to know it." "I suppose you'll be hitting the trail over the hill right soon," said Owen as he returned from the station and seated himself in one of the ample chairs on the hotel veranda. "Have a cigar?" Pete shook his head. "They're all right. That El Paso lawyer smokes 'em. They ought to be all right, asserted Pete. "Did he touch you pretty hard?" "Oh, say 2,000, just like that." The sheriff whistled. "Shooting scrapes come high. Oh, I ain't sore at him. What makes me sore is this here law that sticks a fella up and takes his money, making him pay for something he never done. A poor man would have a fine chance, fighting a rich man in court, now, wouldn't he? There's something in that. The law, as it stands, is all right. Maybe. But she don't stand any too steady when a poor man wants to fork her and ride out of trouble. He's got to have a morale full of grain to get her to stand, and even then she's like to pitch him if she gets a chanked. I figure she's a bronco that never was broke right." "Well," and Owen smiled, "we got pitched this time. We lost our case." "You kinda stepped up on the wrong side," laughed Pete. "I don't know about that. Somebody killed Sam Brent." "I reckon they did. But supposin', speakin' kinda offhand, that you had the fella, and say I was witness, and swore the fella killed Brent in self-defense, where would he get off?" "That would depend entirely on his reputation, and yours." "How about the reputation of the fellow that was killed?" "Well, it was Brent's reputation that got you off today, as much as your own. Brent was foreman for the Spider, which put him in bad from the start, and he was a much older man than you. He was the kind to do just what you said he did, try to hold you up and get the Spider's money. It was a mighty lucky thing for you that you managed to get that money to the bank before they got you. You were riding straight all right, only you were on the wrong side of the fence, and I guess you knew it." "I sure did." "Well, it ain't for me to tell you which way to head in. You know what you're doing. You've got what some folks call character, and plenty of it. But you're wearing a reputation that don't fit. Same as clothes, eh?" And Pete grinned. "Yes. And you can change them, if you want to change 'em. But that there character part stays just the same, eh?" "Yes. You can't change that." "Don't know as I want to. But I'm sure goin' to get into my other clothes, and take the trail over the hill that you was talking about. There are 6 ways to travel from here," and the sheriff's eyes twinkled. "6? Now I figured about 4. 6. When it comes to direction, the old hippies had us beat by a couple of trails. They figured east, west, north, and south, straight down and straight up." "I get you, Jim. Well, mine never did interest me none, and as for flyin', I sure been popped as high as I want to go. I reckon I'll just let my hoss have his head. I reckon him and me has got about the same idea of what looks good." "That pony of yours has never been in El Paso, has he?" queried the sheriff. "Nope. Reckon it would be mighty interesting for him, and the folks that always figured a sidewalk was just for folks and not for hosses, but I ain't looking for excitement, nohow. Reckon that Blue Roan will give you all you want, any way you ride. He hasn't been ridden since you left him here." "Yes, and it sure makes me sore." Doc Andover said I was to keep off a hoss for a week yet. Sanborn is all right, but setting on that hotel porch looking at it ain't. "Well, I'd do what the doc says, just the same. He ought to know." "I see, he ought to. He sure prospected round inside me enough to know how things are. You might come over to my office when you get tired of sitting around here. There ain't anything much to do, but I've got a couple of old law books that might interest you, and a few novels, and if you want some real excitement I got an old dictionary that El Paso lawyer was telling me I ought to get a education. Don't know but what this is a good shanked. But I reckon I'll try one of them novels first. Maybe when I get that broke to gentle I can kinda ride over and fork one of them law books without getting throwed afore I get my spurs hooped and good. But I sure don't aim to take no quick chances, even if you are riding herd for me." That lawyer was right, Pete. And if I had your chance, money, and no responsibilities, at your age, I wouldn't have waited to pack my war bag to go to college. "Well, I figured you was educated, all right." "Why, that there lawyer was saying right out in court about you being intelligent and well-informed, and readin' character. He was spreading it on thick, Pete. Regular stuff. What little I know I got from observation, and a little reading. Well, I aim to do some looking around myself. But when it comes to readin' books, Reckon I'll let you take Robinson Crusoe, it's a bedrock story. And if you finish it before you leave, I'll bet you a new Stetson that you'll ask for another. I could easy win that hat, and Pete grinned. Not half as easy as you could afford to lose it. Meaning I could buy one most any time? No. I'll let you figure out what I meant. And the sturdy little sheriff heaved himself out of a most comfortable chair and waddled up the street, while Pete stared after him trying to reconcile bow legs and reading books, finally arriving at the conclusion that education, which he had hitherto associated with high collars and helplessness, might perhaps be acquired without loss of self-respect. It sure hadn't spoiled Jim Owen, who was as much of a real man as any of 'em and could handle talk a whole lot better than most men who boasted legs like his. Why, even that El Paso lawyer had complimented Owen on his concise and eloquent summary of his findings against the defendant. And Pete reflected that his lawyer had not thrown any bouquets at anyone else in that courtroom. Just how much a little gray-eyed nurse in El Paso had to do with Pete's determination to browse in those alien pastures is a matter for speculation, but a matter which did not trouble Pete in the least, because it never occurred to him, evident in his confession to Andy White, months later, "I sure went to it with my head down and my ears laid back, talking the fences just as they come, without stopping to look for no gate. I sure jags myself on the top wire, frequent, but I never let that there Robinson Crusoe cuss get out of sight till I run him into his home corral along with that there man-eatin' nigger of his'n." So it would seem that not even the rustle of skirts was heard in the land as Pete made his first wild ride across the pleasant pastures of romance, for Doris had no share in this adventure, and, we are told, the dusky ladies of that carnivorous isle did not wear them. Chapter 43. A New Hat, a New Trail. The day before Pete left Sanborn he strolled over to the sheriff's office and returned the old and battered copy of Robinson Crusoe, which he had finished reading the night previous. "I read her, clean through," asserted Pete, "but I'd never made the grade if you hadn't put me wise to that there dictionary. Gosh! I never knowed there was so many ornery words bedded down in that there book." "What do you think of the story?" queried the sheriff. "If that Robinson Crusoe guy had only had a hoss instead of a bunch of goats, he sure could have made them natives ramble. And he sure took a whole lot of time blamin' himself for his hard luck, always a-settin' back, kinda waitin' for somethin', instead of layin' out in the brush and poppin' at them niggers. He wa'n't any too handy at readin' a trail, neither. But he made the grade, and that there Friday was sure one white nigger." "Want to tackle another story?" queried Owen, as he put the book back on the shelf. "If it's all the same to you, I'd just as soon read this one over again. I was trailin' that old Crusoe hombre so cost I didn't get time to set up and take in the scenery." In his eagerness to reread the story Pete had forgotten about the wager. Owen's eyes twinkled as he studied Pete's face. "We had a bet," said Owen. "That's right. I plumb forgot about that. You said you bet me a new hat that I'd ask you for another book. Well, what you grinnin' at, anyhow? 'Cause you done stuck me for a new lit. Oh, I get you. You said another book, and I'm wantin' to read the same one over again. Shucks. I ain't going to forfeit you just because you rid into a loop playin' in the tall grass where neither of us seen it. I lose on a technicality. I ought to lose. Now if I had bet you a new hat that you would want to keep on reading instead of that you'd ask for another book, but this ain't no law court, Jim. It was what you was meaning that counts. Serves me right. I was preaching to you about education, and I'm game to back up the idea, even if I did let my foot slip. Come on over to Jennings's with me and I'll get that hat." "All right." And Pete rolled a smoke as the sheriff picked up several addressed letters and tucked them in his pocket. "I was going over to the post office, anyway." They crossed to the shady side of the street, the short, ruddy little sheriff and the tall, dark cowboy, each more noticeable by contrast, yet neither consciously aware of the curious glances cast at them by occasional townsfolk, some of whom were small enough to suspect that Pete and the sheriff had collaborated in presenting the evidence which had made Pete a free man, and that they were still collaborating, as they seemed very friendly toward each other. Pete tried on several hats and finally selected one. "Let's see how it looks on you," he said, handing it to the sheriff. "I don't know how she looks." Owen tried the hat on, turning to look into the mirror at the end of the counter. Pete casually picked up the sheriff's old hat and glanced at the size. "Reckon I'll take it," said Pete, as Owen returned it. "This here one of mine never did fit too good." It was Andy's hat. Certain male gossips who infested the groceries, pool halls, and post office of Sanborn, shook their heads and talked gravely about bribery and corruption and politics and whatnot, when they learned that the sheriff had actually bought a hat for that young outlaw that he was so mighty thick with. And it weren't no fairy story neither. Bill Jennings sold the hat hisself, and the sheriff paid for it, and that young Annersley walked out of the store with said hat on his head. Yes, sir. Things looked mighty queer. Things woulda looked a mighty sight queerer if he'd a walked out with it on his foot, suggested a friend of Owen's who had been buttonholed and told the alarming news. Meanwhile Pete attended to his own business, which was to get his few things together, pay his hotel bill, settle his account with the sheriff, which included cab hire in El Paso, and write a letter to Doris Gray, the latter about the most difficult task he had ever faced. He thought of making her some kind of present, but his innate good sense cautioned him to forego that pleasure for a while, for in making her a present he might also make a mistake, and Pete was becoming a bit cautious about making mistakes, even though he did think that that green velvet hat with a yellow feather, in the millinery store in Sanborn, was about the most high-toned latest sky piece that he had ever beheld. Pete contented himself with buying a new Stetson for Sheriff Owen, to be delivered after Pete had left town. Next morning, long before the inhabitants of Sanborn had thrown back their blankets, Pete was saddling Blue Smoke, frankly amazed that the pony had shown no evidence of his erstwhile early morning activities. He wondered if the horse were sick. Blue Smoke looked a bit fat, and his eye was dull, but it was the dullness of resentment rather than of poor physical condition. Well fed, and without exercise, Blue Smoke had become more or less logy, and he looked decidedly disinterested in life as Pete cautiously pulled up the front cinch. "He's too doggone quiet to suit me," Pete told the stableman. "He's thinkin'," suggested that worthy facetiously. "So am I," asserted Pete, not at all facetiously. Out in the street Pete cheeked Blue Smoke, and swung up quickly, expecting the pony to go to it, but Smoke merely turned his head and gazed at the livery with a sullen eye. He sad to leave his boarding house, and Pete touched Smoke with the spur. Smoke further surprised Pete by striking into a mild cow trot, as they turned the corner and headed down the long road at the end of which glimmered the far brown spaces, slowly changing in color as the morning light ran slanting toward the west. Nothing to do but go, reflected Pete, still a trifle suspicious of Blue Smoke's gentlemanly behavior. The sun felt warm to Pete's back. The rein chains jingled softly. The saddle creaked a rhythmic complaint of recent disuse. Pete, who had said goodbye to the sheriff the night before, turned his face toward the open with a good, and almost too good, horse between his knees and a new outlook upon the old familiar ranges and their devious trails. Past a somber forest of cacti, shot with myriad angling shadows, desolate and forbidding, despite the open sky and the morning sun, Pete rode slowly, peering with eyes aslant at the dense growth close to the road, struggling to ignore the spot. Despite his determination, he could not pass without glancing fearsomely as though he half expected to see something there, something to identify the spot as that shadowy place where Brent had stood that night. Blue Smoke, hitherto as amiably disposed to take his time as was Pete himself, shied suddenly. Through habit, Pete jabbed him with the spur, to straighten him back in the road again. Pete had barely time to mutter an audible "I thought so," when Blue Smoke humped himself. Pete slackened to the first wild lunge, grabbed off his hat and swung it as Blue Smoke struck at the air with his 4 feet, as though trying to climb an invisible ladder. Pete swayed back as the horse came down in a mighty leap forward, and hooking his spurs in the cinch, rocked to each leap and lunge like a leaf caught up in a desert whirlwind. When Pete saw that Smoke's first fine frenzy had about evaporated, he urged him to further endeavors with the spurs, but Blue Smoke only grunted and dropped off into a most becoming and gentlemanly lope. And Pete was not altogether displeased. His back felt as though it had been seared with a branding iron, and the range to the west was heaving most indecorously, cavorting around the horizon as though strangely excited by Blue Smoke's sudden and seemingly unaccountable behavior. "I reckon we're both feeling better," Pete told the pony. "I needed just that kind of a jolt to feel like I was living again. But you needn't be in such a doggone hurry to go and tell your friends how good you're feeling. Just come down off that lope. We got all day to get there." Blue Smoke shook his head as Pete pulled him to a trot. The cactus forest was behind them. Ahead lay the open, warm brown in the sun, and across it ran a dwindling grayish line, the road that ran east and west across the desert, a good enough road as desert roads go. But Pete, despite his satisfaction in being out in the open again, grew somewhat tired of its monotonously even wagon-rotted width, and longed for a trail, a faint, meandering trail that would swing from the road, dip into a sand arroyo, edge slanting up the farther bank, wriggle round a cluster of small hills, shoot out across a mesa, and climb slowly toward those hills to the west, finally to contort itself into serpentine switchbacks as it sought the crest, and once on the crest, which was in reality but the visible edge of another great mesa, there would be grass for a horse and cedar wood for a fire, and water with which to make coffee. Pete had planned that his first night should be spent in the open, with no other companions than the friendly stars. As for Blue Smoke, well, a horse is the best kind of a pal for a man who wishes to be alone, a pal who takes care of himself, never complains of weariness, and eats what he finds to eat with soulful satisfaction. Pete made his first night's camp as he had planned, hobbled Blue Smoke, and, having eaten, he lay resting, his head on his saddle and his gaze fixed upon the far glory of the descending sun. The sweet, acrid fragrance of cedar smoke, the feel of the wind upon his face, the contented munching of his pony, the white radiance of the stars that came quickly, and that indescribable sense of being at one with the silences, awakened memories of many an outland campfire, when as a boy he had journeyed with the horse trader, or when Pop Annersley and he had hunted deer in the Blue Range. And it seemed to Pete that that had been but yesterday, with a pretty ornery kind of a dream in between, he told himself. As the last faint light faded from the west and the stars grew big, Pete thanked those same friendly stars that there would be a tomorrow, with sunlight, silence, and a lone trail to ride. Another day and he would reach old Flores' place in the canyon, but Boca would not be there. Then he would ride to Showdown. Someone would be at the Spider's place. He could get feed for his horse. And the next day he would ride to the Blue and camp at the old cabin. Another day and he would be at the Concho. Andy, and Jim, and Ma Bailey would be surprised. No, he hadn't come back to stay. Just dropped in to say hello. Pete smiled faintly as a coyote shrilled his eternal plaint. This was something like it. The trembling Pleiades grew blurred. Chapter 44. The Old Trail. The following afternoon Pete, stiff and weary from his 2 days' ride, entered the southern end of Flores' canyon and followed the trail along the stream bed, now dry and edged with crusted alkali, until he came within sight of the adobe. In the half-light of the late afternoon he could not distinguish objects clearly, but he thought he could discern the posts of the pole corral and the roof of the meager stable. Nearer he saw that there was no smoke coming from the mud chimney of the adobe, and that the garden patch was overgrown with weeds. No one answered his call as he rode up and dismounted. He found the place deserted and he recalled the Mexican woman's prophecy. He pushed open the sagging door and entered. There was the oilcloth-covered table and the chairs, a broken box in the middle of the room, an old installment house catalog, from which the colored prints had been torn, an empty bottle, and in the kitchen were the rusted stove and a few battered and useless cooking utensils. An odor of stale grease pervaded the place. In the narrow bedroom, Boca's room, was a colored fashion plate pinned on the wall. Pete shrugged his shoulders and stepped out. Night was coming swiftly. He unsaddled Blue Smoke and hobbled him. The pony strayed off up the stream bed. Pete made a fire by the corral, ate some beans which he warmed in a can, drank a cup of coffee, and, raking together some coarse dried grass, turned in and slept until the sound of his pony's feet on the rocks of the stream bed awakened him. He smelt dawn in the air, although it was still dark in the canyon, and having in mind the arid stretch between the canyon and Showdown, he made breakfast. He caught up his horse and rode up the trail toward the desert. On the mesa edge he recinched his saddle and turned toward the north. Flores, who with his wife was living at the Spider's place, recognized him at once and invited him in. "What hit this here town, anyhow?" queried Pete. "I didn't see a soul as I come through." Flores shrugged his shoulders. "The vaqueros from over there," and he pointed toward the north, "they came, and now there is but this left," and he indicated the saloon. "The others they have gone. Cleaned out the town, eh? Reckon that was the T-Barty and the boys from the Blue and the Concho. How'd they come to miss you? I am old, and my wife is old, and after they had drank the wine, leaving but little for us, they laughed and said that we might stay and be damned, that we were too old to steal cattle. Cleaned her out reg'lar. How's the señora?" Flores touched his forehead. "She is thinking of Boca, and no one else does she know. Gone loco, eh? Well, she ain't so bad off at that, seeing as you're livin' yet. No, I ain't comin' in. But you can sell me some tortillas, if you got any. It will be night soon. If the señor, go ask the señora if she has got any tortillas to sell. I wouldn't bush in there on a bet. Don't you worry about my health. We are poor, señor. We have this place, and the things, but of the money I know nothing. My wife she has hidden it. She ain't so crazy as you think, if that's so. Do you run this place, or are you just starvin' to death here? There is still a little wine, and we buy what we may need of Mescalero. If you will come in." So they mistold Mescalero. "Well, he's lucky. No, I don't come in. I tried boardin' at your house onct. Then I will get the tortillas." And Flores shuffled into the saloon. Presently he returned with a half-dozen tortillas wrapped up in an old newspaper. Pete tossed him $1, and packing the tortillas in his saddle pockets, gazed round at the town, the silent and deserted houses, the empty street, and finally at the Spider's place. Old Flores stood in the doorway staring at Pete with drink-blurred eyes. Pete hesitated. He thought of dismounting and going in and speaking to Flores's wife. But no. It would do neither of them any good. Flores had intimated that she had gone crazy. And Pete did not want to talk of Boca, nor hear her name mentioned. Boca's where she ain't worryin' about anybody, he reflected as he swung round and rode out of town. Once before he had camped in the same draw, a few miles west of Showdown, and Blue Smoke seemed to know the place, for he had swung from the trail of his own accord, striding straight to the waterhole. "And if you keep on actin' polite," Pete told the pony as he hobbled him that evening, "you'll get a good reputation, like Jim Owen said, which is plumb necessary, if you and me's goin' to be pals. But if gettin' a good reputation is goin' to spoil your wind or legs any, why, just keep on bein' ornery, which Jim was tellin' me is called character." As Pete hardened to the saddle and Blue Smoke hardened to the trail, they traveled faster and farther each day, until, on the Blue Mesa, where the pony grazed and Pete squatted beside his night fire in the open, they were but a half-day's journey from the Concho. Pete almost regretted that their journey must come to an end. But he could not go on meandering about the country without a home and without an object in life, that was pure loafing. Pete might have excused himself on the ground that he needed just this sort of thing after his serious operation, but he was honest with himself, admitting that he felt fit to tackle almost any kind of hard work, except perhaps writing letters, for he now thought well enough of himself to believe that Doris Gray would answer his letter to her from Sanborn. And of course he would answer her letter, and if he answered that, she would naturally answer. Shucks. Why should she write to him? All he had ever done for her was to make her a lot of bother and hard work. And what good was his money to him? He couldn't just walk into a store and buy an education and have it wrapped up in paper and take it to her and say, "Here, Ms. Gray. I got a education, the best they had in the outfit. Now if you'll take it as a kind of present, and me along with it." Pete was camping within 50 yards of the spot where old Pop Annersley had tried to teach him to read and write. It seemed a long time ago, and Annersley himself seemed more vague in Pete's memory, as he tried to recall the kindly features and the slow, deliberate movements of the old man. It irritated Pete that he could not recall old man Annersley's face distinctly. He could remember his voice, and one or two characteristic gestures, but his face. Pete stared into the campfire, dreaming back along the trail over which he had struggled and fought and blundered, back to the time when he was a waifing and right, his only companion a lean yellow dog. Pete nodded and his eyes closed. He turned lazily and leaned back against his saddle. The mesa, carpeted with sod grass, gave no warning of the approaching horseman, who had seen the tiny fire and had ridden toward it. Just within the circle of firelight he reined in and was about to call out when that inexplicable sense inherent in animals, the Indian, and in some cases the white man, brought Pete to his feet. In that same lightning-swift, lithe movement he struck his gun from the holster and stood tense as a buck that scents danger on the wind. Pete blinked the sleep from his eyes. "Keep your hands right where they be and step down off that hoss." The rider obeyed. Pete moved from the fire that his own shadow might not fall upon the other. "Pete!" exclaimed the horseman in a sort of choking whisper. The gun sagged in Peter's hand. "Andy! For God's sake!" I come close to killin' you." And he leaped and caught Andy White's hand, shook it, flung his arm about his shoulders, stepped back and struck him playfully on the chest, grabbed him and shook him, and then suddenly he turned and walked back to the fire and sat down, blinking into the flames, and trying to swallow nothing, harder than he had ever tried to swallow anything in his life. He heard Andy's step behind him, and heard his own name spoken again. "It was my fault, Pete. I ought to 'a' hollered. I saw your fire and rode over." Andy's hand was on Pete's shoulder, and that shoulder was shaking queerly. Andy drew back. "There goes that damn cayuse," cried Andy. "I'll go catch him up, and let him drag a rope." When Andy returned from putting an unnecessary rope on a decidedly tired horse that was quite willing to stand right where he was, Pete had pulled himself together and was rolling a cigarette. "Well, you ole son of a gun," said Pete, "want to swap hats? Say, how'll you swap?" Andy grinned, but his grin faded to a boyish seriousness as he took off his own Stetson and handed it to Pete, who turned it round and tentatively poked his fingers through the 2 holes in the crown. "You got my ole hat yet, eh? Doggone if it ain't my ole hat. And she's ventilated some, too. Well, I'm listenin'. And you sure are lookin' fine, Pete. Say, is it you? Or did my hoss pitch me, and I'm dreamin', back there on the flat? No. I reckon it's you all right. I ain't done shakin' yet from the way you come at me when I rode in. Say, did you get Jim's letter? Why didn't you write to a guy, and say you was comin'? Reg'lar ole Injun, same as ever. Quicker'n a singed bobcat gettin' off a stove lid. That blue smoke way over there? Thought I knowed him. When did they turn you loose down to El Paso? Ma Bailey was worryin' that they wasn't feedin' you good. When did you get here? Was you in the gunfight when the spider got bumped off?" Pete was still gazing at the little round holes in Andy's hat. "Andy, did you ever try to ride a hoss down the Ole Mesa Trail backwards? Why, no, you sufferin' coyote. What you driving at? Here's your hat. Now if you got anything under it, go ahead and talk up. Which way did you ride when we split, over by the timber there?" Andy reached over and put a stick of wood on the fire. "Well, seein' it's your hat, I reckon you got a right to know how them holes come in it." And he told Pete of his ride, and how he had misled the posse, and he spoke jestingly, as though it had been a little thing to do, hardly worth repeating. Then he told of a ride he had made to Showdown to let Pete know that Gary would live, and how the spider had said that he knew nothing of Pete, had never seen him. And of how Ma Bailey upheld Pete, despite all local gossip and the lurid newspaper screeds. And that the boys would be mighty glad to see him again, concluding with an explanation of his own presence there, that he had been over to the T-Bar T to see Hawk about some of his stock that had strayed through some down fence. "She's all fence now," he explained, and had run into a bunch of wild turkeys, chased them to a rim rock and had managed to shoot one, but had had to climb down a cannon to recover the bird, which had set him back considerably on his home journey. "And that there bird is hangin' right on my saddle now," he concluded. "And I ain't et since mornin'." "Then we eat," asserted Pete. "You go get that turkey, and I'll do the rest." Wild turkey, spitted on a cedar limb and broiled over a wood fire, a bannock or two with hot coffee in an empty bean can. Pete insisted on Andy using the 1 cup. Tastes just a little better than anything else in the world, especially if one has ridden far in the high country, and most folk do, before they get the wild turkey. It was 3 o'clock when they turned in, to share Pete's 1 blanket, and then Andy was too full of Pete's adventures to sleep, asking an occasional question which Pete answered, until Andy, suddenly recalling that Pete had told him the spider had left him his money, asked Pete if he had packed all that dough with him, or banked it in El Paso. To which Pete had replied drowsily, "Sure thing, Ms. Gray." Whereupon Andy straightaway decided that he would wait till morning before asking any further questions of an intimate nature. Pete was strangely quiet the next morning, in fact almost taciturn, and Andy noticed that he went into the saddle a bit stiffly. "That, where you got hurt bothering you, Pete?" he asked with real solicitude. "Some." And realizing that he had scarcely spoken to his old chum since they awakened, he asked him many questions about the ranch, and the boys, as they drifted across the mesa and down the trail that led to the Concho. But it was not the twinge of his old wound that made Pete so silent. He was suffering a disappointment. He had believed sincerely that what he had been through, in the past 6 months especially, had changed him, that he would have to have a mighty stern cause to pull a gun on a man again, and at the first hint of danger he had been ready to kill. He wondered if he would ever lose that hunted feeling that had brought him to his feet and all but cracked his trigger finger before he had actually realized what had startled him. But one thing was certain, Andy would never know just how close he had come to being killed. Andy, who had joked lightly about his own ride into the desert with an angry posse trailing him, as he wore Pete's black Stetson, that he might give them a good run for their money, he had laughingly said. "You're just the same ornery, yellow-headed, blue-eyed singin' bird you always was," declared Pete as they slithered along down the trail. Andy turned in the saddle and grinned at Pete. "Now that you've give the blessing, parson, will you please and go plumb to hell?" Pete felt a lot better. A loose rock slipped from the edge of the trail, and went bounding down the steep hillside, crashing through a thicket of aspens and landing with a dull clunk amid a pile of rock that slid a little, and grumbled sullenly. Blue Smoke had also slipped as his footing gave way unexpectedly. Pete felt still better. This was something like it. Chapter 45. Home Folks. Noon found them within sight of the ranch house. In an hour they were unsaddling at the corral, having ridden in the back way, at Andy's suggestion, that they might surprise the folks. But it did not take them long to discover that there were no folks to surprise. The bunkhouse was open, but the house across from it was locked, and Andy knew immediately that the Baileys had driven to town, because the pup was gone, and he always followed the buckboard. Pete was not displeased, for he wanted to shave and slick up a bit after his long journey. "They'll see my house and know that I'm back," said Andy, as he filled the kettle on the box stove in the bunkhouse. "But we can put Blue Smoke in a stall and keep him out of sight till you walk and ride from nowhere. I can see Ma Bailey and Jim and the boys. Course Ma's like to be back in time to get supper, so maybe you'll have to hide out in the barn till you hear the bell. I ain't awful strong on that Cochrane hero stuff, Andy. I just as soon set right here, and spoil the whole darn show. Look here, Pete, you leave it to me, and if we don't surprise Ma Bailey clean out of her specs, why, I'll quit and go to herdin' sheep. 11 right. I'm willin'. Only you might see if you can get in the back way and lift a piece of pie, or something." Which Andy managed to do while Pete shaved himself and put on a clean shirt. They sat in the bunkhouse doorway chatting about the various happenings during Pete's absence until they saw the buckboard top the distant edge of the mesa. Pete immediately secluded himself in the barn, while Andy hazed Blue Smoke into a box stall and hid Pete's saddle. Ma Bailey, alighting from the buckboard, heard Andy's brief explanation of his absence with indifference most unusual in her, and glanced sharply at him when he mentioned having shot a wild turkey. "I suppose you picked it and cleaned it and got it all ready to roast," she inquired. "Or have you just been loafing around waiting for me to do it?" "I ate it," asserted Andy. Ma Bailey glared at him, shook her head, and marched into the house while Andy helped Bailey put up the horses. "Ma's upset about something," explained Bailey. "Seems a letter came for Pete, Letter from Pete. Why, he ain't coming back, is he? A letter for Pete. Ma says it looks like a lady's writing on the envelope. She says she'd like to know what female is writing to Pete, and him goodness knows where, and not a word to say whether he's sick or broke, or anything. I sure would like to see him, said Andy fervently. Well, if somebody's writing to him here at the Concho, looks like he might drift in one of these days. I'd sure like to know how the kid's making it. And Bailey strode to the house, while Andy led the team to the corral. Later Andy appeared in the kitchen and asked Mrs. Bailey if he couldn't help her set the table, or peel potatoes, or something. Ma Bailey gazed at him suspiciously over her glasses. I don't know what's ailin' you, Andy, but you ain't actin' right. First you tell me that you had to camp at the Blue last night account of killin' a turkey. Then you tell me that you ate the whole of it. Was you scared you wouldn't get your share if you fetched it home? Then you want to help me get supper. You been up to something. You just keep me plumb wore out worrying about you. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. For why, Ma? What have I done? I don't know, but it'll come to the top. There's the boys now, and me standing here. Run along and set the table if you ain't so full of whatever has got into you that you can't count straight. Bill won't be in tonight. Leastwise, Jim don't expect him. And Ma Bailey flapped her apron at him and shooed him out as though he were a chicken that had dared to poke its inquisitive neck into the kitchen. Count straight. Chuckled Andy. Maybe I know more about how many's here than Ma does. Meanwhile Ma Bailey busied herself preparing supper, and it was evident to the boys in the bunkhouse that Ma had something on her mind from the sounds which came from the kitchen. Ma scolded the potatoes as she fried them, rebuked the biscuits because they had browned a little too soon, censured the stove for its misbehavior in having scorched the biscuits, accused the wood of being a factor in the conspiracy, reprimanded the mammoth coffee pot that threatened to deluge the steak, and finally chased Andy from the premises when she discovered that he had laid the table with her best set of dishes. "Ma's steamin' about somethin'," remarked Andy as he entered the bunkhouse. This information was received with characteristic silence as each and every cowboy mentally straightened up, vowing silently that he wasn't going to take any chances of Ma biling over on him. The clatter of the pack horse bell brought the men to their feet and they filed across to the house, a preternaturally silent aggregation that confirmed Ma Bailey's suspicion that there was something afoot. Andy, loitering behind them, saw Pete coming from the stables, tried to compose himself, but could not get rid of the boyish grin, which provoked Ma Bailey to mutter something which sounded like idiot, to which the cowboys nodded in cheerful concurrence, without other comment. Hank Barley, the silent, was gazing surreptitiously at Ma's face when he saw her eyes widen, saw her rise, and stand staring at the doorway as Andy clumped in, followed by Pete. Ma Bailey sat down suddenly. "It's all right, Ma," laughed Andy, alarmed at the expression on her face. "It's just Pete." "Just Pete?" echoed Ma Bailey faintly. And then, "Goodness alive, child, where you been?" Pete's reply was lost in the shuffle of feet as the men rose and shook hands with him, asking him a dozen questions in as many seconds, asserting that he was looking fine, and generally behaving like a crowd of schoolboys, as they welcomed him to their midst again. Pete sat in the absent Bill Haskins's place. "And you musta knowed he was coming," asserted Avery. "Bill is over to the line shack." "I got a letter," asserted Ma Bailey mysteriously. "And you just said nothin' and sprung him on us." "Well, Ma, you sure fooled me," said Andy, grinning. "You go along." Mrs. Bailey smiled at Andy, who had earned her forgiveness by crediting her, rather wisely, with having originated the surprise. They were chatting and joking when Bill Haskins appeared in the doorway, his hand wrapped in a handkerchief. Ma Bailey glared at him over her spectacles. "Got any stick and plaster?" he asked plaintively, as though he had committed some misdemeanor. She rose and placed a plate and chair for him as he shook hands with Pete, led him to the kitchen and inspected and bandaged his hand, which he had jagged on a wire gate, and finally reinstated him at the table, where he proved himself quite as efficient as most men are with two hands. "Give Bill all the coffee he wants and plenty stick and plaster, and I reckon he never would do no work," suggested Hank Barley. Bill Haskins grinned good-naturedly. "I see Pete's got back," he ventured, as a sort of mild intimation that there were other subjects worth discussing. He accompanied this brilliant observation by a modest request for another cup of coffee, his fourth. The men rose, leaving Bill engaged in his favorite indoor pastime, and intimated that Pete should go with them. But Ma Bailey would not bear of it. Pete was going to help her with the dishes. Andy could go, however, and Bill Haskins, as soon as he was convinced that the coffee pot was empty. Ma Bailey's chief interest in life at the moment was to get the dishes put away, the men out of the way, and Pete in the most comfortable rocking chair in the room, that she might hear his account of how it all happened. And Pete told her, omitting no circumstance, albeit he did not accentuate that part of his recital having to do with Doris Gray, merely mentioning her as that little gray-eyed nurse in El Paso, and in such an offhand manner that Ma Bailey began to suspect that Pete was keeping something to himself. Finally, by a series of cross-questioning, comment, and sympathetic concurrence, she arrived at the feminine conclusion that the gray-eyed nurse in El Paso had set her cap for Pete. Of course Pete was innocent of any such adjustment of headgear, to substantiate which she rose, and, stepping to the bedroom, returned with the letter which had caused her so much speculation as to who was writing to Pete, and why the letter had been directed to the Concho. Pete glanced at the letter, and thanked Ma Bailey as he tucked it in his pocket. "I don't mind if you open it, Pete," she told him. "Goodness knows how long it's been laying in the post office. And it, maybe, is important, from that doctor, or that lawyer, maybe. Oh, maybe it's from the bank. Sakes alive. To think of that man leaving you all that money. Maybe that bank has failed. Well, I'd be right where I started when I first come here, broke, looking for a job. And the boys'll worry you most to death if you try to read any letters in the bunkhouse tonight. They're waiting to hear you talk. Guess the letter can wait. I ain't such a fast reader, anyhow. And you're like to lose it, carrying it round." I reckon I better read it," stammered Pete helplessly. He felt somehow that Ma would feel slighted if he didn't. Ma Bailey watched his face as he read the rather brief note from Doris, thanking him for his letter to her and congratulating him on the outcome of his trial, and assuring him of her confidence in his ultimate success in life. "Little Ruth," wrote Doris, "cried bitterly when I told her that you had gone and would not come back. She said that when you said goodbye to her you promised to come back, and of course I had to tell her that you would, just to make her happy. She has lost all interest in the puzzle game since you left, but that queer watch that you gave her, that has to be shaken before taken, and then not taken seriously, amuses her quite a bit. She gets me to wind it up, her fingers are not strong enough, and then she laughs as the hands race around. When they stop she puts her finger on the hour and says, 'Pity soon Pete come back. Little Ruth misses you very much.'" Pete folded the letter and put it in his pocket. "From a friend of mine," he said, flushing slightly. Ma Bailey sighed, smiled, and sighed again. "You're just itching to go see the boys. Well, run along, and tell Jim not to set up all night." Ma Bailey roused, and stepping to the bedroom returned with some blankets. "You'll have your old bunk. It's yours just as long as you want to stay, Pete. And I hope that girl in El Paso is a nice, sensible—" "Why, Ma? What's the matter?" As Mrs. Bailey blinked and showed unmistakable signs of emotion. "Nothing, Pete. I reckon you're coming back so sudden and all you been through, and that letter, kind of upset me." Does she powder her face, Pete? "Who? You mean Miss Gray? Why, what would she do that for? Does she wear clothes that cost lots of money? Great snakes, Ma. I dunno. I never seen her except in the hospital, dressed just like all the nurses. Is she handsome? Say, Ma, you let me hold them blankets. They're getting you all sagged down." "Why, she ain't what I'd say was handsome, but she sure got pretty eyes and hair, and complexion, and the smoothest little hands, and she's built right neat. She steps easy, like a thoroughbred filly, and she's plumb sensible, just like you folks." This latter assurance did not seem to comfort Ma Bailey as much as the implied compliment might intimate. And there's only one other woman I ever saw that made me feel right to home and kinda glad to have her round, like her. And she's got gray eyes and the same kind of hair, and, sakes alive, Pete Annersley. Another? And I'm kissing her goodnight, right now. And Pete grabbed the blankets and as much of Ma Bailey as could be included in that large armful, and kissed her heartily. He's changed, Ma Bailey confided to herself, after Pete had disappeared. Actin' like a boy, to cheer me up. But it weren't no boy that set there readin' that letter. It was a growed man, and no wonder. Yes, Pete's changed, bless his heart. Ma Bailey did not bless Pete's heart because he had changed, however, nor because he had suffered, nor yet because he was unconsciously in love with a little nurse in El Paso, nor yet because he kissed her, but because she liked him, and because no amount of money or misfortune, blame or praise, could really change him toward his friends. What Ma Bailey meant was that he had grown a little more serious, a little more gentle in his manner of addressing her, aside from the saying goodnight, and a little more intense in a quiet way. To sum it all up, Pete had just begun to think, something that few people do on the verdant side of 40, and rather dread having to do on the other side of that milepost. A week later, as they sat at table asking one another whether Ma Bailey had took to making pies again just for practice or for Pete, and plaguing that good woman considerably with their good-natured banter, it occurred to Bill Haskins to ask Pete if he were going to become a permanent member of the family or if he were simply visiting. Only Bill said, "Are you aiming to throw in with us, or are you going to curl your tail and drift, when the snow flies?" "I reckon I'll drift," said Pete. This was news. Andy White demurred forcibly. Bailey himself seemed surprised, and even old Hank Barley, the silent, expressed himself as mildly astonished. "We figured you'd stay till after the roundup, anyhow," said Bailey. "Reckon it's too tame for Pete here," growled Andy. "That's no fault of yours, Andrew," observed Ma Bailey. "You're always pecking at me," grumbled Andy, who detested being called Andrew quite as much as that robust individual known to his friends as Bill detests being called Willie, and Ma Bailey knew it. "So you aim to leave us," said Haskins, quite unaware of Ma Bailey's eye which glared disapproval of the subject. "Pete's going, next Tuesday, and just to set your mind at rest and give you a chance to eat your supper." Bill had been doing scarcely anything else since he sat down. "Pete has a right good reason to go." "Can I have another cup of coffee?" queried Bill. "Sakes alive, yes. I reckon that's what's ailing you." "I only had 3, Ma." "Pete is going away on business," asserted Ma Bailey. "Huh," snorted Andy. Bailey glanced at his wife, who telegraphed to him to change the subject. And that good man, who had been married 25 years, changed the subject immediately. But Andy did not let it drop. After supper he cornered Pete in the bunkhouse, and following some wordy fencing, ascertained that Pete was going to Tucson for the winter to get an education. Pete blushingly admitted that that was his sole intent, swore Andy to secrecy, and told him that he had discussed the subject with Ma Bailey, who had advised him to go. "So you're quitting the game," mourned Andy. "Nope, just beginnin'." "Well, you might a said somethin', anyhow." Pete put his hand on Andy's shoulder. "I wa'n't sure, till yesterday. I was goin' to tell you, Andy." "Shucks. Didn't I tell you about the money and everything, and you didn't say a word to the boys?" "I ain't forgittin'." "Oh, I knowed havin' money wouldn't swell you up. It ain't that. Only, I was wonderin'." "So was I, Andy. And I been wonderin' for quite a spell. Come on out and let's go set on the corral bars and smoke and, just smoke." But they did more than just smoke. The Arizona stars shot wondrous shafts of white fire through the nipping air as the chums sensed the comfortable companionship of horses moving slowly about the corral, and they heard the far, faint call of the coyote as a drift of wind brought the keen tang of the distant timberlands. They talked together as only youth may talk with youth, when romance lights the trail, when the heart speaks from itself to heart in sympathy. Yet their chat was not without humor, or they would not have been Pete and Andy. "You always was a wise one," asserted Andy, "pickin' out a professional nurse for your girl ain't a bad idea." "I had a whole lot to do with pickin' her out, didn't I?" "Well, you can't make me believe that she did the pickin', for you was tellin' me she had good eyes." "I reckon it was the doc that did the pickin'," suggested Pete. "Well, I suppose the next thing you'll be giving the preacher a chanked." "Nope. Next thing I'll be giving Miss Gray a chank to tell me I'm a doggone idiot, only she don't talk like that. Then it'll be because she don't know you like I do. But you're lucky, no tellin'." Andy climbed down from the bars. "No tellin' what?" queried Pete. "No tellin' you how much I sure want you to win, pardner, because you know it." Pete leapt from the top rail square onto Andy, who, taken off his guard, toppled and fell. They rolled over and over, not even trying to miss the puddle of water beside the drinking trough. Andy managed to get his free hand in the mud and thought of feeding some of it to Pete, but Pete was too quick for him, squirming loose and making for the bunkhouse at top speed. Pete entrenched himself in the far corner of the room where Bill Haskins was reading a novel, exceedingly popular, if the debilitated condition of the pages and covers were any criterion, when Andy entered, holding one hand behind him in a suspicious manner. Pete wondered what was coming when it came. Andy swung his arm and plugged a fair-sized mud ball at Pete, which missed him and hit the innocent and unsuspecting Bill on the ear, and stayed there. Bill Haskins, who was at the moment helping the hero hold a spirited pair of horses while the heroine climbed to a seat in the romantic buckboard, promptly pulled on the reins and shouted "Whoa!" And the debilitated novel came apart in his hands with a soft, ripping sound. It took Bill several seconds to think of something to say, and several more to realize just what had happened. He opened his mouth, but Andy interrupted with "Honest, Bill, I wasn't meanin' to hit you. I was pluggin' that Pete, there. It was his fault, he went and hid out behind you. Honest, Bill, wait and I'll help you dig that there mud out of your rear." Bill shook his head and growled as he scraped the mud from his face and neck. Andy, gravely solicitous, helped to remove the mud and affectionately wiped his fingers in Bill's hair. "Here, what in hell you doin'?" snorted Bill. "That's right. I was forgettin'. Honest, Bill. I'll honest you. I'll give you something to forget." But Andy did not wait. A little later Bill appeared at the kitchen door and plaintively asked Ma Bailey if she had any sticking plaster. "Sakes alive. Now what you done to yourself, William?" "Nothing this time, Miss Bailey. I done tore a book, and just want to fix it." When Bill returned to the bunkhouse with the sticking plaster, Pete and Andy both said they were sorry for the occurrence, but Bill was mighty suspicious of their sincerity. They were silent while Bill laboriously patched up the book and settled himself to take up the reins where he had dropped them. The heroine had just taken her seat beside the driver, when, "It's a darn shame," said a voice, Pete's voice. "It sure is, and Bill just learnin' to read. He might a spelled out a whole page afore mornin'." "I wa'n't meanin' Bill," asserted Pete. "Oh, you won't bother Bill none. He can't hear you. His off ear is full of mud. Go on and say anything you like about him." Bill slowly laid down his book, stepped to his bunk, and drew his six-shooter from its holster. He marched back to the table and laid the gun quite handy to him, and resumed his chair. Bill Haskins was long-suffering, but both Andy and Pete realized that it was high time to turn their bright particular talents in some other direction. So they undressed and turned in. They had been asleep an hour or two before Bill closed his book regretfully, picked up his gun, and walked to his bunk. He stood for a moment gazing at Andy, and then turned to gaze at Pete. Then he shook his head, and a slow smile lighted his weathered face. For despite defunct mountain lions, bent nails, and other sundries, Bill Haskins liked Andy and Pete, and he knew if it came to a test of friendship that either of them would stand by him to the last dollar, or the last shot even, as he would have gladly done to help them. Chapter 46. The Riding Kid from Powder River. The first thing Pete did when he arrived in Tucson was to purchase a suit as near like that which he had seen Andover wear as possible. Pete's Stetson was discarded for a soft felt of ordinary dimensions. He bought shoes, socks, and some underwear, which the storekeeper assured him was the latest thing, but which Pete said looked more like chicken wire than honest-to-gosh cloth, and fortified by his new and inconspicuous apparel, he called on the principal of the high school and told him just why he had come to Tucson. "And I'd sure look queer sittin' in with all the kids," Pete concluded. "If there's any way of my catching up to my size, why, I reckon I can pay." The principal thought it might be arranged. For instance, he would be glad to give Pete, he said Mr. Annersley, an introduction to an instructor, a young Eastern scholar, who could possibly spare 3 or 4 evenings a week for private lessons. Progress would depend entirely upon Pete's efforts. Many young men had studied that way, some of them even without instruction. Henry Clay, for instance, and Lincoln. And was Mr. Annersley thinking of continuing with his studies and entering college, or did he merely wish to become conversant with the fundamentals? "If I can get so I can throw and hog-tie some of them fundamentals without losing my rope, I reckon I'll be doing all I set out to do. No, I guess I'd never make a top hand, writing for you. But my rope is tied to the horn, and I sure aim to stay with whatever I get my loop on." I get your drift, and I admire your purpose. Incidentally, and speaking from a distinctly impersonal, viewpoint, no doubt a high school principal may speak from a viewpoint, or even sit on one if he cares to. Your colloquialisms are delightful, and sufficiently forceful to leave no doubt as to your sincerity of purpose. Meanin' you say what I'm getting at, eh? The principal nodded and smiled. "I thought that was what you was trying to say." "Well, Professor, Dr. Wheeler, if you please." "All right, Doc. But I didn't know you was a doc too." "Doctor of letters, merely." Pete suspected that he was being joked with, but the principal's manner was quite serious. "If you will give me your address, I will drop a line to Mr. Forbes," said the principal. Pete gave his name and address. As Principal Wheeler wrote them down in his notebook, he glanced up at Pete curiously. "You don't happen to be the young man, similarity of names, who was mixed up in that shooting affair in El Paso?" Name seemed familiar. No doubt a coincidence. "It wa'n't no coincidence, it was a .45, stated Pete. The principal stared at Pete as though he half expected to see him pull a gun and demand an education instanter. But Pete's smile helped the principal to pull himself together. "Most extraordinary!" he exclaimed. "I believe the courts exonerated you?" "That ain't all they did to me," Pete assured him. "Nope. You got that wrong. But I reckon they would 'a' done it, if I hadn't hired that there lawyer from El Paso. He sure exonerated a couple of thousand out of me. And the judge turned me loose. Most extraordinary. It was that lawyer that told me I ought to get a education," exclaimed Pete. Of course. I had forgotten it for the moment." "Well, here is Mr. Forbes's address. I think you will find him at his room almost any evening." "I'll be there." "Very good. I suppose you are aware that it is illegal to carry concealed weapons inside the city limits?" "I get you, Doc, but I ain't packing a gun, nohow." As the weeks went by and the winter sun swung farther south, Mr. Forbes, the young Eastern scholar, and Pete began to understand each other. Pete, who had at first considered the young Easterner affected, and rather effeminate, slowly realized that he was mistaken. Forbes was a sincere and manly fellow, who had taken his share of hard knocks and who suffered ill health uncomplainingly, an exile of his chosen environment, with little money and scarce a companion to share his loneliness. As for Forbes, he envied Pete his abundant health and vigor and admired his unspoiled enthusiasm. Pete's humor, which somehow suggested to Forbes the startling and inexplicable antics of a healthy colt, melted Forbes's diffidence, and they became friends and finally chums. Pete really learned as much through this intimacy as he did from his books, perhaps more. It was at Pete's suggestion that Forbes took to riding a horse, and they spent many afternoons on the desert, drifting slowly along while they discussed different phases of life. These discussions frequently led to argument, sincere on Pete's part, who never realized that Forbes's chief delight in life was to get Pete started, that he might enjoy Pete's picturesque illustration of the point, which, more often than not, was shrewdly sharp and convincing. No amount of argument, no matter how fortified by theory and example, could make Pete change his attitude toward life, but he eventually came to see life from a different angle, his vision broadening to a wider perspective as they climbed together, Forbes loitering on familiar ground that Pete might not lose the trail and find himself entangled in some unessential thicket by the way. Forbes was not looking well. His thin face was pinched, his eyes were listless. Pete thought that Forbes stayed indoors too much. "Why don't you go get a cayuse and ride?" he suggested. "Never was on a horse in my life." Well, you've been off one too long. I'd like to. But I can't afford it. I don't mean to buy a horse, just hire one, from the livery. I was thinking of getting out on the dry spot myself. I'm plumb sick of town. You would have to teach me." "Shucks. There's nothing to learn. All you got to do is to fork your cayuse and ride. I'd sure be glad to go with you." "That's nice of you. Well, say tomorrow afternoon, then." "But what about horses? We got a session tomorrow." "What's the matter with this afternoon? The sun's shining, and there ain't much wind, and I can smell the Olay Desert, sizzling. Come on." They were in Forbes's room. The Easterner laid his book aside and glanced down at his shoes. "I haven't a riding costume." "Well, you can get one for $1.04, copper riveted, and sure easy and comfortable. I'll lend you a pair of boots." "All right. I'll try it once, at least." Forbes felt rather conspicuous in the stiff new overalls, rolled up at the bottom, over Pete's tight high-heeled boots, but nobody paid any attention to him as he stumped along beside Pete, on the way to the livery. Pete chose the horses, and a saddle for Forbes, to whom he gave a few brief pointers anent the art of swinging up and dismounting. They set out and headed for the open. Forbes was at first nervous, but as nothing happened, he forgot his nervousness and gave himself to gazing at the great sun-swept spaces until the horses broke into a trot, when he turned his entire attention to the saddle horn, clinging to it affectionately with his free hand. Pete pulled up. "Say, amigo, it's against the rules to choke that there horn to death. Just let go and clamp your knees. We'll lope him a spell." Forbes was about to protest when Pete's horse, to which he had apparently done nothing, broke into a lope. Forbes's horse followed. It was a rough experience for the Easterner, but he enjoyed it until Pete pulled up suddenly. Forbes's own animal stopped abruptly, but Forbes, grabbing wildly at the horn, continued, and descended in a graceful curve which left him sitting on the sand and blinking up at the astonished animal. "Hurt you?" queried Pete. "I think not, but it was rather sudden. Now what do I do?" "Well, when you get rested up, I'd say to fork him again. He's sure tame." I thought he was rather wild," stammered Forbes, getting to his feet. "Nope. It was you was wild. I reckon you like to scared him to death." "Nope. Get on him from this side. He seems a rather intelligent animal," commented Forbes as he prepared for the worst. "Well, we can call him that, seeing there's nobody round to hear us. We'll walk him a spell." Forbes felt relieved. And realizing that he was still alive and uninjured, he relaxed a bit. After they had turned and headed for town, he actually enjoyed himself. Next day he was so stiff and sore that he could scarcely walk, but his eye was brighter. However, he begged off from their proposed ride the following afternoon. Pete said nothing, but when the next riding afternoon arrived, a week later, Forbes was surprised to see Pete, dressed in his range clothes. Standing near the curb were two horses, saddled and bridled. "Get on your jeans and those Olay boots of mine. I fetched along a extra pair of spurs. But, honestly, I can't ride 'em both. It's nice of you, but really, I can't afford it." "Look here, Doc, what you can't afford is to set in that room a readin' all day. And the horse don't cost you a cent. I had a talk with the old-timer that runs the livery, and when he seen I was on to my job, he was plumb tickled to death for me to exercise the horses. One of 'em needs a little educatin'. That's all right. But how about my horse? Why, I brought him along to keep the other horse company. I can't handle 'em both. Ain't you goin' to help me out?" "Well, if you put it that way, I will this time. Now you're talkin' sense." Several weeks later they were again riding out on the desert and enjoying that refreshing and restful companionship which is best expressed in silence, when Pete, who had been gazing into the distance, pulled up his restive horse and sat watching a moving something that suddenly disappeared. Forbes glanced at Pete, who turned and nodded as if acknowledging the other's unspoken question. They rode on. A half hour later, As they pulled up at the edge of the arroyo, Forbes was startled by Pete's "Hello, neighbor," to an apparently empty world. "What's the joke?" queried Forbes. The joke appeared suddenly around the bend in the arroyo, a big, weather-bitten joke astride of a powerful horse. Forbes uttered an exclamation as the joke whipped out a gun and told them to put him up, in a tone which caused Forbes's hands to let go the reins and rise head-high without his having realized that he had made a movement. Pete was also picking invisible peaches from the air, which further confirmed Forbes's hasty conclusion that they were both doing the right thing. "I ain't got a gun on me, Ed." Pete had spoken slowly and distinctly, and apparently without the least shadow of trepidation. Forbes, gazing at the grim, bronzed face of the strange horseman, nervously echoed Pete's statement. Before the Easterner could realize what had actually happened, Pete and the strange rider had dismounted and were shaking hands, a transition so astonishing that Forbes forgot to lower his hands and sat with them nervously aloft as though imploring the rain god not to forget his duty to mankind. Pete and the stranger were talking. Forbes could catch an occasional word, such as the Spider, El Paso, Whiteye, Hospital, Sonora, Sanborn, Sam Brent. Pete turned and grinned. "I reckon you can let go your hold, Doc. This here is a friend of mine." Forbes sighed thankfully. He was introduced to the friend, whom Pete called Ed, but whose name had been suddenly changed to Bill. "We used to ride together," explained Pete. Forbes tactfully withdrew, realizing that whatever they had to talk about was more or less confidential. Presently Pete approached Forbes and asked him if he had any money with him. Forbes had $5 and some small change. "I'm borrowing this till tomorrow," said Pete, as he dug into his own pocket, and without counting the sum total, gave it to the stranger. Brevoort stuffed the money in his pocket and swung to his horse. "You better ridin' with us a ways," suggested Pete. "The young fella don't know anything about you, and he won't talk if I pass the word to him. Then I can go on ahead and fetch back some grub and some more dineros." Forbes found the stranger rather interesting as they rode back toward Tucson, for he spoke of Mexico and affairs below the line, amazing things to speak of in such an offhand manner, in an impersonal and interesting way. Within 2 miles of the town they drew up. "Bill, here," explained Pete, "is short of grub. Now, if you don't mind keeping him company, why, I'll fan it in and get some. I'll be back right soon." "Not at all. Go ahead." Forbes wanted to hear more of first-hand experiences south of the line. Forbes, who knew something of Pete's history, shrewdly suspected that the stranger called Bill had a good reason to ride wide of Tucson, although the Easterner did not quite understand why Pete should ride into town alone. But that was merely incidental. It was not until Pete had returned and the stranger had departed, taking his way east across the desert, that Pete offered an explanation, a rather guarded explanation, Forbes realized, of the recent happenings. "Bill's keeping out on the desert for his health," said Pete. "And, if anybody should ask us, I reckon we ain't seen him." "I think I understand," said Forbes. And Forbes, recalling the event many months later, after Pete had left Tucson, thought none the less of Pete for having helped an old friend out of difficulties. Forbes was himself more than grateful to Pete, for with the riding 3 times a week and Pete's robust companionship, he had regained his health to an extent far beyond his hopes. Pete rejected 16 of the 17 plans he had made that winter for his future, often guided by what he read in the occasional letters from Doris, wherein he found some rather practical suggestions, for he wrote frankly of his intent to better himself, but wisely refrained from saying anything that might be interpreted as more than friendship. Pete had not planned to go to El Paso quite as soon as he did, and it was because of an unanswered letter that he went. He had written early in March and it was now May, and no reply. If he had waited a few days longer, it is possible that he would not have gone at all, for passing him as he journeyed toward Texas was a letter from Doris Gray in which she intimated that she thought their correspondence had better cease, and for the reason, which she did not intimate, that she was a bit afraid that Pete would come to El Paso, and stay in El Paso until she had either refused to see him. It was significant that she thought of refusing to see him, for he was actually worth looking at, or until he had asked her a question to which there was but one answer, and that was no. Just why Doris should have taken it for granted that he would ask her that question is a matter which she never explained, even to herself. Pete had never made love to her in the accepted sense of the term. He had done much better than that, although he was entirely unconscious of it. But that psychological moment, whatever that may mean in the affairs of Doris and Pete, was rapidly approaching, a moment more often anticipated by the female of the species than by the male. Just what kept Pete from immediately rushing to the hospital and proclaiming his presence is another question that never can be answered. Pete wanted to do just that thing, but he did not. Instead, he took a modest room at a modest hotel, bought himself some presentable clothing, dropped in to see Hodges of the Stockman's Security, and spent several days walking about the streets mentally preparing himself to explain just why he had come to El Paso, finally arriving at the conclusion that he had come to see little Ruth. Doris had said that Ruth had missed him. Well, he had a right to drop in and see the kid. And he reckoned it was nobody's business if he did. He had avoided going near the General Hospital in his strolls about town, viewing that building from a safe distance and imagining all sorts of things. Perhaps Miss Gray had left. Perhaps she was ill. Or she might have married. Still, she would have told him, he thought. Doris never knew what a struggle it cost Pete, to say nothing of hard cash, to purchase that bottle of perfume. But he did it, marching into a drugstore and asking for a bottle of the best they had, and paying for it without a quiver. Back in his room he emptied about half of the bottle on his handkerchief, wedged the handkerchief into his pocket, and marched to the street, determination in his eye, and the fumes of half a vial of frangipani floating in his wake. Perhaps the frangipani stimulated him. Perhaps the overdose deadened his decision to stay away from the hospital. In any event, that afternoon he betook himself to the hospital, and was fortunate in finding Andover there, to whom he confided the obvious news that he was in town and that he would like to see little Ruth for a minute, if it was all right. Andover told him that little Ruth had been taken to her home a month ago, and Pete wondered how she could still miss him, as Miss Gray had intimated in her last letter. And as he wondered he saw light, not a great light, but a faint ray which was reflected in his face as he asked Andover when Miss Gray would be relieved from duty, and if it would be possible to see her then. Andover thought it might be possible, and suggested that he let Miss Gray know of Pete's presence, but some happy instinct caused Pete to veto that suggestion. "It ain't important," he told Andover. "I'll just mosey around about 6, and step in for a minute. Don't you say I'm in town." Andover gazed curiously after Pete as the latter marched out. The surgeon shook his head. Mixed drinks were not new to Andover, but he could not for the life of him recognize what Pete had been drinking. Doris, who had not been thinking of Pete at all, as she was not a spiritualist, and had always doubted that affinities were other than easy excuses for uneasy morals, came briskly down the hospital steps, gowned in a trim gray skirt and a jacket, and a jaunty turban that hid just enough of her brown hair to make that which was visible the more alluring. She almost walked into Pete, for, as it has been stated, she was not thinking of him at all, but of the cozy evening she would spend with her sister at the latter's apartments on High Street. Incidentally, Doris was thinking, just a little, of how well her gown and turban became her, for she had determined never to let herself become frowsy and slipshod. Well, she had not to look far for her antithesis. "Why, Mr. Annersley?" Pete flushed, the victim of several emotions. "Good evening, Miss Gray. I thought I'd just step in and say hello to that little kid." "Oh. Ruth?" And Doris flushed just the least bit herself. "Why, little Ruth is not here now." "Shucks. Well, I'm right glad you are. Was you going somewhere?" "Yes. Out to my sister's on High Street. I only been in town 2 or 3 days, so I don't know just where High Street is, but I reckon I could find my way back all right." And Pete so far forgot the perfume as to smile in his old, boyish way. Doris did some rapid mental calculation and concluded that her latest, or rather her last letter, had just about arrived in Tucson, and of course Pete had not read it. That made matters a little difficult. But there was no reason in the world why he should not walk with her to her sister's. Pete saw no reason why he should not, either, but rather a very attractive reason why he should. Without further word they turned and walked down the street, Doris wondering what in the world had induced Pete to immerse himself in frangipani, and Pete wondering if there was ever a prettier girl in the world than Doris Gray. And because Pete wanted to talk about something entirely impersonal, he at once began to ask her what she thought of his latest plan, which was to purchase an interest in the Concho, spend his summers working with the men and his winters in Tucson, studying with Forbes about whom he had written to her. Doris thought it was a splendid plan. She was sure quite impersonally that he would make a success of anything he attempted. Pete was not so sure, and he told her so. She joked him for doubting himself. He promptly told her that he didn't doubt himself for a minute, but that he did doubt the willingness of the person whom he hoped to make a partner in the venture. "Not Mr. Forbes?" she queried, glancing quickly at Pete's serious face. "Nope. It's you." They walked another block without speaking, then they walked still another. And they had begun to walk still another when Pete suddenly pulled his handkerchief from his pocket and threw it in the gutter. "That doggone perfume is choking me to death," he blurted. And Doris, despite herself, smiled. They were out where the streets were more open and quiet now. The sun was close to the edge of the desert, far in the west. Doris's hand trembled just the least bit as she turned to say goodnight. They had stopped in front of a house, near the edge of town. Pete's face was a bit pale, his dark eyes were intense and gloomy. Quite unconscious of what he was doing, he pulled out his watch, a new watch that possessed no erratic tendencies. Suddenly Doris thought of Pete's old watch, and of little Ruth's extreme delight in its irresponsible hands whirling madly around, and of that night when Pete had been brought to the hospital. Suddenly there were 2 tears trembling on her lashes, and her hand faltered. Then, being a sensible person, she laughed away her emotion, for the time being, and invited Pete into supper. Pete thought Doris's sister a mighty nice girl, plumb sensible and not a bit stuck up. And later, when this plumb sensible person declared that she was rather tired and excused herself and disappeared, after bidding Pete good night, he knew that she was a sensible person. He couldn't see how she could help it, being the sister of Doris. "So I'll be saying good night," stated Pete a few minutes later, as he stood by the door, proud and straight and as vital as a flame. But he didn't say it, at least coherently. Doris's hand was on his sleeve. Pete thought she had a mighty pretty hand. And as for her eyes, they were gray and misty and warm and not at all like he had ever seen them before. He laughed happily. "You look plumb lonesome," he said. I was." Pete dropped his hat, but he did not know it until, well, several minutes later, when Doris gave it to him. It was close to midnight when a solitary policeman, passing down a side street, heard a nocturnal singer inform dark and empty High Street that he was the riding kid from Powder River, with other more or less interesting details. Pete felt a hand on his shoulder. "You better cut that out," said the officer. Pete whirled and his hand flickered toward his hip. "You go plumb to." Pete hesitated. The officer sniffed suspiciously. Pete grinned, then proffered his hand with irresistible enthusiasm. "Sure, I'll cut it out." The end of The Riding Kid from Powder River.